So, in case the length of this video didn't clue you in, I consider Danganronpa V3 to be a difficult game to defend, and I'll say that up front, because even though I believe it's worth defending, I know there are a lot of people who saw the title and clicked on this video prepared to cyberbully me in the comments for even trying to defend it. This will not be an uncritical fluff fest of killing harmony where I just say that it's perfect and amazing and there's nothing that could have ever been improved or criticized. Because frankly, that's not true. There are a lot of very valid criticisms of this game, and as you might have been able to guess by the length of the video, we're going to go into detail here to discuss the good, the bad, and the ugly of this game. When I say that this is a defensive V3, I do not mean an uncritical defense. And that's because I don't need to sweep the worst parts of this game under the rug in order to defend it. Despite this being the game about truth and lies, I don't need perjury to make my case here. I do, however, need so much time that you are legally entitled to a 15-minute unpaid break at some point during this in most jurisdictions, so if you ever do feel the need to stop or come back at a later point, do not be afraid to take advantage of the frankly aggressive amount of chapter breaks I put in this one to try and make it as navigatable as possible. Now, if you've never played Danganronpa, or never engaged with Danganronpa's community, you might be rolling your eyes a little bit at all that. It is admittedly a little funny to open up a video titled The Defensive V3 with, okay, first things first, this game does indeed suck ass in some aspects, but I promise I'm going somewhere, just give me half your day and all the benefit of the doubt you can muster. But on the off chance that someone with zero connection to the Danganronpa franchise has clicked on this abominably long video about Danganronpa, let me quickly catch you up to speed. Danganronpa is a franchise spanning games, books, TV shows, and more, centered primarily around the stories of three core visual novels: Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc, Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair, and Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony. In these games, 16 gifted students find themselves trapped in a killing game run by a black and white stuffed bear named Monokuma. There's only one way out: kill another student without getting caught. Once the murder is committed, the students have a brief window to investigate the crime scene and try and figure out who did it before they're forced into a class trial where they'll try to determine the truth. If they're able to identify the killer, called the Blackened in these games, then they survive and the Blackened is executed. If they get it wrong, then the Blackened gets to graduate and everyone else is killed. If you've never played these games before, you might be confused about why this game is called Danganronpa V3. Like, why not just 3? And there are two answers to that. The first of which being that there's already an anime titled Danganronpa 3 that serves as a direct sequel to the first two games, and the second being that it's meant to indicate that this is on a separate arc. Everything prior to this game was part of the Hope's Peak arc, whereas this game is the first in a new arc. The English title would be the Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles arc, but the direct Japanese translation is closer to the Gifted Inmates Academy arc. Like Hope's Peak, the arc is named for the school the game is set in and revolves around, and it's an entirely separate continuity from Hope's Peak. Of the three mainline games, Danganronpa V3 is a uniquely tricky one to talk about, especially if you're trying to make a defense of it. It's easily the most polarizing mainline game, with Goodbye Despair being pretty broadly recognized as the best of the bunch and Trigger Happy Havoc being not as good, but still a solid game that mostly gets a pass on its weaker points as a result of being the first in the series and sticking the landing. Very few people who care about these games feel neutrally about V3. You either love it or hate it, and this video is definitely arguing the minority opinion on this topic. I've made videos about other visual novels before, Buried Stars, Your Turn to Die, and obviously Inescapable, plus a whole stack of Spike Chunsoft games last year. But those were different. Inescapable was a game nobody had heard of, and I was taking a really easy position to defend. Buried Stars and Your Turn to Die are both pretty niche titles, but they're both games that are positively received by the people who've played them, and I was taking a positive position on both of them. The Spike Chunsoft video didn't try and deep dive any one particular game, and more just use each one to discuss storytelling aspects in a way that was more of an analysis than an argument. This one is different. V3 is a very contentious title in a popular franchise, and given that I'm arguing the minority opinion, I understand that the burden is on me to prove my point rather than assuming charitability towards my perspective. Much of this is inherently subjective, and I recognize that. Subjectivity goes in both directions whenever you're critiquing media, because even basic things like good and bad are themselves subjective based on personal preference. If you hold a differing opinion, that's perfectly fine, and I won't say you're wrong. All I ask is that you give me the space to make my case and recognize that both of us are coming from a place of subjectivity. This video couldn't be made until I made those other ones, though. I needed to build goodwill, I needed to build credibility, I needed to build social license with the fans of this channel and visual novels as a whole before I could even hope to tackle this game with the depth that I intend to go into here. And as much as I'd like to streamline things more, I know firsthand about the pedantry of this fandom. I need to nitpick this game because if I don't, they'll nitpick this video. Originally, the title of this video was just a defensive V3. It wasn't originally meant to be comprehensive, just an argument in favor of this game that I think it's a bad rap. However, as I worked on it, I realized I didn't want it to just be a defense of this game. My approach to this video is really inspired by Mike's videos on Pretty Little Liars, as well as Jenny Nicholson's Vampire Diaries video that also inspired Mike's. And if you enjoy this video and haven't watched theirs before, you absolutely should. I want this to be the Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony defense. A singular video that makes the best, most definitive, most comprehensive argument in favor of this game that I can possibly make. A video that explores everything I think makes it work, that I think is worth considering when evaluating it, and that does not require elaboration or follow-up. I will fail in this task because it is an impossible one, but I will swing for the fences anyways. I will waste hundreds of hours of my finite life that I could have spent developing a skill or applying for jobs or shopping for Christmas presents, writing tens of thousands of words defending a 7-year-old game that nobody who isn't already substantially mentally ill even still cares about. And I will do so gladly. If Killing Harmony has 1 million defenders, I'm one of them. If Killing Harmony has 5 defenders, I'm one of them. If Killing Harmony has 1 defender, it's me. If Killing Harmony has no defenders, then I'm no longer alive. And if the entire world is against Killing Harmony, I'm against the entire world. To my last breath, I'll defend Killing Harmony. Consider this my opening statement, if you will. My opening statement, establishing structure and explaining myself. First thing to get out of the way is some signposting, a little explanation of what to expect structurally from this. Trying to defend this game is complicated in large part because the things that it's accused of are difficult to untangle, so I'm going to attack this from a few different directions. Once we're out of the opening statement, part 1 of this video will be getting some basic stuff out of the way. Setting, character introductions, minigames, basic mechanics, stuff like that. Initially, I planned to discuss that stuff when it came up through a, play through the game, but considering how we're still getting new minigames as late as Chapter 2's class trial, it's easier to just do that stuff up front. For the characters specifically, we'll be talking about them as though we have not played the game yet. That means stuff like who dies where and when and by whose hand won't be incorporated here, which means it'll be a little vague for now. As well, for the opening statement as well as part 1, the footage used in the background will be from the Danganronpa V3 demo. This is so there's no spoilers up front, particularly when it comes to class trial minigames. I will also briefly touch on the demo itself, but it won't be a huge topic or anything. Part 2 of the video will go through the game in the order in which it's played. Prologue, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, all the way through to the credits. Just like in the other videos I've done about visual novels, nothing from a future chapter will be spoiled until we get there. This is so that people who've never played the games before have an off-ramp in case they decide they want to play it for themselves and don't want to be spoiled. However, there will be spoilers for both Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc and Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair throughout this video, so just be warned. Alternatively, you are more than welcome to either play the game concurrently with this video or even watch the VODs of my playthrough of it. At the start of each chapter, I'll let you know which VODs to watch if you want to follow along that way, but you can also find the playlist up in the cards in the top right. Part 3 of the video will do the reverse. We'll start at the end and reevaluate each chapter of the game with the full knowledge of how it all played out. Once we get to part 3, all bets are off for spoilers for these games. The reason I'm doing it this way is because these games are often heavily defined by questions that can only be answered at the end, like, what's the nature of this killing game, or who's the mastermind? But it's not just about the destination. The quality of the journey is an important part of the game as much as the quality of the destination, and a story should be able to withstand scrutiny both while you experience it and when evaluated in its entirety. Part 2 is the journey, part 3 is looking back once we finally reach the destination. Part 4 will be the final part of this video, and will be my comprehensive defense for this game. I'll be peppering in my arguments throughout the video, but this is the part of the video where we'll lock in and focus on my bigger arguments, as well as some big criticisms. Just like how it's important to evaluate the journey and the destination, it's also important to remember that trying to analyze a game as individual parts without acknowledging whether they're greater than, equal to, or less than the sum of those parts risks missing the forest for the trees. It's easy to lose yourself in the minutiae of a 50-hour game, as this video is proof of, and while it's worth evaluating the quality of the pieces of the puzzle, it's also necessary to evaluate the puzzle as a whole. And ultimately, this video isn't the summary of V3, it's the defense of V3. And then we'll be done, and you will have to stare at the screen after it goes dark wondering if this was a good use of the finite hours you have on this earth. Now, I know there are people who are going to say that I'm just padding the runtime to make money or whatever, but I want to make this clear. This is probably the least lucrative way to do this. Danganronpa is a popular franchise that certain creators have been farming for years even without a single new mainline game or anime to work with since V3 came out in 2017. This video's script is the length of a literal novel at around 68,000 words, and if I wanted to actually farm the Danganronpa fanbase, I would split this into like 25 or so 10 to 20 minute long videos and then spread them out over the course of an entire year. That'd not only be the more profitable way to do this, but also the easier way. I wouldn't have to make new content for a year. I could just coast off of this thing because people who like these games are starving for content on it. Inescapable was a game where the critiques had to be condensed into a single giant video because nobody would care enough to watch a series. Danganronpa, by contrast, has the kind of fan community that is producing free-to-play fan games that sometimes rival the quality of the actual games, and is still actively doing discourse despite the franchise being borderline abandoned. Maybe that's going to change with Sony acquiring Spike Chunsoft's parent company's parent company, Kadokawa Corporation, but I doubt it. I want to make it clear that I'm doing it this way because this is, to me, the best, most effective way to make a genuine defense of V3, rather than just trying to make content TM. You might ask why I don't just make a single shorter video, but to be blunt, I don't trust that everyone who might watch this video will be predisposed to give me the benefit of the doubt, and this video is built around doing my best to make sure the benefit of the doubt isn't needed. Like I said, Danganronpa V3 is a 50-hour long game, but the challenge in defending V3 isn't just that it's a big game. Killing Harmony is the culmination of a franchise spanning 2 other mainline games, a couple spin-offs, an anime adaptation of the first game, as well as another anime series that tells a new story, and dozens of light novels, manga, and other media. This is a game that some people just hate in isolation, but most of the people who hate it hate what it represents in the context of the franchise as a whole, and those people will also occasionally blame it for killing the entire thing. As a result, there's a lot that needs to be said if this is going to be anything approaching a definitive defense of this game. What's more, I don't want to have to make a bunch of follow-ups where I add more detail because people got mad in the comments. I want this to be the comprehensive expression of everything I want to say about this game so I can lay it to rest and never have to have this argument again. I don't expect everyone to be swayed, but I still want to leave it all on the field with this video. Now, before we go further, I do need to confess something. I did not play the Danganronpa games in a normal way. I got into them in 2021 when I saw they were on sale on Switch, and for whatever reason, I don't know what I was thinking, I decided to start with V3. I knew nothing about Danganronpa whatsoever because I was part of the Hunger Games side of mentally ill kids who got hyperfixated on killing games in the early 2010s, so I was going in fully blind, and I'll concede up front that that does affect my perception of this game. It's my first, and given how heavily V3 relies on certain tropes it expects most players to be aware of, it made the game a lot less predictable for me. Sometimes it made the game harder, but in most instances it also made it a lot more enjoyable. Playing through it a second time after playing the rest of the franchise really made me realize how many moments I'd enjoyed the first go around that were hampered by the knowledge of the other games. And I would also argue that this is an ideal way to play Danganronpa. V3, then 1, then 2. Start on a really solid note with the best first trial in the franchise, don't at me, I'll get there in a bit, and then have a ton of questions raised that you'll eventually have to answer by playing the other games. Obviously some stuff gets spoiled for you and some of it's pretty big, but a lot of it's spoiled in a way that doesn't make sense until you actually play it. Like, even if you've played V3 before, the events of the very first trial of Trigger Happy Havoc are going to throw you for a loop, and it arguably makes that first trial more compelling than it otherwise would be given that it is notoriously weak. Doing it this way creates a lot of tension for the player in a way that's genuinely really fun. It's the standard Hitchcock thing about how you don't build tension by having people sitting around a table and then suddenly a bomb goes off. You build tension by showing people sitting around a table, then cutting to the bomb, then cutting back to the people who are all blithely unaware of it, creating tension for the audience that's exacerbated by knowing something the characters don't. Another important aspect of this to acknowledge before we really get into it is that I played all the games within the span of a few months, which also isn't typical. If you'd been playing these games as they released, you first played Trigger Happy Havoc in 2010, Goodbye Despair in 2012, and Killing Harmony in 2017. If you waited for official English releases, then those dates were 2014, 2014, and 2017 respectively. Most people who are big fans of the series did not experience Danganronpa the way I did, and a considerable amount of the blowback that V3 got was related to people waiting years for it only to not satisfy their hype. The anticipation and excitement probably hurt it in the long run in the same way that that sort of buildup has hurt games like No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk 2077. While we'll get into that more as it becomes relevant, I just want to acknowledge that these are factors that I'm keeping in mind. While I'm taking some shots at this game, we might as well also get the most glaring one out of the way here. Monokuma and the Monokubs. Monokuma is the black and white host of Danganronpa V3 and the headmaster of the Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles, returning from all previous mainline games despite this one being in a new timeline. He is a silly little guy who takes sincere joy in the killing game, although the nature of him tends to change from game to game depending on who's controlling him and how. He's the one who moderates the class trials, delivers motives, assigns tasks, and executes the punishments for the Blackened. He not only enjoys brutality and violence, but the theatrics of it specifically. He doesn't want a boring killing game, and so you can usually bet that he'll introduce chaos whenever he can. Personally, I really like Monokuma, and I honestly can't imagine anyone who doesn't like him being willing to play these games given his prevalence. He's a good host for them, he's got a good voice, and he does a lot to carry the game's vibe of campy, over-the-top brutality that straddles the line between absurd and horrifying. To put it mildly, the same cannot be said for his children. The Monokubs are all palette swaps of Monokuma, each with a single obnoxious personality trait, some degree of affinity for incest, and a penchant for never shutting the fuck up. Monokid is the blue one and indisputably the worst of the bunch, and I think everyone involved in this character's existence should feel bad about it. Monosuke, the yellow one, is supposed to be like a smart aleck New Yorker who's maybe a gangster. It's giving very AM walk in here, but it's not super consistent. Monodam is the green robot one, and his most notable trait is that he broadly begins to approach something resembling competency in spite of all of his siblings and is usually bullied severely for it, and also just bullied in general. Monofani is the pink one, which means she's the girl one, and that's about it. She finds violence gross because it's gory and often throws up, sometimes in different colors. Monotaro, the red one, is the leader of the group and seems to suffer from repeated off-screen concussions. Now, I did not know a teddy bear could have CTE before playing Killing Harmony, nor did I think CTE teddy bear could be a concept you could feel anything but empathy and pity for prior to this. But here we are. Collectively, the Monocubs talk a lot and say very little. Cutting them out of the game entirely would save several hours and improve the momentum in the game at every turn, because their favorite habit is grinding everything to a halt with their inane banter. You can't even revel in their deaths because they always interfere with the executions of characters you actually care about, or at least dislike less than whichever Monocub dies during the execution. And yes, I am saying that while being extremely aware that at least one of the characters in question is fairly unambiguously a complete monster on every level. We'll get there when we get there. Monomi in Goodbye Despair was one thing, and I mean that literally. She was one character, and that's a lot less obtrusive than these 5 jackasses whose contribution to the game is almost exclusively squabbling with one another and wasting everyone's time. And even then, I wouldn't argue with people who didn't think that her inclusion was handled the best because it also wasted a fair bit of time. I have no defense of the Monocubs. They should not exist and are indisputably a failure that V3 rightfully gets roasted for. They are an indefensible writing choice that genuinely only gets worse over time as themes of incest and abuse inexplicably enter their narratives in a way that grinds everything that's happening to a halt for no good reason. On a more positive note, something else I'll admit to up front is that on an entirely subjective level, I think this game has the prettiest presentation in the franchise, specifically in terms of stuff like the UI and soundtrack. The character design itself is a separate topic, but TLDR is that I think Rui Komatsuzaki did a good job in all 3 games and throughout the franchise in general, and I don't think there's any point in pretending that people who don't like V3 dislike it because of that. All 3 mainline games have a unique aesthetic that works for them, and I don't think any of them are bad, but V3's aesthetic is just really cool to me. I like the neon. I mean, my VTuber model's design is meant to invoke that same aesthetic of intense neon lights on a dark background. And I think the jazzy vibes in a lot of the V3 music really put it over the top. This is probably my most uncontroversial subjective opinion about this game because obviously everyone recognizes that this is entirely dependent on personal taste. If someone said they like the UI and OST of 1 or 2 more than V3, I'd consider that an entirely valid opinion. I think V3 is better on that front, but in the same way that I think that the Persona 5 OST and UI are better than Persona 4's. It comes down to personal taste, and while I don't think that that's a slam dunk argument for the game's quality, I do still want to put it on the record since how someone receives a certain style of presentation will obviously skew their opinion one way or another. All of that being said, even when I try to be objective about it, I do still believe that this game gets too much flack. It certainly makes mistakes, and where I think the criticisms are warranted, I will acknowledge and accept them, but a lot of the anger towards this game is misdirected. This video will not be defending V3 on the grounds that it is perfect. It will be defending it on the grounds that the broad vitriol towards it is unjustified, that it is a better game than it is given credit for, and that it deserves more grace than its haters give it. I'm not going to argue that you need to love it, but I am going to argue for it to be seen in the context it exists in and for what it actually is, rather than what it has been built up to be in the minds of Danganronpa fans over the years. And so with that, nearly 20 minutes into the video I think at this point, it's time to move on to the first part of this video. Part 1. Laying the foundation. Like I said earlier, we're going to start out with some basic stuff. Settings, students, minigames, mechanics, etc. General rule of thumb for part 1 is that it'll be focused more on stuff that's introduced either in the demo or the first few in-game days, meaning the prologue and about half the daily life of chapter 1. In instances where we have to go beyond that point, such as Ultimate Labs or a couple of the class trial minigames, I'll do my best to avoid anything specific that could constitute a spoiler. For example, there are a lot of Ultimate Labs that contain specific information that combine to reveal the game's twist, and so those details won't be mentioned in this part. For class trial minigames and mechanics, we'll be using footage from the demo in order to avoid spoiling any actual class trials, since some of them don't actually appear in the main game until chapter 2, which is kinda wild. Anyway, that's enough explaining, let's just get into it. Part 1.1. The Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles. So, each Danganronpa game changes up the setting. In Trigger Happy Havoc, it was Hopespeak Academy. In Goodbye Despair, it was Jabberwock Island, and in Killing Harmony, it's the Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles. It's worth remembering that V3 is meant to be the start of a brand new narrative arc, and since the first arc was named the Hopespeak arc, this one's named the Ultimate Academy arc. This already creates problems for V3, because while the Ultimate Academy itself is a really cool setting, it's also placing it directly in contrast with Hope's Peak. And that's a matchup is just never going to win for fans of the series. Even though Hope's Peak as an in-game setting was lacking in some ways, especially graphically compared to later games given its age and the fact that it was initially released for much weaker hardware, it was also a fundamental part of the narrative. It's not just called the Hope's Peak arc because the first game was set there, but because the entire thing revolves around Hope's Peak Academy itself. Like, the entire narrative revolves around the school. Can't be overstated, so it makes sense to name the arc after it. That's not really the case for the Ultimate Academy. Without diving too deep into it, it's basically just a glorified soundstage for the killing game rather than a location with actual narrative significance. And while you could maybe make the same argument for Jabberwock Island, that location was never presented as the central location of that arc. It was in one game and referenced in some spin-offs and the anime, and it had some significance, but it didn't get overplayed. Naming this the Ultimate Academy arc and framing it very clearly as a new take on Hope's Peak sets it up for failure. And that's really disappointing because it genuinely is a very good setting. The school has a really cool rundown aesthetic with flora infesting the school, which is actually really good contrast to the settings of 1 and 2. And it's overall a pretty compelling location. Using a full campus that's walled in feels like a good way to create a bigger setting than Trigger Happy Havoc while still being able to use the school concept. And while I really like Jabberwock Island, I think it was a smart choice not to try and pull that move twice. Like, these are ultimate students, not ultimate vacationers. The dorms and other facilities are overall pretty great, with one notable exception. The Love Hotel. The Love Hotel unlocks in Chapter 2 as part of the night spot alongside the casino, and while I don't have much to say about the casino, I do have some opinions about the Love Hotel, beginning with the very basic concept of it being fucking Weird Devil Love Hotel for high schoolers. I don't want to spend too long on this, I'll accept this as an L for the game, but I do want to emphasize that it's not wrong if characters are horny or crass or romantically involved with each other even if they are teenagers. Obviously, this is fiction, it's their stories, and it's not like those aren't things 17-year-olds do. This isn't exploring their stories. It's just voyeuristic for the player's perusal, not an earnest expression of the character's romantic, platonic, or sexual feelings, or the feelings of any of the other characters that are brought into there. The protagonist is tasked with being the ideal for the other character in a dreamlike scenario, ranging from Angie explicitly molesting them even when they say to stop, to Rantaro being the big bro tutor who ominously jokes about what's gonna happen next if you go with him. Also, while we're on the subject, it's very weird that the reward for maxing out your friendship points with another character is just their underwear. Please do not reward the kinds of freaks who max out Korekio's relationship with his worn men's bikini. And also, maybe don't give it the item description of the stoic color and sexy form represent the beauty of humanity. Kokichi's underwear calls him a tease for some reason, and Kaido's says, quote, "The universe is always burning in the most important parts," which just doesn't even make sense. The underwear thing is in all the Danganronpa games, so it's kind of a wash. I mostly just wanted to mention it because I think it's funny and weird. But the Love Hotel is unique to this one, and it is a bad thing to include that I, again, have no interest in defending. Just like the other games, you initially start out with very limited access to your setting, and new areas open up after each chapter. In Trigger Happy Havoc, Monokuma is straightforwardly opening up new floors of the school for the players. In Goodbye Despair, Monami is fighting the Island Guardians to open up new islands for the students as they progress. In Killing Harmony, Monokuma and or the Monokubs are seemingly still building the school while they're there, and they give the Ultimates a batch of random items at the start of each chapter that you can use to unlock new areas. I don't inherently hate this idea, but I do dislike how it's executed in all three games most of the time. Whenever a new area is opened up, it feels like a lot of the setup and exploration done on the previous area is just thrown away, which wastes the potential of good locations while also making it feel a little bit too obvious where to expect the next murder to happen. Having the protagonists run around and actually unlock the areas themselves is a nice improvement though, especially since it allows the game to actually tease the specific upcoming areas a bit. In the first two games, you don't really have much of a clue about what's in the locked areas, but in V3 you can see specific receptacles that you'll eventually have to use an item on, which helps to build some intrigue for the player as they try to figure out what might be unlocked in that area, and when they might get access to it. It also helps make it a lot less obvious what direction the progression is going to take in each chapter. Some receptacles are visible from the very beginning, but don't get unlocked until you're several chapters into the game, which I also like. However, the strongest aspect of the Ultimate Academy is, in my opinion at least, the Ultimate Labs. These were a new addition to V3 that I think are unequivocally just a positive feature. Each Ultimate is given a room with all the amenities necessary to hone their specific talents, which makes narrative sense for the Ultimate Academy as well as creating some interesting possibilities for the killing game. The Ultimate Pianist has a room with a grand piano and tons of sheet music. The Ultimate Inventor gets a workshop with a ton of equipment and materials for inventing stuff. Things like that. These were really cool, and it was honestly probably the single thing I missed most from V3 when I was playing the other games, since they give us solid insight into the other students and bring their abilities more to the forefront. In the other games, certain talents don't really naturally come to the surface, and so they often aren't engaged with. There's not really a way to organically express someone's abilities as the ultimate pop sensation or ultimate fanfic creator without something like the Ultimate Labs, and it's neat that we're able to do that. Plus, they do introduce a lot of new opportunities for story stuff to happen, ranging from murders to bringing people together to allowing for dramatic reveals. My only gripes are that not all labs are accessible from the start, and it's done in a way that undermines some characters. And, on that point, nor are they all made equal. Sometimes the labs end up being used as a bit of a heavy-handed MacGuffin to hand new tools to the characters that maybe gives away too much of the game too early, particularly in terms of making it very clear what items are attached to which characters, but that's for later. Historically, every item has been communal except for what's in somebody's room. So, if there's a weapon that was used to kill someone, it's generally assumed everyone had equal access to it and equal reason to be in the places where they might have accessed it. But obviously, if something's taken from someone's specific ultimate lab, there's an implication that either that person took it out of there or they were deliberately being framed. Anyways, that's enough on the academy. Let's move on to the people who are living in it.
So long, farewell!
Part 1.2, the super high school level students. So, just like in every Danganronpa game, we've got 16 super high school level students, or the Ultimates as the English translation refers to them. In the Hope Speak arc, these are 16 students who were scouted by Hope Speak Academy as being the very best in their field to attend the school to receive specialized education to help them reach their fullest potential. In the Ultimate Academy arc, there's no Hope's Peak, so they're instead identified by the government's Ultimate Initiative program and independently funded. They go to their own regular schools and rarely actually encounter one another, but receive special rights and privileges instead. We'll go through them one by one in the order in which I initially encountered them in the actual game, because I didn't decide to use the demo until later on. We'll be using footage from those introductions as well, since the ones in the demo are somewhat skewed by the fact that they're not actually canon, and some non-canon characters like Makoto, Hajime, and Yasuhiro appear as well. First up, we have our protagonist.
Oh, yeah. My name is Kaede Akamatsu. I'm the ultimate pianist. Nice to meet you.
Kaede is understandably the first character we meet, and is also the first female protagonist of a mainline Danganronpa game. She's brash, outgoing, and has been obsessive about playing the piano since she was a kid, often forgetting to eat or sleep in favor of practicing. People would call her piano freak, but that didn't change the fact that she genuinely was very talented, performing for high-profile audiences and winning awards the way that I won participation ribbons in track and field as a child. That is to say, a lot of them. She emerges as an early leader of the group and is initially very good at rallying the other characters to work together. I really like Kaede, and she's a really solid addition to this cast, particularly as a protagonist. It's hard to compare her to Hajime, since that's sort of an apples to oranges comparison, but she's definitely better than Makoto. Low bar that is. Obviously, as the protagonist, she's meant to go through some growth as the story progresses, so a lot of her character can't really be discussed until later on, but something notable is that she does have a lot less growing to do than a protagonist often does. She seems a lot more sure of herself and a lot more capable than the others in this series have at the start, and while it's nice to be in the shoes of someone who seems a bit more competent right out of the gate, it also does leave a lot less room for a satisfying arc over the course of a long-ass game. Next up,
I'm Shuichi Saihara. They call me the ultimate detective, but...
Shuichi has been either blessed or cursed with being Kaede's sidekick as a consequence of starting in the same room as her, depending on how you look at it. He's a shy, timid kid who tends to use his hat to hide his eyes from people. He's a detective in training and is quick to push back if anyone calls him a real detective. He says he got his title basically by accident as a result of solving a case through coincidences and being in the right place at the right time. I know that Shuichi is divisive among some, we'll get into it, but I actually really like his dynamic with Kaede and with the roster as a whole. It's an interesting inversion of the previous two games to have the more competent girl taking the lead while the more reserved boy takes the assistant role. And I think Shuichi plays it well. Again, given his direct relationship to the protagonist, a lot of his character is a spoiler for the rest of the game, but we'll get there when we get there. Next up...
My name is Tsumugi Shirogane. I'm the ultimate cosplayer.
Tsumugi is the most wallpaper-ass character in a Danganronpa game by a considerable mile, and on top of that, she's just broadly unhelpful throughout the game. She's there to round out the numbers, but she never contributes meaningfully. Her talent is this game's take on a fan service talent, more on that in a second. Her design is pretty unremarkable, and I personally just find her generally unlikable. The best I can say is that Tsumugi Shirogane is certainly a character who is in Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony. Before even telling us her name, she does want us to know she's a nerd though, mentioning that her favorite episode of Doraemon is number 53, with security cameras and target practice for some reason. Doraemon is a real thing, and while there isn't an anime episode, 53 or otherwise, that corresponds with this story, Reddit says that chapter 53 of the manga does involve a cursed camera that will make a voodoo doll of anyone you photograph. So like, I guess you could make it stretch to work as a reference, but we'll get there when we get there. It's not important, there's just not much interesting to say about Tsumugi. She's part of an ongoing trope for these games where one ultimate is always some kind of a nod to fan service. Hifumi was the ultimate fanfic creator in Trigger Happy Havoc, Chiaki was the ultimate gamer in Goodbye Despair, and Tsumugi is the ultimate cosplayer here. She's undoubtedly a worse character than Chiaki, particularly given that Chiaki gets a lot of development in the end of Hope's Peak High School, but at least she's not as awful and obnoxious as Hifumi. Whatever, moving on. Next up.
My name is Rantaro Oma. I can't remember my ultimate talent at the moment.
This is an interesting one for a couple of reasons. Each game has an ultimate ... character, with it being Kyoko Kirigiri in Trigger Happy Havoc and Hajime Hinata in Goodbye Despair. And that leaves him with some big shoes to fill. It also, incidentally, feels like it sets him up to be safe for a while. They're clearly communicating that there is a specific aspect of his character that is yet to be revealed. And in the previous games, that doesn't happen until pretty late. It's one of the unique challenges that a series like Danganronpa faces as it ages. Some characters feel like they're inherently being protected by the plot a bit because of their relationship to the tropes from the past. And it can make it a bit easier to be like, okay, well, clearly that person's still got something going on, so they'll probably live until we get to it. Now, when it comes to his design, I love this whole look. Absolutely great. Everything from the hair to the piercings to the clothes to the posture he has both in-game and in his splash art is just great. The voice acting throughout the game is really solid in general, but Rantaro's VA does an especially good job of communicating this like laid-back, chill dude who might be a bit of a fuckboy, but who definitely knows more than he's letting on and isn't interested in telling you about it just yet. Very good character, and when I first played, he was immediately one of my favorites. Next up.
Oh yes! I'm Tango Shabashira! Yeah! The ultimate Aikido master!
Tenko is combining a couple different tropes from previous games, being a man-hater, a martial artist, and a lesbian with a potentially unrequited crush all at once. It's not uncommon for these roles to overlap a bit in the other games, the first being filled by Toko and Mahiru, the second being filled by Sakura and Akane, and the third being filled by Sakura and Mahiru respectively. But doing all three is a lot for just Tenko to do, and I don't think it's always handled super interestingly. I get what they were trying to do, but even right at the beginning you get this whiplash with her when Kaede calls her cute and she gets all like ooh-woo, finger taps, kicks feet, Debbie Ryan hair tucks, no I'm not. But when Kaede asks Shuichi to back her up, she threatens to beat the shit out of him. Now, I don't actually hate the whole man-hater thing for her, I'm not offended by it or anything to be clear, but it is very clumsily done. Degenerate males is just a hard catchphrase to work around, especially when you throw it into every sentence. Mahiru did man-hater more interestingly, Akane did martial artist more interestingly, and Sakura did lesbianism more interestingly. Her design is fine, I don't think it's anything particularly spectacular or anything, but it does get the job done. Actually, if anything, it's probably too understated for Tenko given that she's always pinballing between all the different roles she's been given. Look at characters like Toko or Sakura or even Akane and Mahiru, and Tenko feels like she falls short of how wide the range of designs can be here. Next up.
Prepare to be amazed. Fall to your knees. I am Himiko Yumeno, the ultimate mage. But I'm officially called the ultimate magician.
I won't mince words. Himiko is a soul-sucking drain on this game most of the time. She's lazy and low energy, generally refusing to help or lift a finger for anything unless it's for herself. And even then, she'd prefer to get someone else to do it. Personally, my biggest pet peeve with her is that she talks so slowly. I don't know if you can tell by now, but I'm someone who likes to talk fast because I've got things to see and people to do with my day, and so do you, and I want us to both get out of here quickly, at least relatively speaking. So Himiko's habit of dragging out every single word like she's so bored that she might literally die frustrates me. She also is one of the characters in this game who, frankly, is mostly just along for the ride. Even when she can be helpful, she will invest significant effort and energy into resisting anyone who tries to get her to cooperate, and it just makes her a pretty tedious character to deal with. She also claims that she's actually the ultimate mage since she can do real magic, and this is a bit that gets old fast. Design-wise, it's pretty solid for a magician/witch vibe, although she really does need to keep the hat on because that bob does not do her any favors. Next up.
I am K1B0, the ultimate robot. But please, address me as Kibo.
As you might be able to guess, Kibo is a robot. For a lot of the game, this is really his primary personality trait. That and wanting to be seen as equal to or the same as humans. He's extremely touchy about being a robot and is quick to call out robophobia. which sounds silly and I do think is kind of a bit overdone in terms of how it feels like a bit of a joke about being too PC. Again, very 2017 game, we'll get there in a second. But in his defense, the other characters do treat him like shit for being a robot a shocking amount of the time, so I kinda do get it. However, he just sort of fades to the back a lot of the time. The gimmick of being a robot boy is genuinely a really good one, but they left a lot of his potential unrealized by keeping him so one note. Design-wise though, again, I really don't have any notes. It's a really cool design, it suits him well and does a good job of setting him apart as a robot while still making him clearly very identifiable with all the human characters. Next up,
I'm Kokichiyama, the ultimate supreme leader.
now this is a galactic threat level menace. Allison D. Swag Rentis of Pretty Little Liars fame, shout out Mike's Mike again, I am incapable of saying her name correctly anymore, could learn a thing or two from Kokichi about how to gaslight, gatekeep, and girl boss, because he does it so effortlessly that you truly never know where you stand with him. Or even where he stands at all. Sometimes you get the feeling that he himself doesn't really know either. Aesthetically, very solid design, very goofy hair, but ultimately I think it works really well for him. Personality-wise, he fulfills another standard Danganronpa trope. Namely, that of the fucking menace who actively impedes your progress for his own absurd reasons. You can compare him to Byakuya Togami from Trigger Happy Havoc or Nagito Komaeda from Goodbye Despair, and while Kokichi's a good character for the game in his own right, he falls short of the standard set by the previous characters who filled this role. He's a lot more actively malicious and evil than the other two, and unlike Byakuya or Nagito, Kokichi makes it impossible to discern his motives, which makes his behavior even more frustrating. He's generally a solid character that's just let down a bit by the writing, but it's a role somebody needed to fill, and you can't argue he didn't swing for the fences. Next up,
Maki Harakawa, ultimate child caregiver.
Maki's hard to get a read on. She doesn't want to talk to anyone, she doesn't want to engage with them, and she has a very threatening energy to her. It's hard to really see her as a childcare provider, but hey, maybe she's just better with younger kids. If you've ever worked in a school or like a daycare or anything like that, you've had at least one colleague who was kind of an asshole to adults but worked really well with the kids, so it's not impossible to imagine. I really like her design because I'm a sucker for long-ass pigtails in general, but I think the darker color scheme revolving around the red at the core of her design is really, really cool. There's not much else to say about her though, given that she isn't really telling us much. Next up,
Ryoma Hoshi, the man called the ultimate tennis pro, no longer exists. I'm nothing more than his empty shell.
I'll be upfront, I don't like Ryoma. He just gives Jughead and Riverdale energy to me. He shuts out the rest of the cast pretty early on and consistently wants to see himself as like this lone ranger of the killing game. Or the black sheep of the bunch. Design-wise, Ryoma is this game's signature weird design in the vein of Hifumi and Teruteru, and I will acknowledge he's absolutely the best character of that bunch. I think his design works well for his character, particularly as we learn more about him, and I really like his goofy little hat. However, he's also very emblematic of something this game struggles with in general. A lot of V3 feels really rushed at points, particularly when it comes to getting to know the cast. A lot of them feel like they're rushing to tell, not show you their personalities right out of the gate, and Ryoma often feels like he's being very performative with his "I'm all on my own, I'm worthless" shtick. This is legitimately one of the biggest issues with the Monokubs. The time that would have been spent talking to the other Ultimates to shoot the shit and connect with the characters more in the other games is instead given to these 5 assholes nobody likes or wants to see. Maybe I'd like Ryoma more if he was given more runway. His character is one that seems like it needed to be revealed a bit more as a slow burn in order to work, but given the big personalities like the one we'll talk about next that he's in a cast with, there often isn't really room for him. Next up,
I'm the gorgeous girl genius whose good looks and golden brain will go down in history. I'm the one, the only, the legendary ultimate inventor herself, Miui-Ruma!
I fear that she is, unfortunately, my problematic fave. Miu is a brilliant inventor and is genuinely very smart, but also clearly has a few screws loose. She's explosive towards others and quick to insult and demean anyone who so much as looks at her sideways, but immediately falls to pieces the second someone throws back an ounce of that energy. She's also extremely sexual, with some of the most "oh my god, they let you say that in a game you can buy on the Switch" dialogue of all time. She's probably the biggest personality in the cast, very willing to be loud and assertive, but also frequently very bad at explaining her actual logic or arguing her case, even though she is often right. Her design is also great. I absolutely love it. No notes, I've literally got art in this design. I totally understand why some people don't like her because she is incredibly crude and abrasive, but I do think she's a good addition to this cast. For better or for worse, she plays a big role in pushing things forward. However, one criticism I do have of her is on a more meta level. Namely that she's a perpetual deus ex machina for the cast. Anytime they might need to accomplish something, she's just there to whip up an invention to achieve it, even if it doesn't make sense for her to do so. It's not inherently bad to have an inventor, but who, when, and how she helps is sometimes a little bit more writer clairvoyance than something believably Mew. Next up,
My name is Korekio Shinguchi. I am called the ultimate anthropologist.
I don't really know where to start with Korekio. This man's a freak every day of every week. He speaks in a way that I can only really describe as snake-like and is unapologetically creepy as hell. He has a fascination with the occult and spiritual, but in a way that gives the vibe that he would gladly kill you even without the killing game if he was confident he could bring you back to tell him what the afterlife is like. Aesthetically, we've got to acknowledge that zipper mask, which I think was intentionally meant to give a weird vibe, and also the red armband on his military-style uniform, which I think was unintentional in terms of the connotations it gives, but collectively, it doesn't help. I will, however, acknowledge that he does have one of the best splash arts in the franchise. And as much as he's a freak, I do think he's a solid part of the roster, and I like the way they've interpreted anthropology for him. It's not what I would first think of when I'm thinking of the ultimate anthropologist, but it's a good example of incorporating a talent into a character's personality in a way that gives them some depth. Next up,
I'm Kaito Momota, luminary of the stars. Even crying children adore the ultimate astronaut.
look, I know not everyone likes Kaito. I know he's maybe dumb as a rock most of the time. I know he's loud and a bit obnoxious. But also, that's my bestie right there and I would die for him. Kaito's design is great, no notes, top tier, except maybe shave that beard because it does look a little weird. The hair is fun, the purple color scheme works well, and the jacket is amazing and I want one. He loudly and proudly proclaims himself to be Kaito Momota, luminary of the stars. And as corny as it is, I can't help but find him charming. He gives the vibe that there's a lot more to him under the surface, but he's not hiding it as some defense mechanism. He just has so many exciting stories to tell you about all the cool things he's experienced that he just doesn't have time for the deeper stuff. That doesn't mean he doesn't screw up. He does, both in interpersonal situations and the various killing game situations, but he means well. That's really the most succinct way to describe him. Kaito Momota means well. Next up,
I am Kirumi Tojo, the ultimate maid. Please let me know if you require my service.
she's an icon, she's a legend, and she is the moment. Now come on now. I'm obsessed with Kirumi. Her design is amazing and I love the spiderweb motif on her skirt and chest, and her gloves and hair and everything. It's just so good. She's dressed almost exclusively in a black and white monochromatic outfit, with the sole exception being a very subtle purple tie. As a character, she's also excellent. The Ultimate Maid could have been a very generic role, but again, I really like it when these games decide to explore what it would mean for someone to truly be the literal embodiment of their talent. Kirumi is hyper competent, capable of doing basically any task that's asked of her. That's what makes her such a good maid. Any home she works in will be impeccable, any meal she cooks is perfect, any repairs she does will look good as new. But it's not just maid-related tasks, and her abilities are so notable that she's one of the few Shuichi had actually heard of prior to the game. However, she also displays agency. She's not just a mindless drone. She'll reject tasks if she feels they're unworthy of doing and won't just automatically go do whatever she's been told without thinking about it. She's easily one of my favorite characters across the entire franchise, and she brings some very necessary immovable object energy to a roster full of unstoppable forces. Next up,
Gonta's name is Gonta Gokuhara. Gonta's talent is ultimate entomologist. Gonta want to become gentleman. Becoming true gentleman, Gonta's goal.
best boy, hands down. Anyone who disagrees can catch these hands in the parking lot after we're done. Gonta is the epitome of the gentle giant. He loves and cares for insects with all his heart and considers being a gentleman to be the ultimate goal to aspire to. His design is excellent, reflecting that he was once the child of a very wealthy upper-class family before getting lost in the woods and being raised by wolves for a decade. At least, so he says. He's also this game's standard, really buff character, Sakura and Nekomaru being the ones who came before him. And I think he holds his own with them. He's socially naive and extremely trusting, which is a liability in a killing game, but it's hard to hold it against him because he is literally just a giant sweetheart who wouldn't hurt a fly, and he wants to keep all his new friends safe. I just love Gonta a lot, and if anything bad happens to him, I will not be responsible for my actions. In a roster full of people who would enjoy being abrasive, Gonta brings some necessary heartfelt sincerity to V3. Finally, our last ultimate.
My name is Angie Yonaga. I'm the ultimate artist.
Angie is polarizing, for a lot of reasons. Angie is very religious and frequently talks about her god Atua, at least in the English translation. In the Japanese version, I've been told it's apparently just God, which leaves her religion a bit more ambiguous, but Atua is a specific term for Polynesian gods. Coupled with her design, skin tone, and the art she makes, the implication is that she herself is Polynesian. And this is maybe a questionable portrayal of Polynesian people. She's a religious fanatic, which I actually don't think is a terrible character for Danganronpa to try and tackle, but it is one that has to be done carefully in order to get it right, and I don't think they succeeded. The incorporation of Polynesian stuff also feels very surface level, and she would have probably been a much better character if they'd either fully committed or kept it neutral and vague. It's honestly pretty easy to forget that her actual talent isn't proselytizing, but art. She relies on Atua for guidance for everything, whether it's her artwork, her social interactions, or the killing game. And again, this could be cool if it was done better, but unfortunately it wasn't. And it's a shame because her design is actually pretty cool. Danganronpa doesn't have very many darker skinned characters, and Angie is a solid example of a design that's improved by bringing in a bit more diversity. It's just a shame that she falls short on other fronts. Now, if I'm being real with you, I like this cast, but I also understand why a lot of people don't. Killing Harmony's cast, much like the game as a whole, suffers from a very polarizing roster. There are few characters that people feel neutrally about or can form any consensus around, and this is exacerbated by a failure to utilize the cast to their fullest potential. Most of them are either doing too much or too little, and even if you like some of those characters like I do, it's not the best way to use them to tell a compelling story. YouTuber Kayla Says, when talking about Drag Race's casting, says there's no such thing as a bad cast for that show, only casts that aren't utilized well. I personally hold a similar belief about Danganronpa casts. The best cast, Goodbye Despair, isn't necessarily head and shoulders above the other two games on a character-by-character basis, but it does the best job of using its characters, and the final product is way greater than the sum of its parts. Trigger Happy Havoc is a situation where the final product is mostly equal to the sum of its parts. The characters are used in a way that works, but doesn't really go beyond what you would expect for them aside from a few standouts like Junko. It's still good, just not as good as Goodbye Despair. Killing Harmony has a lot of my favorite characters in the series, but also most of my least favorite characters, and in both cases it doesn't do a great job of managing the cast as a whole, and the end result is less than the sum of its parts. I can defend individual characters in this cast, but the cast as a whole and how they're utilized is a harder case to make. Part 1.3 Minigames and Mechanics. With one exception, all the Danganronpa V3 minigames take place in the class trials, so we'll start with that exception before getting into the class trial ones. The Death Road of Despair first appears in the beginning of Chapter 1 after the characters find a potential escape road. That road is the Death Road of Despair, an intentionally frustrating and unfair side-scrolling platformer with fiddly controls and unfair mechanics. You have 16 lives in the form of the ultimates, and if one of them dies in a trap, you can take control of the next one until you run out of students. You're meant to fail this one, but if you can actually make it through, you'll see a bonus ending where they manage to escape the killing game. You don't see what Kaede sees, but she reacts in shock to whatever society she's re-entering. This minigame is annoying, but it's meant to be. You're meant to lose twice and have it induce despair in the ultimates. But also, the fact that it's intentional doesn't make it any less tedious. Non-stop debates are the main minigame in Danganronpa. After a murder, you'll run around collecting evidence in the form of truth bullets, and once a debate begins in the class trial, various characters will make statements that occasionally have yellow highlighted weak points that you can shoot with a truth bullet to disprove their argument. It's a good mechanic, and given that Danganronpa literally means bullet refutation in Japanese, it's also pretty fundamental to the series. I'm not going to waste time defending it because I don't think there's anyone who'd want to argue against it, but we have to start here so we can bring in some of their mechanics. While you're aiming for a yellow weak point, sometimes the weak points are blue. These are arguments that you can agree with, meaning that instead of firing a truth bullet to disprove the argument, you can fire a truth bullet to consent to their argument. Each Danganronpa game has a unique non-stop debate gimmick. Consent was from Goodbye Despair and makes a return for Killing Harmony, and it's a pretty solid one. It allows for other characters to actually occasionally be correct and useful in class trials and for you to work with them instead of just against them. Now, when I said each game has a non-stop debate gimmick, that also includes Killing Harmony. The big theme of this game is truth versus lies, or reality versus fiction, if you, like the game, wrongly think that that's synonymous with truth and lies. And so that's incorporated into this mechanic, replacing the Absorb gimmick from Trigger Happy Havoc. Absorb allowed you to steal a weak point from another character's argument and use it as a truth bullet, but Perjury allows you to advance the game by transforming one of your truth bullets into a lie bullet. For example, if your truth bullet said something like, Kaede was outside, the lie bullet version of it might be, Kaede was inside. It's an interesting concept that has a lot of potential to explore in terms of how lies can help us reach the truth, but it's poorly executed here for a few reasons. For one, there's an automatic penalty for even attempting to use a lie bullet on anything other than the correct target, including missing a target, which isn't the case when you just regularly fire a truth bullet. It makes sense, you're lying and your health is your reputation, but it disincentivizes its use. Each class trial has one non-stop debate where lying is essential to advance, as well as at least one non-stop debate where lying can trigger an optional back row, which is just often enough that it feels like you should be trying to lie more often, but not often enough that it's rewarded consistently. Lie bullets also just introduce too many things that you're trying to juggle all at once. Absorb meant that every weak point could be turned into a truth bullet for that one debate, and consent means that your truth bullets can be used to prove rather than disprove an argument. But lie bullets double the amount of arguments you can make, and there's no explanation for what it means if you use any given truth bullet as a lie bullet, so it feels like you're flying blind. Now, the game does give you a hint about whether or not lying is on the table, but it is a genuinely really unhelpful one. Whenever a non-stop debate can be solved via lying, either optionally or mandatorily, the background music playing will be V3 argument perjury. This is unhelpful for two reasons. First, the game doesn't tell you this or draw your attention to it, and since class trials don't show you the song that's playing, unlike in Daily Life and Deadly Life, you'd have to be able to identify the song by ear. That brings us to the second problem. There are 6 V3 argument songs: Break, Perjury, Panic, Blade Lock, Turn Up the Heat, and Hope vs. Despair. As you might be able to guess, these 6 songs all sound pretty similar, except for Blade Lock for some reason, and are sometimes, but not always, used for separate debates. Blade Lock is used for Rebuttal Showdown, and Panic is used for Mass Panic Debate, but I believe Break, Perjury, Turn Up the Heat, and Hope vs. Despair can all appear in non-stop debates without a clear indication that they're related to a specific mechanic. You can say that this is a skill issue if you want, but Danganronpa doesn't tell the player this, and doesn't really make the Perjury song distinct enough for a casual player to be able to instinctively identify that something about this debate is different. And it definitely doesn't indicate that you're specifically supposed to start lying when you hear it. In fact, just to prove my point a little bit, let's just have a quick listen to the first 15 or so seconds of those 4 tracks, since that's as much as the player will usually hear before the characters start yapping. And I want you to close your eyes and listen to them to see if you can identify which one of them is perjury just from listening.
The victim was Yasuhiro Hagakure. He was a classmate of mine.
Sounds like the victim got the hero.
The victim was Yasuhiro Hagakure. He was a classmate of mine.
Sounds like the victim got the hero.
The victim was Yasuhiro Hagakure. He was a classmate of mine.
Sounds like the victim got the hero.
The victim was Yasuhiro Hagakure. He was a classmate of mine.
Sounds like the victim got the hero.
I have a lot of gripes about how this game handles the whole truth versus lies thing, and we'll get into it as we go on, but to me the lie bullets feel like a mechanic that belongs in a game more dedicated to them rather than tacked onto a game that already has a lot going on. Speaking of, I mentioned them a little bit earlier, but mass panic debates are a new mechanic for killing harmony. They're basically just non-stop debates where 3 people are talking at once instead of 1, and while I actually do really like this in concept, I don't like how the game is so poorly optimized that it turns into a slideshow during every single mass panic debate on Switch. Next, we've got Psyche Taxi. The name itself is obviously a reference to Crazy Taxi, so I already love it, but the game itself is more of a Miami Vice-styled version of Outrun where you run over cubes to put together a question. Then, the answers to the question will be presented to you in the form of women standing in the road, and if you hit the correct one with your car, she'll give you a smooch and say you did good. Rinse and repeat a few times until you can answer all the questions. This minigame is fun, even if it maybe goes on for a bit too long, but the music is great. This is also the game's version of Goodbye Despair's Logic Dive minigame, where the same core concept is represented by Hajime surfing through the course instead of driving a taxi. At least it's supposed to be surfing, but I think it looks like snowboarding. Doesn't matter. I'm 100% certain that they started with the name and worked their way backwards on this one, and I am entirely on board with it. Mind Mine is the only new minigame added to Killing Harmony that I genuinely dislike. It's frustrating and boring and tedious, but on top of that, it's also a bad way of communicating what's happening. You click on a group of blocks of the same color to delete them, and all adjacent blocks will swap colors in a consistent order. You're trying to clear out blocks to reveal objects that solve the case, but if you're left with a solo block somewhere, you can break it while incurring a time penalty. Like I said, boring and tedious and frustrating, I just wish it didn't exist. Everything beyond this point doesn't actually appear in the demo, so I'll be using footage from its first appearance in-game. For Rebuttal Showdown and Hangman's Gambit, I'll avoid showing bits that expose the killer or victim, but that's not really possible for the Debate Scrum, Argument Armament, or Closing Argument. I'm not going to say anything out loud to spoil them, so if you're avoiding spoilers, basically just don't look at the screen for those bits. The Rebuttal Showdown returns from Goodbye Despair, and like most things from that game not named Teru Teru, it is a welcome return. This is basically just a one-on-one non-stop debate where it's reframed as a sword fight instead of a gunfight, and it's a cool way to put you in a head-to-head with a character instead of just having to listen to the entire room argue while you occasionally interject. Hangman's Gambit is a minigame that appears in every Danganronpa game, and it sucks ass in every single one. Interestingly, it doesn't appear in the demo, presumably because they actually wanted people to buy this game, so this is footage from the first one in the main game with spoiler detail censored as best as possible. Orbs will float across the darkened screen with letters on them that are only visible when you either use a light with limited power or a wave of light occasionally crosses the screen, and you have to select letters to spell out a word. It sucks, I hate it, everyone hates it, but this one is part of all 3 mainline games for some reason, so it's a write-off. We're gonna move on. I love the Debate Scrum. It has easily some of the best music in the entire franchise. It has this elaborate animation whenever it happens. It's very theatrical. It's great. The presentation also does a lot to make it look a lot more elaborate than it actually is. The Debate Scrum happens whenever the characters have a split opinion, and one side will make arguments while you try to identify keywords in those arguments to send people from your side to make counter-arguments. Once you've countered all their arguments, you have to button mash to prove your point for some reason, and then it's over. It's a good example of how you can dress up a pretty simple mechanic to be really fun and engaging, and it's one of the better parts of the class trials. For whatever reason, the Debate Scrum doesn't appear in the demo though, despite being a new mechanic. Now, each Danganronpa game has a rhythm action minigame of some sort to represent your final confrontation with the culprit. Bullet Time Battle in Trigger Happy Havoc, Panic Talk Action in Goodbye Despair, and Argument Armament in Killing Harmony. The first 2 are very similar, with you trying to lock onto arguments, shoot them down, and reload with button taps on the beat. But in V3, this is replaced with a more straightforward rhythm action game, and I personally prefer this a lot. However, that does come with a caveat. At each stage in the Argument Armament, some of your opponent's clothing gets stripped away for some reason until the very end, where they're basically just wearing a few scraps of fabric in a way that feels uncomfortable. We'll leave it at that. Lastly, we've got the Closing Argument. Once you've revealed the truth of the case, you're tasked with laying out the events of the murder in the form of a comic book with a handful of missing panels that you'll fill in. Once you've put everything in place, you'll get a narrated summary of what happened. Again, an iconic part of Danganronpa. So iconic that its rip-offs don't even try to hide when they're stealing it, cough cough inescapable. But V3 does improve it slightly over the other games, at least over the first one. I can't remember if this is happening in the second one as well, by telling you that you got an answer wrong while you're solving it, rather than letting you put something in the wrong spot and then stopping you mid-narration to fix it. Not a huge deal, but the recaps are a lot of fun, and it's nice that they don't have their momentum randomly killed by having to fix a mistake. You know, it's good to not have to start and stop. There's also a handful of things that are kind of minigames, but don't really count. You know, things like spot selection, choose truth bullet, multiple choice, and identify the person that I might as well mention, but aren't really worth more discussion beyond that. Part 1.4, the demo. Now, we'll keep it short because the demo isn't obviously a part of the actual game, but it is actually kind of interesting. The Killing Harmony demo pulls almost entirely from the Trigger Happy Havoc demo's class trial, with the entire V3 roster being joined by Yasuhiro and Makoto from Trigger Happy Havoc as well as Hajime from Goodbye Despair. Trigger Happy Havoc's demo featured Yasuhiro being murdered in Makoto's bathroom, with the 14 surviving Ultimates then taking part in an abridged class trial. In Killing Harmony, Yasuhiro is killed in Kaede's bathroom in the exact same fashion before she even meets him, kicking off a class trial. Interestingly, given that there are 18 surviving Ultimates here, the 16 in the roster, plus Makoto and Hajime, there aren't actually enough podiums for them all, so Rantaro and Kibo offer to sit out so that Makoto and Hajime can participate. As well, Makoto straight up tells Kaede that she's the protagonist now, and to hold on to hope in the face of despair, and that himself and Hajime are there to help. In the class trial, it builds up to a point where all roads lead to Makoto, the ultimate lucky student, being the killer. However, before you can actually throw the book at him, Monokuma cuts off the trial, saying, "That's it, I won't let you go any further, because this is just the demo version." This is mostly how it plays out in the Trigger Happy Havoc demo, where the implied killer is Hifumi, who's actually confirmed to have been the killer in a manga adaptation of that demo. This also gives Hifumi the unique distinction of being the only character to get an official execution in an official piece of Danganronpa media outside of art books that wasn't ever part of any of the games. It's a lot of qualifiers for a fun fact, I apologize. Anyways, in the Killing Harmony demo, it doesn't actually end after Monokuma calls an end to the trial. Instead, we had a conversation where Hajime and Makoto ask Monokuma if their acting was good, and it's also revealed that Yasuhiro wasn't actually dead. Now, I have some thoughts, TM, about the demo, but we can't get into them until after we're done with the game, so just put a pin in that for now. At this point, I think we've maybe spent enough time setting this video up. Plus, everything else I want to talk about will come up during the game at some point, or will come up as part of my critiques afterwards, so there's not much else to do now except start for real. Part 2. Killing Harmony start to finish. Alright, so if you've gotten this far, I'm assuming you're in this for the long haul, so let me explain a bit more about how things will go. Think of this as like the in-game system voice that keeps popping up to provide tutorials and information throughout the game. A lot of stuff was front-loaded, but as we move on, we'll need to provide specific details to make sure we're on the same page. So, like I said earlier, in part 2, we're going to go through the game from start to finish. We won't discuss every detail that happens, because I accidentally did that the first time I wrote the script and ended up with each chapter segment being literally an hour long before I went back and rewrote it several times. But we will go over important aspects of each chapter and highlight things that are either strong points of the game that I think add to its defense, weak points that I think I need to address, or else just points I intend to talk more about later. If you want to follow along in the VODs, each subpart of part 2 will start with the names of the VODs that cover that segment, as well as the time codes, and you can find links to each of them in the description. There's too much that happens in this game to give you a play-by-play without this video just becoming a plot summary. Especially because, if that is what you're looking for, I have literally 64 hours worth of VODs that you can watch to get me my most pedantic moment-to-moment reactions. I don't want to just do a scripted version of those VODs, since that would not only be redundant, but also miserable to make and not really meet the brief of this video. So again, I will reiterate that you can go to those VODs if you want to see me picking it apart at that level. With that out of the way, we're going to start with the prologue and then work our way through chapters 1 through 6 in order. Nothing from a future chapter will be spoiled until we get there, and each chapter will be analyzed as though we don't know what's happening next. We'll highlight key details and talk about what I think the chapter in question does well, as well as how I think the narrative is broadly holding up. This will not be on critical praise though, because as I said, I don't think I need to do that. When we get to weaker chapters, and if you've played it, you know which ones I'm talking about, we will also discuss how and why those chapters are weak. Again, I don't need perjury to succeed here. Warts and all, this is still a game I'm willing to defend, and this is where I'll prove it for real. Once we've gotten to the end of the game, we'll do a brief analysis on the ending and a bit of an intermission, and then we'll move on to part 3, where we'll reevaluate each chapter in the reverse order in the context of the game as a whole. If you think I didn't dunk on a certain plot point in a certain chapter enough based on how the game plays out, that's where you'll want to go and look and see if I actually did talk about it. Again, this video is so aggressively timestamped that I'm probably running out of characters in the description, so feel free to bounce around if you really want to get that end of Hope's Peak high school feeling. So, with that established, time to get into it. The stage is set, pre-production's wrapped up, and now all that's left is for the curtain to lift and the characters to play their roles. Part 2.0. Prologue. Ultimate Revival. Killing Harmony kicks off with Kaede Akamatsu emerging from a locker in a classroom and introducing herself to us directly as the protagonist of this story.
This is me. My name is Kaede Akamatsu. I just remembered who I am. Nice to meet me. I'm the protagonist of this crazy story.
She starts to examine her surroundings, but before she can get her bearings, Shuichi Sayahara falls out of another locker. Shuichi panics, asking if Kaede was with the people who kidnapped him, and at that point, Kaede realizes that she had been kidnapped as well.
I was walking my usual route to school when all of a sudden, someone shoved me into a car. I shouted for help, but no one came to rescue me.
Neither of them know what's going on, both of them are confused, and while they both introduce themselves by name, they do not introduce themselves with their titles, which are Ultimate Pianist and Ultimate Detective respectively. This will be important in a second. Eventually, the two of them decide to leave the room to try and see what else is going on, only to find themselves face to face with this giant mech thing that begins chasing them around the halls.
Hell yeah! Found you!
As they run away from it, they find more mechs blocking off various escape routes, eventually ending up in a gymnasium with 14 other students.
Oh, more people have arrived.
Students have a few moments to talk, at which point one boy, Rentaro Amami, introduces himself, identifies that there are 16 students, and says that he thinks he knows what's going on here. Before I can go any further though, the giant mechs, the Exisals, burst in and start threatening to kill everyone. Although that doesn't last long, because the red Exisal says that they aren't supposed to kill anyone in the Exisals and also are off schedule. And the pink one remarks that they aren't supposed to be in their Exisals for their first appearance. So they emerge from the mechs to reveal... Rentaro, ignoring the Monokub's bullshit, remarks that this confirms his theory about what's happening. But before he can explain, the Monokubs observe that the students are dressed boringly and don't seem to know what's happening. Monosuke suggests that they haven't been given their first memory yet, and asks the students if they have any ultimate talents. The students unanimously say that they don't, and seem confused by the concept. Monosuke tells them that they have forgotten their abilities, and Monotaro says they lost their memories because of something called the Ultimate Hunt, which he also says is part of their backstory. They begin talking amongst themselves about how they need to unseal the students' talents and remember who they are, and by this point, the assembled students are visibly very confused about what's happening to them. Monofeni also makes a joke about Taylor Swift having lots of ex-boyfriends, and at this point, it's worth acknowledging something I kind of mentioned earlier. There were a lot of very contemporary references that aged poorly. Not aged poorly in a Chihiro sense, where some stuff feels a bit insensitive with hindsight, although there is also some of that with Mew, but more just like, you can really tell this game came out in 2017 at some point, and it does feel a bit awkward when it comes to the dialogue. Monosuke says something about how no one wants to watch a bunch of generic high school whiners, so now it's time for a makeover, meaning we get Kaede's magical girl transformation. Then, the Monokubs pull out something called a flashback light, which they say will return their memories to them, and Monokid remarks that, quote, once the seal is broken, we'll be in the domain of the killing game. Before anyone can follow up on the whole killing game thing, Monotaro says, this amazing story will begin for real this time before activating the flashback light. We get a quick cutscene representing the memories flowing back to Kaede, and then it all goes black. So, a few things to acknowledge here. The characters seemingly do not know what an ultimate is, what's happening to them, or who the Monokubs are. That is, with the notable exception of Rentaro Amami, the only other student who's introduced himself so far. He notes the specific number of students, and when Kaido, who hasn't introduced himself, but we know he's Kaido, suggests that there might be more and 16 might not be the final number, Rentaro reiterates that if this is what he suspects it is, he thinks they'll stay at 16. When the Monokubs show up, he straight up says, looks like I was right, this is exactly what I thought it was. Before asking, but who's behind all this? Why the ridiculous theatrics? Going off of Kaede and Shuichi, the other characters seemingly only know two details. Their names and that they were kidnapped. Rentaro seems to know more than the others about the core premise of what's going on, but not the details. Like he'd read a plot summary on Wikipedia instead of watching the movie. However, Rentaro does not mention being an ultimate, or knowing specifically what that is. He seemingly knows what they are, but he's not like, oh yeah, I'm an ultimate so-and-so. He's kind of just like, aware of the concept, and that also feels important. It implies that whatever's happening to them is something that it is possible to know about in advance, but crucially, nobody but him recognizes these iconic parts of the Danganronpa killing game. The number of students, the concept of ultimates, the school setting, and Monokuma by way of the Monokubs. What's more, while he's familiar with these concepts, it seems like they're not concepts he would have predicted applying to him, and that he's not pleased that they do. He's not exactly jumping for joy or anything, the vibe is more like, damn it, I knew it, once he sees the Monokubs. Every game also has a bit of a false start like this in its prologue. In Trigger Happy Havoc, it's a pretty short one following Makoto as he prepares for his first day at Hope's Peak before getting knocked unconscious and waking up in a classroom. And for Goodbye Despair, it's a longer prologue where Hajime is also seemingly showing up to Hope's Peak for his first day before the footage glitches or something. Goodbye Despair is clearly what V3 is pulling more from here, particularly in terms of how Rantaro's recognition of what's happening is extremely similar to Byakuya's in the beginning, which creates some confusing implications. Byakuya was clearly portrayed as a returning player to some degree, and this was meant to tease that he was a returnee. But Rantaro is a brand new character to Danganronpa, so why does he know this stuff? Goodbye Despair also takes the fake out false start a lot further. It's that Usami introduces this as Dangan Island, huge panic at the heart-throbbing school trip, complete with the intro animation for a fun school trip before Monokuma shows up like 90 minutes in to corrupt it and turn it into Danganronpa. In Killing Harmony, this is replaced by the nobody knows what's happening except maybe Rentaro and also the Monokubs waste all of our time portion. And I wouldn't say that that's necessarily an upgrade. Anyways, after this we get the chapter title card again, but with Kaide's new outfit. And then, cut to Kaede back in the locker. The scene initially starts out the exact same as the previous time, with no mention of what we've already seen before being interrupted by the Monokubs. Crucially, Kaede and Shuichi do not remember them, which the Monokubs celebrate, saying it worked. They tell them that they're in the Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles, a school built for them and 14 other Ultimates, gifted students cultivated by the government through the Ultimate Initiative who get special rights. Kaede interjects that she doesn't need this explained to her. She already knows all of this as an Ultimate. The Monokubs tell them to go explore and meet the other Ultimates, and then they dip. Importantly, Kaede and Shuichi no longer remember being kidnapped. Kaede specifically suggests that someone might have been trying to kidnap Ultimates, but she seemingly no longer has the memory of being kidnapped that we saw previously. She does, however, get a new memory of sorts, some sort of weird flashback to her wearing a high-tech helmet that nobody else seems to have had. More on that later. Kaede and Shuichi also mention that it's rare to meet other Ultimates since they're scattered all over the country, and that this was their first time meeting another one. But hey, that means it's time for introductions. Again, they have no memory of meeting these people before, including Rentaro, who had introduced himself to them by name. Once they've met everybody, an announcement plays. It's time to meet in the gym. We head there, and skipping over a bunch of nonsense with the Monokubs, we finally meet our host. Here, the characters are finally properly introduced to the killing game at the core of Danganronpa. The Ultimates obviously insist that they would never kill anyone, Monokuma lets them know there's no way out, basic stuff. There's more nonsense with Monokubs where Monokuma explicitly acknowledged that they dragged out the prologue for too long, and where Monofani says that he, quote, gets all his alternate facts from the most trusted names in fake news. Which is just awkward. Again, we don't have time to acknowledge every weird Monokub thing or we'll be here all day, but this game really does not benefit from all these attempts to be contemporary with its references. And Monofani making this really bizarre connection to Trump is so, just why? Obviously I don't mind political commentary in games. Anyone who's watched my stuff before would know that, but this is just a clumsy reference that makes things weird. Nobody's experience is improved by the implication that Monofani knows who Donald Trump is or wants to compare Monokuma to him, but this sort of thing is just typical for the Monokubs. Ryoma asks for some clarification on the rules. Are they just gonna give him weapons and let him run loose? And no, Monokuma says, this is a refined, sophisticated killing game. Danganronpa V3 throwing some mild shade at the very first killing game between the Hope's Peak Student Council there, but I guess they'll let it slide. We don't just do murder for the sake of murder here, it's a formalized system of murders and class trials to determine who gets to leave. And regrettably, Monokuma lets the Monokubs explain how the trials work.
Alright, so if one of you maggots kills someone, you all gotta take part in a class trial.
The class trial is where the blackened killer faces off against their spotless classmates.
It's where you punk-ass bitches argue over who you fucking think the blackened is. After that, it's voting time! And if the majority of you idiots vote correctly...
Then only the blackened killer will receive punishment. Blech. So cruel. Just imagining all the blood and gore makes me want to puke.
After the blackened is punished, the rest of yous will just keep right on living together.
But if you vote for the wrong person during the class trial, the blackened gets off scot-free and all the spotless students get punished instead.
Hell yeah! Them's the rules of the class trial! Woo-hoo-hoo! Ow!
However, something they leave vague is the punishment that the blackened will receive if they're caught, or if the innocents get it wrong. And so Monokuma explains explicitly that losing in the class trial means an execution. Then he sends them off on their murder journey, telling them to do whatever it takes to win the killing school semester. The students push back a bit, and after Tsumugi says that this must be a lie, Kaede thinks to herself, quote, a lie? More like fiction. like a story on TV. A scenario so removed from reality we can hardly believe it's happening. The students tell Monokuma they won't do it. Monokuma says tough shit, that's what you're here for. When Kaede has an outburst, Tenko tries to calm her down, only for Monokuma to remark that no, that defiant spirit is crucial for the killing game, and that it's especially entertaining to watch a goody two-shoes eventually snap. Kaede ends the prologue with a brief internal monologue. We stood in dumbfounded silence, surrounded by the squealing laughter of Monokuma and his cubs. Everything about the situation was so messed up. An academy surrounded by a giant wall. 16 ultimate students trapped inside. Mysterious stuffed teddy bears and deadly weapons. And new friends, forced to play some killing game. It all felt like something out of a sadistic work of fiction. A sadistic story, no different from reality itself. And against my will, I was now a character in that story. And with that, it cuts to the opening animation. Alright, I know this has been a lot just about the prologue, but there's a lot of establishing stuff that happens here given that it's, a prologue. So I wanted to make sure I didn't hide anything from you guys if I plan to bring it up later, like I said. As far as my defense of V3 goes, there's not a ton more to say given that it's all just set up and no delivery yet, but something I do want to highlight is that this game does actually explain the rules of the killing game to the ultimates up front. This hasn't always been the case. In the very first game, all Monokuma told the students was that killing was the key to escape, but nobody knew about the class trials until after the first murder was committed. It's not a huge thing for our purposes, but it's still a way of handling this that I prefer. It's less fun when the characters don't know what the rules are or the stakes since they can't act accordingly. The main thing to keep in mind here is the stuff about Kaede and Chuichi's initial interaction, as well as everything about Rantaro, because that'll be the stuff that'll come up the most later. Anyways, enough yapping. You've been here for nearly an hour already at this point, I think, and no teenagers have even been murdered yet. We need to pick up the pace, so let's get into it properly. Part 2.1 Chapter 1 My Class Trial, Our Class Trial. The two most important parts of any killing game narrative to get right are the first and final kills, and they're challenging in very different ways because of what they represent for your characters. The first kill needs to explain why someone was willing to start the violence, and that can be harder than it might seem. You don't want to make it someone too obvious, which means that any characters with a talent related to violence or who seem especially eager to play the game are probably off limits. But the less obvious the killer is, the harder you'll have to work to make it land properly, and you don't have a lot of time to make that happen. It's easier to do in later chapters because the norms of both murder and execution have been established. Murder goes from a theoretical option and threat to a very real one after the first chapter, as do the penalties for it, which normalizes both of them for the characters over time. And before we even start, something I will defend about this game to my dying breath, like I said earlier, is this first chapter. Start to finish, it is the most solid first chapter in the franchise. It has the best setup, the best payoff, and the best twists. Part of why I legitimately advocate for people to start with V3 and then play 1 and 2 is that there's no game in the franchise that starts off with a better sales pitch for Danganronpa than V3. And if you don't enjoy this chapter of Danganronpa, I don't think you'd enjoy any of it. Now, the rest of the game is strongly debatable, but we'll get there when we get there. One of the strongest aspects of Chapter 1 is its motive. A typical Danganronpa chapter includes some sort of motive for the murder, either in terms of a carrot or a stick. Monokuma has offered a cash prize to the killer in a previous game, as well as threatened to reveal intimate secrets of the Ultimates if no one kills someone within a certain time frame. The first blood perk is a top-tier motive for the first chapter, and I'll defend that to the end, and it's the foundation that the rest of the chapter is built on top of. As mentioned earlier, one of the hardest parts of any killing game narrative is justifying that first kill. It needs to be something that justifies your characters breaking the seal. Committing murder is, shockingly, something most people wouldn't do just because you told them to. There needs to be a good reason, and the first blood perk is a good carrot.
Wow! For the first murder that occurs, no class trial will be held! Can you believe it? That means the first one to kill someone will get to graduate! No strings attached!
And a day after it's introduced, we also get the stick. If nobody kills someone by nighttime on day 6, which is in about 36 hours, then everyone who is forced to play this game will die, ripped to shreds by a horde of Monokumas. Now we've got a motive with both a reward for taking it, which is staying alive and your guaranteed graduation, as well as a punishment for not taking it, you and all of your friends dying. Something else that's really good about this motive is that it's an externally imposed deadline for an event to happen, which changes the vibe a lot. Typically the question of when is up in the air as much as who and how. Eliminating the when removes some of the mystery, but it more than compensates by way of the implications it has for how. How do characters react to having to meet this deadline? They can't wait for the perfect moment to strike, they have to do something. It creates a pressure cooker environment that does a lot to create a compelling chapter and help explain why that seal finally does break. Now, that being said, externally imposed deadlines do get old fast. Adding in a time limit can be really compelling when done in moderation. See also the funhouse of Goodbye Despair. But the line between keeping your characters on their toes to force them to improvise and removing all agency from the characters in their decision to murder is a fine one. It works best when your characters don't fully have their footing, either due to starvation in Goodbye Despair's case or being new to the game and killing harmonies. But obviously, if you keep doing it, they come to expect it and start operating within that framework. And before we go any further, we also do need to acknowledge the twist of this chapter. Namely, making the protagonist the murderer.
Kaede is the culprit.
Now, like I said, I really like Kaede as a protagonist. She's an interesting character in general, and she's a lot more competent out of the gate as a leader. I also like that this isn't a universally good thing. She has the competency of a leader but hasn't earned trust alongside developing that competency, and it leads to a compelling mismatch when she's being a good leader on a technical level, but not in a way that works in its context. Kaede and Shuichi have a nice relationship that I really like as well. The dynamic between them feels good, but beyond that, it also feels fresh compared to the rest of the franchise. The gender reversal of protagonist and sidekick helps, and it makes it feel more earned than some other friendships throughout the franchise. Making Kaede the first Blackened is also a genius move, and when you play it back a second time, you'll pick up on all those little details that showed it. You were there when she picked up the shot put ball, you were there when she was setting up the book ramp, you were there when she was fiddling with the camera to turn on the flash, and you were there when she launched the shot put ball down the vent. All just barely out of sight, but being clearly alluded to in a way that you instinctively write off as maybe just clunky dialogue, relying on the fact that nobody would have ever thought the protagonist could have been the killer. There are some moments of icebox logic, like when you realize the plan only worked because of the promo video background music drowning out the sound of the ball in the vent, but you can kind of excuse that if you consider that that was deliberate on behalf of the mastermind. They knew that Kaede would be doing this and that the sound would fuck up her plan, so to help her out and kill Rantaro, they added in the music. Which makes some sense. Monokuma is constantly talking about making it entertaining, and he's known to actively collaborate with students if he thinks their plans will improve the entertainment of it all. So even if she didn't know he'd be helping her out, it still makes sense that he would. And we'll get to Rantaro in a second, don't worry. While I do think it's great that they pulled this fake out, it shouldn't go without saying that Danganronpa games love to sacrifice their female characters for the sake of their protagonist's narrative. And Kaede's whole Bend to Christ moment kind of disguises the fact that that is also something that's happening here. There was a way to do this in the reverse direction. Start on Shuichi and replace him with Kaede, or even start on Kibo, who was initially presented as if he might be the protagonist, but they chose not to. This is, to me, a bit of a sign of what's to come. A sign that this game is not actually going to break from its conventions at the core, only attempt to change the presentation of it. However, the development of Kaede's relationship with Shuichi is another improvement over 1 and 2. In 1, the protagonist's relationship to the victim is laid on a bit thick. A one-dimensional character that we barely know but our protagonist hyperfixates on for the rest of time, and the Blackened is someone we kind of lose sight of pretty fast. In 2, the victim is someone we think we know and have a lot of questions about, but the Blackened is someone we're arguably glad to see dead. In V3, the victim is an enigma, and the Blackened is someone whose relationship with the protagonist feels a lot more earned because we have a relationship with the Blackened, having played as her for nearly double-digit hours by this point. It's a good way to start the game because it helps the first trial stick and makes it feel more earned when both Kaede and Rantaro are consistently brought up throughout the game. It's not a trick you can pull more than once, but it wasn't a bad one for V3 to stick the landing on. Now, when it comes to Rantaro, I do have some mixed feelings. On one hand, he was immediately one of my favorites, and everything felt like it was setting him up to be a long-term character. His moment where he asks if anyone else remembers the Ultimate Hunt is a good bit of long-term planting, especially because Kurumi tries to push him to explain himself and he immediately becomes evasive, which feels like it really cements Rantaro as like a Kyoko Kirigiri, Nagito Komaeda type character who's sort of half playing their own game parallel to everyone else. Rantaro is not the kind of character you'd expect to be first out, and it's a great way for this game to communicate one of its key messages to its audience. Team Danganronpa is very deliberately going to be relying on your existing assumptions about how Danganronpa games play out and murder mystery conventions in general in order to pull the rug out from under you, and a character explicitly communicating that they've got more story to tell, even directly invoking comparisons to main characters of other games who live most of or all the way through the story, doesn't mean that they're going to get to tell their story. It's a meta-level shot across the bow to the audience to remind them that what looks like plot armor might be a death flag, and so you can't rely too hard on tropes to guide your deductions. However, as I said, a lot of this stuff is a trick they can only pull once. For one, there aren't really a lot of archetypes in Danganronpa that communicate that you'll live until right near the end, and they've already killed 2 of them in the form of Rantaro and Kaede. The first death is usually a bit of a bait and switch to some degree, with the first death of Trigger Happy Havoc being someone who's set up to be kind of your sidekick, and the first death of Goodbye Despair being a character who has a lot of question marks around their entire existence. But Rantaro just feels different. He wasn't singled out in the same way as those characters, and instead was framed more like, again, a Kyoko or a Nagito rather than a Byakuya or a Sayaka, someone whose narrative was going to build slowly as the story progressed. And frankly, killing Shuichi probably would have been the most traditional route for them to go for a first chapter out, but I am glad that they didn't. Part of the problem with this, though, is that killing off all your characters who have an ongoing arc for the sake of a twist can just leave you with a lot of dead people who have interesting narratives that got abandoned, and a handful of living people who've been neglected by the narrative. But we'll talk more about that later. Something else that's important to acknowledge is how Tsumugi's ability is handled. The ultimate cosplayer could also be described as ultimate imposter, if it just generally means being good at dressing up as people. But again, this game is often hyper-literal with its interpretation of the talents, and I do really like how it explores those implications.
Hi, I'm Kaede Akamatsu. This isn't cosplay of the spiky-headed underling of a certain space emperor. This is cospox, an allergic reaction that happens when I dress up as real people. This is the price for my power, the equivalent exchange for my cosplay.
Okay, I get it. Change out of my clothes already.
Tsumugi's cospox is a relatively important detail given that it's the single thing that makes it possible to trust any eyewitnesses or photographic evidence regarding who was seen where. This is also the game drawing a very clear line between reality and fiction. Tsumugi, as the ultimate cosplayer, is basically just the ultimate imposter, but limited to the realm of fiction. Something that was not the case for the actual ultimate imposter who could impersonate real people. Kaede, obviously, is real, so Tsumugi can't impersonate her. This is good to establish in general, but especially smart to clear up front given that a major plot point of Goodbye Despair was that the ultimate imposter existed and was impersonating another character. And also because photographic evidence is a pretty big part of this chapter here. So they want to make it clear that they're not just doing Goodbye Despair again, and also ensure that you know that this chapter is at least to some degree fair. There's more to say about Cosbox, but not until a fair bit later in this video. Now, something difficult about a game like this is that you can't just allow the player to roam freely and just hope they find every relevant detail within an actual time constraint. It's inherently on rails to a pretty significant degree, so it falls on the writer to make sure that the track they've built leads to every relevant detail so the player doesn't feel like they're flying blind. However, they also have to introduce red herrings to throw the player off. Otherwise, if every single detail is relevant, then it doesn't feel like much of a mystery. Chapter 1 kind of feels like it's holding your hand a bit too much throughout all of this, and the game almost feels like it's just running through a checklist like, shit, the murder's about to happen. Okay, do we tell Kaede about where most people are? Did we establish the time? Did we establish XYZ? Let's tell her really quickly so we can get to the murder. And this type of approach can work, but it's also vulnerable to resulting in one of two outcomes. Either 1, a very boring, clearly telegraphed trial where it's really frustrating because everything's been made clear mostly from the jump and we're not allowed to actually just jump into it. Or 2, a trial where it feels straightforward and then a twist comes so far out of left field that it feels unsatisfying. Foreshadowing is a literary device. There's also an interesting challenge involved in writing a story like this that I might as well bring up here. And it's a parallel we can draw between games like Danganronpa and a typical reality competition show like Survivor or Drag Race. Namely, how to handle the cast dwindling as the story plays out. In Danganronpa you have flexibility because there's no set amount of time that each chapter must run for, which means that the length of chapters tends to shrink as time goes on and more people die to the point that chapter 6 in each game fully cuts out the daily life act. However, this also means that early chapters can leave some characters underdeveloped, and it can be hard to keep track of everything. And the later chapters can end up a bit too short or too straightforward given that there's just less people to muddy the waters. In reality TV they have the opposite problem. A Drag Race episode or Survivor episode has to be the same length every week, and unless they do something like a double episode premiere, that means you have to be able to fill 40 odd minutes regardless of whether there's 16 people in the competition or 4. What makes this such a unique challenge is that not every segment of each episode or chapter is going to be affected in the same way. In Drag Race, the lip sync is always the same length regardless of how many people are still in the contest, but the runways are directly impacted by how many people are still competing. In Survivor, the length of a challenge depends on the challenge more than the number of participants most times, but the length of Tribal Council will be dramatically affected by whether there's 4 people or 8 people present. In Danganronpa, deadly life segments are often fairly consistent, and it doesn't require as much fluff to keep them that way because it's not that hard to come up with relevant evidence. Composite evidence like Maki's account in Chapter 1 can be useful for early chapters, and then in later ones you can just fracture that shit to pace things out more. However, daily life and class trial acts aren't like that. More characters means more people you have to talk to in daily life, and just like with reality TV, you can't show your cards too early. Favoring or neglecting a character risks giving away too much, so you have to find some balance. In the class trial, you have to keep it at the same general length. But that means you also have to pack that same period of time much more densely at the beginning and spread the debate out even more thinly among the larger cast, instead of letting anyone take center stage too much aside from the protagonist. But you don't have to do the same thing for the deadly life. Not everyone is equally relevant, not everyone provides equally valuable evidence, Not everyone needs to be talked to, and even if you're not talking to someone directly, it doesn't mean you're not building a case against them. And sometimes this sort of thing can be handled pretty well. For example, Tsumugi, Shuichi, and Kaede all use different words to describe the person responsible for this case during the deadly life. Tsumugi says Monokuma, Shuichi says the culprit, and Kaede says the mastermind. It's not a distinction that exists for no reason. It gives you a clear understanding of how all three characters perceive the situation and what it says about them as people. Tsumugi seemingly doesn't want to blame her friends and refuses to find facts that might force her to do that. Kaede is focused on her overarching goal of defeating the mastermind, and once you realize that she's the Blackened, that takes on a whole new vibe. Meanwhile, Shuichi is focused on solving the case in front of them before trying to tackle a bigger issue. The contrast between Kaede and Shuichi is especially notable because it highlights how they complement each other when they're able to work together. Kaede might miss the trees for the forest, while Shuichi might miss the forest for the trees. The specificity of language is a recurring theme throughout this game, which does fit with the broader theme of truth and lies. Characters will often speak in a way that feels like an attempt to thread the needle and technically avoid lying even if they're not being fully honest, and we see that a lot in the first 2 chapters. Like most good things about V3, it goes out the window in chapter 3, but again, we'll get there when we get there. Then again, there are also clumsier efforts made, such as the fight between Rantaro and Ryoma. Like I said earlier, Ryoma's character needs a bit more of a slow burn, but they are really pushing him out there that he actually has no reason to live and just wants to die. He says someone should just kill him so they can escape and get help and prevent everyone else from dying, but Rantaro basically is just like, no, that's insane, and also, I've got a plan to end the killing game, but it's a secret, just trust me, don't get in the way. After Ryoma and Rantaro have their argument, we also get to hear commentary from the other spectators, Kurumi, Korekyo, and Angie. Kurumi expresses her doubt in Rantaro. Korekyo suggests that he only said that to talk Ryoma off the ledge, and Angie says that Atua thinks Rantaro's talent is a huge explosion that could end the game. Thanks, Angie. I get why they do this sort of thing, and it's kind of inevitable that a game like this will have some clumsy exposition as it tries to get you familiar with all its characters in a limited amount of time, but it is a lot less subtle than the thing with Shuichi, Kaede, and Tsumugi. So I'll acknowledge that while they can do this really well, they also don't always knock it out of the park. Lastly, let's talk about how the chapter ends. We get the execution of Kaede Akamatsu, the ultimate pianist, to put an end to the first trial. This execution, titled Der Florwalzer, apologies for the pronunciation, is also just a top-tier execution. It is cruel, theatrical, dramatic, and violent to the point of being borderline comedic if you're able to forget that this is a teenage girl being tortured to death in front of her friends. Again, it sets the tone really, really well. The executions are one of the most popular, recognizable aspects of Danganronpa, and people do genuinely enjoy them. I actually did a Danganronpa simulation stream thing a few months back where I put a bunch of VTubers into a random simulator website and then wrote a narrative surrounding them. And one of the things that people were most fixated on when submitting themselves for it was 1, how they'd kill if they were the Blackened, and 2, how they'd be executed. That might say something about the society that we do in fact live in, but we'll put a pin in that for now. The main thing is that it's crucial to get that first execution right to start the game on the right note, including keeping it on theme for the character in question. The first execution of Trigger Happy Havoc also does this really, really well, even if it is literally spoiled in the game's opening cinematic for some goddamn reason. On the flip side, we also get the scene of Shuichi saying goodbye to Kaede in her lab, listening to the song she mentioned to him earlier and promising to fulfill his promise to her. Something about the Danganronpa games that does always kind of annoy me is that the execution should be where the chapter ends. Like, that's the climax, but then there's usually at least 10 or 20 minutes of dialogue afterwards that undercuts the intensity before the chapter actually ends. Often it'd be better to just save that for the start of the next chapter. However, in this one, I kind of think it works, and it's because of our relationship with Kaede as the player. As much as the twist is great, it's still a bit of a sad goodbye to the character we'd expected we get to spend the whole game with, and it's nice that we get to leave her on a fond farewell instead of her brutal last moments. And so, that's how I'm going to end this section of the video. Enjoy some Debussy for a second, take a breather, get some water, and once we've had our moment, we'll move on to chapter 2.
So please, be more confident. I believe in you, so you should definitely believe in yourself.
Yeah, I'll try. I don't know if I can do it, but... No, I'll do it. I have to believe in myself. I won't be afraid anymore. I will face the truth for everyone. I won't give up. For your sake, Kaede. I promise. From the bottom of my heart, I promise you, Kaede.
Yep, that's our promise. I'm leaving everything up to you, Shuichi. Goodbye.
Part 2.2, Chapter 2, A Thin Line Divides Heaven and Hell. Okay, so Chapter 2 is where the seal's been broken and the game is meant to get into its regular swing of things for the middle of the game. Chapters 2, 3, and 4 in the Danganronpa series are typically about setting up the finale of the game, killing off characters that aren't supposed to make it to the end while building the narratives for the finalists. The mastermind's usually not vulnerable during these chapters. Their actions in chapters 1 and 5 are what tend to be pivotal to the climax in chapter 6, whereas chapters 2 through 4 are mostly just the Ultimates playing the killing game relatively straight. They're broadly reacting as Monokuma intended to the motives they're given, they're plotting elaborate murders, they're throwing each other under the bus, etc. It's not to say these can't also be good chapters, just that their purpose is different from chapter 1 or chapters 5 and 6. And that's also not to say that they aren't still trying to defeat the killing game in the narrative. They are, but it's clear in these chapters that while everyone says that's their goal, a lot of the characters now have it in the back of their minds that they are actually playing the killing game. It's no longer a hypothetical, but a reality that they can either acknowledge, delude themselves into denying, or actively engage with. This chapter starts out with Kaido dragging Shuichi to breakfast, and Shuichi revealing that he was hiding a main character, Ahoge, under his hat all along up until now, which is kinda funny. Plus Gonta finding some graffiti out back that says Horse A for some reason. We will get to that later. The night spot and pool are also opened up alongside the second and third floors, plus a secret hallway on the first floor, giving us Himiko's, Kirumi's, Gonta's, Ryoma's, and Maki's ultimate labs. The pool introduces a new rule, no swimming during nighttime. And this is where I want to talk about how this game's lack of subtlety and resistance to multi-chapter build-up wherever possible can get annoying. There's a lot of this stuff that can be excused in Chapter 1 on account of the game having to introduce you to everything relatively quickly, so obviously the stuff you're introduced to will generally be relevant in the same chapter. The Danganronpa games tend to have a bad habit of abandoning almost all their build-up in the areas unveiled in one chapter in favor of trying to start from scratch with new locations and rules as much as possible in the next. The only part of this chapter that really revolves around something that was introduced in the previous chapter is the gym, and even then, it's exclusively used as a vehicle for the stuff from new areas. The magic show from Himiko's lab, the murder location, how the body was moved, and the new regulations are what enable the gym to be used, and the only thing about the gym that's carried on from the previous chapter is that you can't enter it during nighttime. And even then, the specifics of that rule that enable this murder are only introduced in this chapter, so even then, it's still mostly working off of new stuff put in Chapter 2. That being said, that's not to say there's no multi-chapter build-up going on here. The most obvious example is the dynamic between Himiko, Angie, and Tenko. Angie demonstrates her ability to brainwash people, Himiko demonstrates that she's fallen under Angie's spell, and Tenko expresses her sapphic dismay over Himiko's interest in the handsome Atua. The Angie stuff lays the groundwork for everything that happens in Chapter 3, for better or for worse, but I like that it's used as a bit of a bait and switch for this chapter. Angie was manipulating Himiko, and it feels like that's meant to be the big thing at the center of this chapter, but it's just a red herring. Angie and Himiko have nothing to do with the murder itself, aside from providing opportunity for the actual killer, which does feel obvious given the facts of the case that we find, but we'll get to that in a bit. Also, Tenko's behavior towards Himiko is at a 12 in this chapter, and I don't love it. When Himiko gets captured for the insect meet and greet, Tenko asks if she can spit on her face because her saliva heals people. It'd be one thing if Himiko was matching her freak at any point, but the mismatch in energy makes Tenko feel pushy in a way that, again, makes it kind of clear that she's just been tasked with doing too much. Anyways, we also need to talk about flashback lights again. We had one in the prologue, but nobody remembered them when they found one on the second floor. Monokuma tells them how they work, and after a bit of bickering, during which time Kibo says that he wants to use it because of a quiet voice inside him telling him it's the right thing to do, put a pin in that, they use it to remember that they were all being chased by something called the Ultimate Hunt. In the prologue, they were specifically told that this was part of their backstory, but now it's just being presented as a memory. Shuichi also gets a bonus memory wearing the same weird helmet that Kaede remembered back in the prologue, saying, "I don't want to live. I want to die with everyone else," which is cheery. Nobody else seems to remember this though, so we're going to save it for later. The flashback lights are a gimmick that I have a lot of opinions about, and they're kind of an interesting concept, but I don't love the execution. Memory loss is a recurring trope of Danganronpa, but this is the first time the series has leaned into the sort of piecemeal memory recovery, and I don't think it's controversial to say that this could have been done better. Again, put a pin in it for now. We also get a new motive for Chapter 2, or rather a returning one. The motive videos are the second motive of the game, and a returning one from the first chapter of Trigger Happy Havoc. Monokuma saying that they're returning by popular demand feels like a fourth wall break, but we'll ignore that for now. The main thing is that, again, it's taking a familiar concept and introducing a twist. This is a classic motive where the students are given a video of their loved ones and Monokuma implies something bad has happened that they'll have to graduate to figure out. But the Monokub's screwed up by mixing up the Cubs pads, which changes the dynamic a lot. And frankly, it makes it more interesting. In the original, it's basically just a question of who could be set off by their loved ones being in danger. But now, the Ultimates aren't just anxious about who might be motivated to kill based on their motive videos. Instead, they're anxious about who might have seen their own video, who might have their videos, and what some people might do to try and force people to watch them and put the motive into action. Which I do actually like. Having Ryoma voice his opinion that he wants to see it because he needs to have a reason to live is also some really interesting characterization that mostly plays out well as anything with Ryoma goes, and having his perspective alongside Kokichi's transparent efforts to just fuck around to see what happens helps to make the motive feel a bit less black and white. That being said, even though it's a good twist on an old motive, it's also still an old motive. V3's reliance on Trigger Happy Havoc and Goodbye Despair is an ongoing problem with this game, and it's part of why it's so hard for fans of the game to not view it negatively. Goodbye Despair didn't do this with Trigger Happy Havoc. Every motive in 2 is unique to it, and that sort of thing matters. Killing Harmony, in contrast, feels like it's desperately trying to remind you that it's a Danganronpa game by constantly referencing the previous games instead of standing on its own 2 feet. Again, put a pin in it for now, we will get to that later. We also get some very clear signposting in this chapter about what details you need to start paying attention to throughout the build-up to the murder. The magic show is very transparently where shit's about to go wrong. Characters are very clearly starting to establish who they're with and setting up their alibis, and while it's maybe a bit too blunt with it, I don't hate it for Chapter 2. At least, I didn't initially. The problem with this is that the Daily and Deadly Life acts are totally preoccupied with these alibis and operating under the assumption that the crime must have happened at a specific time, under specific conditions that turned out to not be true. And the reveal that the murder happened during nighttime means that most of the details you've been relying on suddenly feel worthless. They're not actually worthless, because it does still allow you to identify the Blackened, but that detail is barely acknowledged compared to the stuff you spent time arguing over that wasn't relevant. We'll get into that more in a second, but before that, I also want to talk about the insect meet and greet. It's a very deliberate effort to communicate to the player that no, they're not going to have the protagonist be the killer again. They give them the kind of composite alibi that they gave to the game room students in Chapter 1, which basically guarantees that none of them could have done it, and also allows for the characters of Gonta, Kibo, and Kokichi to all get some development in the process. Limiting the pool of suspects is a good way of making sure that the case can be at least semi-coherent and straightforward, but on the flip side, it seems like the writers felt that this would be too straightforward, so they added in a ton of fluff to the first half of the class trial, in particular to drag it out. It also feels like a way of acknowledging characters like Kyo and Tsumugi who have otherwise not exactly been the center of attention up till now. The case itself is a broadly good one, although I do have some critiques about Ryoma as the victim that we'll get into more in the retrospective section. But the big issue for me in this trial is that it feels like it manages its time poorly. I'll happily die on the hill that the mystery at the core of Chapter 2 is really, really good. It's smart, it's well executed, it's narratively interesting, and it sets a lot of stuff up. The problem is in how the mystery is examined. You barely talk about how Ryoma died or where it happened in the first half of the class trial, and it isn't addressed for another 30-odd minutes out of the 2-ish hours of the class trial after the intermission. We wasted half an hour on Himiko when there was straightforward evidence that proved her innocence available right from the jump that everyone just ignored. Then it turned out Maki was lying all along and had actually seen Ryoma around midnight, meaning that everything we knew about the alibis and all the setup work that had been done seemingly goes out the window. The only part of that was relevant was that Kurumi had 5 minutes to rig up the murder between when Gonta took Himiko and Angie and when Kokichi arrived, which feels like a really small window of opportunity. And again, once we know that it didn't happen before nighttime, it feels like all bets are off. They weren't, that was when Kurumi set up the murder even if she didn't commit it until later, but it feels frustrating to play through. The silver lining of Himiko being such a frustrating pain in the ass to start is that Maki seemingly doesn't catch as much flack for doing an even worse version of the same thing. The entire first half of the class trial only happens the way it does because Maki doesn't reveal that information, and her justification just doesn't make sense. She initially met with him because he wanted to blackmail her into trading motive videos, because her motive video identifies her true talent, the ultimate assassin. That's the real reason why she didn't say anything, but her justification during the trial was that it made her look suspicious. The reality is that both of those justifications don't make sense. Ryoma wasn't alive to expose the blackmail anymore, and she could have easily moved along the trial without drawing so much attention to her if she'd just admitted she'd seen him during nighttime, especially because she was already suspicious even under the old assumptions. Also, if we're going to drag Maki here, we need to drag Kokichi a bit as well. The longer the game lasts, the more it feels like he just exists as an easy vehicle for the writers to muck up the trial to ensure it lasts long enough. Kokichi clearly wants to feel like he's in control of things, but it feels more manic and more just chaotic for the sake of being chaotic than calculated. Sort of like if Byakuya Togami was suffering from being an overcaffeinated 12-year-old rather than an affluenza-afflicted brat. And I don't know if it's executed well. And again, there's a lot of things you could spend time on that would make it more compelling while also fleshing out the story. Stuff like the ropeway gets basically immediately accepted by everyone right away, when in reality, you'd presumably spend at least a little more time arguing about the specifics and the logistics of it, right? And look, I'm not saying this is easy to get flawlessly right from a writing angle. Some of these details, if explored too early, would risk giving the game away, and I do think that in spite of some flaws, it's still a good trial. However, on the flip side, it's also possible to overcorrect and swing too hard in the opposite direction. By the time it comes time to point the finger at the culprit, Shuichi seemingly knows who it is despite absolutely zero fingers being pointed at them at the time and without any proof being presented in a debate. Kurumi was mostly written off as a suspect until Shuichi pointed the finger, but his proof wouldn't be shown until sometime after you accused her. There's a lot of solid evidence that could have been explored in more detail to build up what happens in the second half, but it just kinda isn't. The first half of the class trial feels frustratingly directionless a lot of the time, like you're deliberately not being allowed to actually start solving the case. Then the second half is so densely packed with information that it feels like stuff's getting lost in the shuffle. What makes it especially frustrating is that this trial actually hinges on another Danganronpa trope. The key to solving the crime of every Chapter 2 mystery is in figuring out how the killer rules-lawyered their way into doing something that's seemingly impossible. And in this case, it's a technicality about what counts as entering the gym. However, in the previous games, the characters were the ones who eventually found the loophole by thinking through the specifics of how Monokuma phrased the rules. In the first one, it was about the specific rules for entering the gendered locker rooms, and the difference between borrowing a tablet versus stealing one. And in the second one, it was about the specific rules regarding how the body discovery announcement works. In this one, it's just kind of thrown out there by accident by Monosuke. The characters didn't earn it, the Monokubs just fucked up yet again and handed the Ultimates a win. And again, it's not like this mystery couldn't have benefited from making the Ultimates actually spend some more time on it. The Ultimates don't even really ask the Monokubs about it directly. Kyo just ponders out loud to himself, "Isn't that against school rules? It would count as entering the gym, would it not?" when they're discussing the possibility. And Monosuke just jumps right in. Using tropes is fine in theory, but again, at this point, a lot of this game seems to basically just be callbacks to how the previous games did things, even if it doesn't work for the narrative and the mysteries they're writing for V3. If you aren't familiar with the other games, which is, my experience when I played it the first time, it feels mostly fine. But once you know how they did it before, it makes a lot of what's done here fall flat. Now, that being said, once you start tightening the screws on Kurumi, this chapter does get a lot better. Angie's manipulative abilities seem like child play compared to how subtly Kurumi can redirect attention and pull focus from herself, even after she's been accused. While Ryoma's character was handled poorly, Kurumi's is explored really well through the class trial. I will say it goes a little bit too understated prior to the accusation, which makes sense for how subtle she is, but also makes it really hard for the audience to pick up on it. There's a line that someone says, I can't remember who it was, about how the Blackened had been subtly redirecting them away from the stuff that could incriminate them. When you go back and replay it, it really feels like that must be a leftover from an earlier version of the class trial where she actually did that a lot more actively. Regardless, she's a good Blackened, and I like the way that you get hints at her true motive throughout the last half hour or so of the class trial. She says things like,
I will refute your accusations with all my might, for everyone's sake.
And
if it is for my sake, then it would be much easier to forfeit. But I cannot allow that, because I must do this for everyone!
And
I have a duty and a responsibility. I must serve everyone and protect them. So I refuse to surrender. They won't forgive me if I do!
Which are all, notably, not denials of being accused of the crime. Everybody starts to clue in on the fact that she's being really weird with this everyone stuff, and Kaido pushes her on it while Kokichi suggests that she might have seen her own motive video. Kurumi then locks in and is like, no, I'm sorry for worrying all of you. Of course everyone refers to all of you. This is all a big misunderstanding. And then she really starts to lay it on thick.
I do not care what becomes of me, but I will not allow any of you to die. Because I made a promise to Kaede. She wished for all of us to escape together. I want to fulfill my duties as the ultimate maid. I wish to serve everyone. So please believe me. You have to!
And it's only at this point, after the argument armament, that Shuichi finally acknowledges the evidence that actually incriminates her. The scrap of fabric found in the pool. Turns out it was from her glove. He could have said that ages earlier, or at least mentioned the scrap of fabric, and he probably should have, because it's the only thing he has that solidly ties her specifically to it. But I think the writers felt like they couldn't drag the class trial out to its full length if the scrap of fabric was acknowledged any sooner. Regardless, after the trial is over and Kurumi's found guilty, we get a few more details. For one, Kurumi actually did have her own motive video from the start, and that was why she did it all, which means that the motive worked kind of as intended and sort of undermines the twist of it, but it's fine, it still works. I won't show you the whole thing, but I'll show you a little bit that's relevant.
One fateful day, she was suddenly summoned by one of her most influential clients, the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister had a request of utmost importance. He requested that she use her talent as the ultimate maid to serve her country. He asked Kirumi to make this country great again and transferred all his authority to her. No one suspected that the Prime Minister's new secretary was secretly running the country. And over time, she became the de facto Prime Minister. Only Kirumi could save the country from impending doom.
Yes, it's weird that we get a MAGA reference for some fucking reason again, but we're ignoring that. I don't love that the reason she picked Ryoma was because he had no will to live, because this is where Ryoma's writing kind of gets muddier. When we saw him last, it seemed like he developed a desire to live, but then it turned out that his motive video actually made him want to die again, and when Kurumi asked to meet with him, she basically just got lucky that he'd managed to go through all this off-screen work in order to make it work. Ryoma was done dirty, but like I said, on the flip side, Kurumi was handled really interestingly. Again, I love when they get hyper-literal with the ultimate talents, and the idea of being able to fulfill any task she was given being taken to the literal extreme is really clever to me. Plus, I love that she doesn't give up even at the end. It's kind of something that makes her unique. Nobody else in the series does what she does here. She starts trying to guilt trip the other ultimates to the point where Gonta asks Monokuma if he can take her place, and she's clearly more valuable. But Kokichi points out that Kurumi was hoping they'd do that. And while she probably knew he wouldn't accept that, she was hoping the other students would riot and give her a chance to escape. All she can do is be bitter that he saw through her and exposed her. She still tries to flee, and that's even incorporated into her execution, which we'll get to in a second. When it comes to the chapter as a whole, I still think it's a really solid one. Yes, there are definitely some weak points, most notably Himiko in the first chunk of the trial, but overall this is a solid case start to finish, and I do really like it. It's not on par with Chapter 1's case, but it's also not really meant to be. The opening chapter should feel like it stands in a league of its own. It's also not a colossal letdown or anything either. That is coming soon enough. At the end of the chapter, Monodama has killed Monosuke and is threatening to come for Monokuma too, stating that it's the age of the Monocubs. Again, colossal letdown of a chapter coming soon, and Monokuma explodes. Everyone else agrees not to watch the motive videos, and Kokichi reveals Maki's true talent as the ultimate assassin, even as Maki has him by the throat and is threatening to kill him. Cliffhanger for Chapter 3. We also learned from Kurumi that there's some sort of crisis going on outside that she needed to save Japan from, but I hope you weren't expecting any sort of follow-up on that anytime soon, because the next chapter wholly ignores it in favor of some other bullshit, and we're not going to pick back up on it until kinda the end of Chapter 4, but realistically not until we're well into Chapter 5. Now, last thing, the execution of Kurumi Tojo, the ultimate maid. This one's titled Strand of Agony, based on an old myth about a man fleeing hell on a spider's thread. And while it's nothing too spectacular on paper, I think it works really well for her character. And so that's what I'll leave you with from Chapter 2. Part 2.3, Chapter 3, Transfer Student from Beyond the Grave. Okay, so this is a bad chapter of Danganronpa. One of the worst in the series, certainly the worst chapter 3 in the series, arguably the worst chapter in the series point blank, and I really don't want to try to defend this one because I don't think I can. Instead, we're going to be focusing on dissecting why it was so bad and what should have been done differently to make it better. But I will recognize up front that it is just a really bad chapter. So let's start with the start. Maki has secretly been the ultimate assassin all along, and her ultimate lab had all of her assassin stuff, hence why she didn't let anyone in. Now, a controversial hot take that I've saved for this point, but introducing any character to a killing game narrative who is a professional killer, or even just an experienced one, is kind of a lose-lose situation and should not be done unless there's a plan for explaining how and why this doesn't tip the balance of the killing game in their favor. Danganronpa's had a handful of killers before. Genocide Jack, Peko Pekeyama, and Fuyuhiko Kuzuryu had all killed prior to their games, but their games wrote around them. Jack shares a body with Toko, and her obsession with Byakuya, flawed as it was, mostly reined her in. Peko was Fuyuhiko's enforcer, so she only killed on his orders or to protect him, and they use this as a way to explore deeper themes of autonomy and agency, which is really well done and really cool. Fuyuhiko had also killed before, but he's Yakuza, not some crazed killer who's just doing it for fun. Maki is just an outright assassin, and it immediately makes her functionally untouchable as both victim and blackened because she's too obvious a killer to ever do it and also too dangerous for anyone to actually try and kill her. And you might think that this is an expectation that you could actually subvert. The killer is never actually the killer, so why not make her the killer? Or even the victim. The problem, though, is when you try and do this, it still never feels like a subversion. The subversion is that the killer is never touched by death, and if they are, it can't be them just ruthlessly murdering people. This was a problem of Process of Elimination, skip ahead like 10 seconds if you don't want any spoilers for that, where it constantly toys around with an outright murderer trying to fuck with them, but never actually doing the deed. And then he does, and it's just like, oh. Okay. Zero Escape Zero Time Dilemma also does this, except it's a late game reveal that one of the characters is a serial killer who's been secretly running around murdering the other characters while they're asleep, and it ends up feeling cheap. The goal of a killing game is to survive, either by being forced to kill or by successfully outplaying the killers. And it's not satisfying when the killer isn't just some random person, but instead is someone who wants to kill and is able to do so. It's why Katniss isn't a career, and it's why nobody wants to watch a Hunger Games spin-off that a career wins. Maki's not a crazed killer, but she is still a killer and is willing to do it, which puts her in a position where she kinda has to be untouchable because doing anything else would feel kinda anticlimactic. They mostly make it work for Maki throughout the game, but I wish she had actually just been the ultimate child caregiver, and they took this to a hyper-literal extent like they did with Kurumi, where they presented it as something like, she protects high-profile children of powerful families, meaning that she doesn't just have to change diapers, but also fight off potential kidnappers or terrorists or whatever, because she's basically a bodyguard. Because I honestly think that the main reason why Maki is the ultimate assassin is because it justifies introducing a ton of weapons and red herrings into the mix via her ultimate lab. But like, just pull a Kurumi on her. It would have been more interesting, especially because her becoming an assassin is explained as something she did to protect other children in her orphanage. You could just say that she was the ultimate child caregiver who was forced to become an assassin. People can have multiple talents. Ryoma just was the ultimate prisoner and ultimate tennis pro. Let Maki be the ultimate child caregiver, but also secretly the ultimate assassin. Or, again, just leave it as the ultimate child caregiver. Whatever. On the flip side, they also reveal that another character has been a killer all along here. Korekyo. And we're gonna get to that crusty fucking felon in a bit, don't worry about that. Anyways, the other new stuff for this chapter is the 4th floor, featuring labs for Angie and Korekyo, plus a bunch of weird, conspicuous, identical rooms and some sort of weird warehouse, and there's a spooky vibe and spooky music, and ooh, something scary might happen. Also, Tenko gets her lab, but who cares, nobody clapped. This entire chapter is Team Danganronpa or Spike Chunsoft or whoever openly admitting that they can't let go of the earlier games. The double kill in Trigger Happy Havoc was a twist, you didn't see it coming, and in Goodbye Despair, it was one of the few major callbacks to Trigger Happy Havoc. And incidentally, it was easily one of the weakest points in that otherwise very strong game, in part because it felt shoehorned in. Killing Harmony's double kill somehow feels even more forced and unsatisfying, and while it's not the only thing wrong with this chapter, it's what takes it from a weak chapter to a chapter that's so bad that it actively fucks up the rest of the game for a lot of people. On top of that, the golden katana that was prominent in the first chapter of Trigger Happy Havoc is prominently featured in Korekyo's lab. And not only that, but it's eventually used in the murder. And a big piece of evidence is these same fucking gold flakes from it from the first game. We also get some very unsubtle foreshadowing in Kyo's lab about this caged child ritual, and I think this chapter is meant to evoke this feeling of mystical, otherworldly forces being at play, particularly with the vibes of the 4th floor and the motive and all Kyo's shit going on, but then it feels like they didn't really want to fully commit. Speaking of the motive, this chapter's motive is the Necronomicon, featuring a resurrection ritual that can be performed to bring one student back from the dead. Rentaro, Kaede, Kurumi, or Ryoma. Now this is an interesting motive. It's wholly unique to this game, and it plays off of two opposing approaches to spiritualism, with Korekiyo and Angie, as well as playing into this theme of the supernatural that Chapter 3 toys with. The flashback light for this chapter also shows them their own funerals, which, sure, I guess. It adds to the theme of life and death, though, and this idea of, are we really alive? What's happening? Did we die and come back? Was that all fake? Who knows? It also goes beyond, obviously, the chapter's theme of life and death into this theme of, truth and lies that the game is focusing on. Is it truly what's happened? What are these memories? Can we trust them? I honestly wish they'd managed to pull off the resurrection ritual and saved Rantaro, both because I enjoy him, but also because it could have been an amazing opportunity to create real tension and stakes in this chapter, and because it would have been a genuinely excellent opportunity to add some new dimensions to the game's twist that I'll get to when we do the retrospective for this chapter. Part of me wants to say that the reason why they didn't do it is because it would have felt like jumping the shark, but it's not only a Danganronpa game, but it's Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony. The only people more committed to jumping the shark at every possible opportunity are Marvel rival players when Jeff the Landshark enters line of sight. Unfortunately, the twists in the general theme of this chapter kind of get drowned out by the student council plotline, and god do I hate this plotline. More time should have been spent building up the spooky supernatural themes of the chapter, but in actuality we end up with this weird theocratic nanny state thing going on with Angie and the others.
This is the Ultimate Academy Student Council, with Angie Yonaga as our president.
Ultimate Academy Student Council?
We've all banded together under the leadership of President Angie.
Our platform is the wholesale eradication of the killing game.
Yeah. Our student council promises a killing game-free Ultimate Academy.
Again, I don't mind the idea of exploring this sort of fundamentalist thing, and I don't take issue with the idea of exploring Angie's ability to brainwash and manipulate the others through it. But I do take issue with how it's turned into this boring bureaucratic nonsense that doesn't really explore what it actually means for someone to turn on the fundamentalist religious charisma that Angie clearly has. It even kind of undermines the build-up done in Chapter 2 with Angie and Himiko, because instead of seeing Angie pull that with everyone else, we only get a little bit of it with a couple of characters, and it's mostly just assumed that that must have happened off screen. And then it's all bureaucracy. Playing it back, it legitimately reminded me of the inescapable plotline in the Greed route, and that's not something I would want to be reminded of in a better game. Now, when it comes to the murder itself, we're looking at a combination of wasted potential and poor setup. Kiyo's lab should have been introduced in Chapter 1, and he should have been talking about doing seances with the victims in each chapter, because otherwise this just turns it into the Magic Show 2.0, where it's obviously going to be the centerpiece of the killing. The problem is that, as written, it's impossible for Korekiyo to not be the only suspect. When I first played, the only reason I didn't suspect him is that it felt so stupidly obvious that there was no way they would do that. Kiyo is the only one who knows how the ritual works. He and Angie are the only ones who spent significant time on that floor, and he was the only one who not only suggested doing the ritual, but specifically choreographed it all, right down to who would be present and what they would do. He's the only one who could have killed Tenko, and it feels frustrating that that's not immediately honed in on. What makes this worse is that there's been a rule change to the double kill. In previous games, the rule has been that there's a maximum of 2 victims per class trial, and the Blackened is either the one who killed them both, or the one who masterminded the whole thing. Being an accomplice doesn't get you out. The double kill is a Chapter 3 trope, and while I wouldn't say that any of them are super strong, I do think it's one of the unique instances of this franchise where something gets worse with each subsequent installment. Trigger Happy Havoc's is messy, but overall fine, and it culminates in some really good character moments for the Blackened, who is one of my personal favorite characters. While Goodbye Despairs feels like a messy and frustrating attempt to replicate what happened in the first game while also trying to write out a bunch of characters that they didn't really have a plan for. However, Killing Harmonies is the worst of the bunch. The rule has changed to allow for as many kills as you want, but only the first killer is the Blackened, even if they also died. And yet, unlike the previous games, the rule really doesn't matter at all because it isn't revealed until after the killings. Nobody knew about this rule when Angie and Tenko had died, meaning whoever killed Tenko assumed that they would be the Blackened, and who would kill Tenko during that period unless they were already the Blackened? And since Korekiyo is the only one who could have plausibly killed Tenko, then he must have also killed Angie. If the rule was known about in advance, it wouldn't be such a big deal that Korekiyo was Tenko's killer. That could have been the entirety of the first half of the class trial, culminating in him admitting it and having his little breakdown, but then everyone still has to figure out who killed Angie. And frankly, someone else should have killed Angie. I'll talk about this more in the retrospective, but this chapter would have been dramatically better if Tenko had killed Angie and then Korekiyo had killed Tenko, leaving the chapter without a Blackened to execute along the lines of Trigger Happy Havoc Chapter 4. Hell, if you really want to, you could have Kiyo be non-fatally punished in some sort of ritual that also brings back Tenko's spirit, only for it to get salted and permanently extinguished like what happens in Korekiyo's execution. Part of the problem is that Monokuma doesn't run things for the first part of the chapter. The Monokubs take over and do a piss-poor job, and then he eventually returns to try and fix it. Again, the Monokubs ruin everything, and I hate them, as does pretty much everyone else, but this is just poor writing. The Monokubs aren't real autonomous creatures. They're fictional characters that were written poorly, and better writing wouldn't have allowed them to take the helm like this or even exist in the first place. It feels like a cop-out to explain why this chapter is so messy, and that kinda just sucks. And that really can't go understated. The chapter is really, really messy, and it's poorly handled. The daily life is drowning in this infuriating student council plot that not only feels tedious, but also doesn't last long enough to really go anywhere. The deadly life is hampered by frustrations about how much it feels like this game is relying on its tropes, and the class trial is undermined by the fact that it shouldn't take 2 hours to point out that the creepy dude who literally planned and executed the ritual where Tenko died, and was the only other person to have spent a significant amount of time on the 4th floor where there's no other points of interest aside from Angie's and Korekyo's ultimate labs, was the killer. And then we also get this absolutely unhinged, deranged reveal that Korekyo not only seemingly has a split personality with his dead sister and physically manifested by wearing lipstick under his mask, but that they had an incestuous relationship and that he was a prolific serial killer who had killed nearly 100 girls to send to his dead sister in the afterlife as friends. I don't really know why that's part of any of this. Like, what does that have to do with anything? It's such a bizarre addition that plays no role in any of what's happened. Even his motive for killing Angie and Tenko doesn't really need this add-on. He uses it to justify why he killed Tenko, and like, okay, but also, you were really ready to murder Angie. Like, that wasn't necessary, and it doesn't fit into the supposed motivation because Kyo doesn't see Angie as a viable friend for his sister to begin with, I don't think. Refocusing on this incest shit makes the Angie murder feel even weaker and just reinforces that this was clearly not written originally as a double kill. If it was a solo kill on Tenko, it would have still been weird, but at least it would have maintained internal consistency for Kyo. Adding in Angie makes the double kill aspect feel like a forced attempt to stick to the past games that can't even be justified by all the other excuses made at the end to explain all the other callbacks. And if Kyo's going to kill her, the unhinged incest motive needs to be dropped because it doesn't make any sense. Or it could just be dropped because it's not good. It's like if Genocide Jack had made it clear that she was fujoing out and killing cute boys who turned her on, but then randomly killed Aoi or Celestia or Hifumi or something. If you're going to give someone a motive to kill, then that motive should be what motivates them to kill. Kyo clearly just wanted to kill, so adding in the incest shit just makes it all deeply weird. It makes a bad chapter feel worse. And to be clear again, I don't think it's bad when media incorporates taboo themes. And even if you do, Danganronpa is a story about formalized child murder tournaments and the public executions of those children. The first game features one teenager committing suicide and another faking a sexual assault accusation to get one character to kill another. Then they kill the person that they tricked. The problem isn't that it's problematic or whatever when it comes to Kyo. The problem is that it's just shallow shock value that only serves to make this chapter feel even dumber. Taboo themes can be explored in compelling ways, and it's a good thing that media like mouthwashing can exist to explore them. But exploiting those themes for shock value, like with Korekyo, or even just fan service like the high schooler love hotel, is always going to cheapen the narrative. Anyways, I don't have to spend longer in this chapter than I already have. The execution of Korekyo Shinguji is titled Cultural Melting Pot, and while I'll definitely give them points for a solid pun name, the execution itself is just kinda fine. It does confirm the existence of an afterlife to some capacity, given that we literally see Korekyo's spirit ascend and then get salted out of existence, but honestly, I don't really care to think about that right now. The execution also sees Monodem die by walking into the fires under Korekyo's titular melting pot, leaving us with only 2 Monokubs. The post-execution details show Himiko having a whole emotional breakdown and beginning to get some character growth, finally, as well as the reveal that Kaido is secretly very sick. He's coughing up blood and hiding it from the others. Spoiler, but Himiko's growth isn't going to go anywhere particularly interesting, and I hate this whole Kaido sickness thing, but whatever. I've already hurt my brain enough thinking about the transfer student from beyond the grave, so let's just move on and be grateful that Kyo is fucking dead. Part 2.4 Chapter 4 Live and Let the Languid World Live. So like, look, Chapter 4 isn't as bad as Chapter 3. I think we can all agree on that. It's a low bar, but hey, at least we're clearing it. That being said, it's a weirdly short chapter, and it's not like they didn't have enough content that they could have fleshed out to justify making it longer. The important things feel like they get brushed over way too fast without time to really build them up, and a bunch of characters suddenly act very out of character in order to justify what happens. My guess is that they started with the idea for the murder and tried to work backwards from it in the most straightforward way possible, but didn't really know how to actually build up to what happened, and didn't know how to lay the groundwork in terms of character development for it. They wanted to use the Neo World program for a kill, and again, it really feels like this game is aggressively reliant on the first two in a way that doesn't make sense when you know where this game is going. I would explain the build up to the Neo World program stuff, but honestly there isn't really very much of it. We get some more items to unlock Kibo's lab beside Mew's lab and the 5th floor with Tsumugi's and Shuichi's lab. Now, this is the only chapter so far where neither the Blackened nor the victim had their lab opened in the chapter where they died, so claps for that, but the poison in Shuichi's lab was still used as a red herring in the murder. Also, even though their labs weren't open in this chapter, they were still already opened. We've only had one person killed whose lab was not already open, and that was Rentaro. Speaking of, Rentaro's lab is also on this floor. We finally find it, but we're told we can't open it because he died before it got unlocked. Something else worth mentioning is that when you investigate Shuichi's lab, you find a stack of 52 binders that seemingly detail past killing games. Weird. Much like the characters, we are going to inexplicably pay very little attention to this detail, but unlike them, we're going to come back to it later in more detail. Now, I want to establish that, like with Chapter 2, I think the core conceit of this chapter is relatively strong. Not as strong as Chapter 2, but still alright. And remember, I played this game first, so to me the Neo World program just felt like a cool new addition to the game. On replay, however, it feels so shoehorned in that it's just going to induce eye rolls. Especially because I'm imagining that by this point, someone who played through the games in order would probably be frustrated by how this game's canon makes no sense. Like, okay, it's a separate timeline, but Monokuma is still here. Fine, whatever, you'll have to pull some contrivances to make a separate Danganronpa timeline while still keeping it recognizable. No one's gonna fault that sort of thing too hard. But then you have the motive videos, and the double kill, and the golden katana, and the Neo World program, and it's like, okay, so what are we even doing here? Because even within the canon of the Hope's Peak arc, the killing school trip of Goodbye Despair isn't something the public is aware of, so it's weird to include references to it like this. The golden katana is egregious because it's a detail that doesn't make sense to include unless you are really trying to nod to Danganronpa fans, but even then it doesn't really make sense, and put a pin in it because in like 2 hours I'm gonna have a lot to say about it. Where this chapter struggles is that there's basically zero narrative buildup, like I said. We nearly immediately get Mew working on the Neo World program, and because of how both the previous chapters played out, we can already safely assume that the Neo World program is going to be what enables the murder. Mew is basically on autopilot throughout the entire chapter, immediately setting up the simulation and rushing everyone into checking it out and acting incredibly suspicious along the way. And this is where I take the biggest issue with Chapter 4. Namely, how Mew's behavior makes literally no sense unless it's just pure writer clairvoyance. Like, okay, let's assume that Mew's plan did work. Kokichi somehow never figured out that her scheme was going to be to kill him even when she very clearly telegraphed it, and so he went to meet her on the roof without Gonta and then she strangled him. She used the phone to teleport Kaido out, left herself, staged Kokichi with the poison or whatever, wiped the logs, and then returned to the simulation and pretended to be shocked when she found Kokichi's body. Now, in what fucking world is that a scheme that she thinks works? Everyone watched her whisper to Kokichi in the church. Everyone saw her very obviously kick down the bridge in the middle of the map, and if the Monokubs held the ultimates in the same way they did when her plan failed, then like, she'd just be fucked. The poison is the wrong kind to cause those kinds of symptoms, and if anyone found out she had a cell phone or found the toilet paper, then she'd be the only possible culprit. Leaving the toilet paper also wouldn't make any sense because she'd know it could be used as a weapon. And yet for some reason she includes a hammer that would be immediately recognizable as a weapon if anyone found out it existed. Nobody else knows how to do any of that stuff and didn't have the opportunity to even if they wanted to, so it's like an even worse version of what happened in Chapter 3. And frankly, it just doesn't make any sense for her character. Her motive to kill is just that, like, she decided it was time. But unlike with Kyo, who'd been planning to kill for ages and was just waiting for the opportunity, she just suddenly decides that this new technology she just encountered is the way to do it. Monokuma didn't really introduce a motive or anything this time that caused her to do it, she just kinda does because she thinks she can. But she also clearly hasn't built up the nerve to do it, nor did she have any sort of contingency plan. She should have been able to figure out that Gonta was with him and act accordingly. But instead, she somehow did all this setup work without seeming to think about a goddamn thing. And on top of that, we have the memory and consciousness cords, which, again, is something that only makes sense if you're using writer's clairvoyance. You know you want Gonta to be the killer because, say it with me now, it's a subversion of expectations. He's such a gentle giant, he could never be the killer. Unless... So you add in those cords that make no sense on any level. This isn't how people used the Neo World program before, so it's presumably something Mew added, or at least something Mew could have avoided. An engineer would know to avoid redundancies that introduce a failure point, and she has nothing to gain in her plot to do this. Like, she doesn't trick Gonta into doing this. She doesn't expect him to. She's not relying on him as any part of this. There's no reason for the headsets to not just have the wires connected to them by default instead of having to plug them into unlabeled ports, unless you, the writer, want to justify why Gonta not only was willing to murder Miu on Kokichi's orders, but also why he was able to hide the fact during the class trial. And at this point, it's also just not a subversion of expectations. Kaede and Rantaro? Solid subversion. Kirimi and Ryoma? A bit contrived for Ryoma, but solid for Kirimi. Kyo, Tenko, and Angie? I mean, subverts your expectations that surely the most obviously guilty person isn't actually the Blackened and isn't actually murdering Tenko right in front of you in a way that only he would be capable of doing, I guess. But Miu and Gonta? Well, Miu is obviously set up to be the killer, but then whoa, she's actually the victim. Crazy. Definitely subverting expectations there, even though the only way the chapter even remotely works is because the writers know she's going to fail. Gonta being the killer? Crazy subversion. So crazy that it wasn't communicated at all. I think it's subverting your expectations of how these characters would behave, but there is a fine line between subversion and a lack of narrative coherence. The only other chapter in the entire franchise where a bunch of characters have all their development just thrown out the window in service of the plot like this is Chapter 3 of Goodbye Despair. And in order to justify it, they created a disease that literally just manifests as everyone behaving in unhinged, out-of-character ways. And crucially, that also sucked. Whatever. I want to talk about the Neo World program because if we look at it in isolation, it's a neat idea and the presentation is mostly solid. The avatars are very cute, the music is great, the UI changes are fun, and I like that when you get flashbacks to your time in the simulation, it reverts the UI stuff to indicate what happened in the simulation versus what's being said in the present. Again, if you play V3 first, this will be a significantly more enjoyable chapter for you than if you've played Goodbye Despair before. But obviously, this game is written for people who have played it before, which makes it all the more baffling. What's more, if we compare Killing Harmony's Chapter 4 to Goodbye Despair's, the latter beats the former 10 times out of 10. The Funhouse is an iconic setup that works really well to explain how and why you got the killer and victim you got. And unlike with Killing Harmony's simulation, you spend a ton of time in Goodbye Despair's Chapter 4 building it up and exploring the setting. Literally so much time that your characters are all starving to death, which eventually leads to an unlikely Blackened committing a murder because it frees everyone and saves them from starvation at the cost of their own life. Great, it's really good. Infinitely better setup and payoff than whatever the fuck this is. We also finally start to get some follow-up on the stuff introduced at the end of Chapter 2 with Kurumi talking about a crisis facing Japan. The flashback light for this chapter reveals the existence of a meteor shower threatening humanity as well as something called the Gopher Project. More on that later though, because we have to rush our way to the Neo World program even though this chapter had plenty of room to relax and take its time. We also get a moment of Kokichi scheming with Monokuma, which fine, but also feels kind of unnecessary. It feels like it's meant to make us think they're working together, but this doesn't really make a great deal of sense given what happens in Chapter 5. And if it's meant to be built up to him being the mastermind, then it feels like it's so on the nose that we can't possibly think that it's true. But I'll be kind of honest here, I'm sort of struggling to even think about what to say regarding Chapter 4. It's such an inconsequential feeling chapter, like it was dropped in a non-canon crossover story or something. It's the worst offender for the abandon all the previous build-up in favor of whatever's new in this chapter problem, with the entire thing revolving around the Neo World program, and then all of that being wholesale forgotten about as soon as it's over. Nothing about the virtual world really mattered, except as a way for Kodaka to once again ask if you remember Goodbye Despair, a game you almost certainly are wishing you were playing instead of this one at this point if you've played it before, without any thought put into the ramifications of it by either the characters or seemingly Kodaka himself. Everyone just moves on from this like it was a beach episode, and as I've said before, Danganronpa games don't have enough chapters to waste one like this. The core concept is fine in theory, but there should have been more build-up. Have them going into the simulation a few times on a few different days and finding things and exploring it. Have the Neo World program be established in Chapter 3 or even Chapter 2, and write Miu so that it actually makes sense when she does this. You've spent 4 chapters writing this character only to erase her and replace her with a glorified Roomba with a knife taped to it that has no thoughts, only wandering mindlessly forward with a passive intentionality of killing but no consideration towards the idea of getting away with it. The class trial itself is also just fine. It happened. Just like everything else with Chapter 4, it is a thing that happened in Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony. But if it wasn't for the infuriating shit like the character assassinations of both Gonta and Miu, as well as the blatant grab at fan service that only makes sense on a meta level with the Neo World program and doesn't even really make good sense there, I think people would genuinely struggle to remember anything that happened in this chapter. I've replayed it twice now in the last couple of months, and I still misremember what happened because my brain keeps trying to construct something more. To me, this chapter feels like Kodaka had 3 goals he was trying to just speedrun his way through because he felt like he had a really cool idea for Chapter 5 and was impatiently trying to get there as fast as possible. First, kill Miu. Second, kill Gonta. And third, give Kokichi the illusion of being the mastermind. The reveal that Gonta's digital avatar was the killer is also kind of frustrating because in the logic of the universe of Danganronpa, the avatar is often treated as functionally a separate person, and so it should be the one executed here. Real Gonta didn't kill Miu, so he shouldn't be executed for this. But whatever, it's sadder this way, and Kodaka needs Gonta out of the way so he can fulfill yet another Danganronpa trope of the buff character dying in Chapter 4. So we get the execution of Gonta Gokuhara, Wild West Insecticide. In spite of my issues with this chapter in general, it would honestly be a lot more tolerable if it wasn't for what happens here with the Monokubs. See, at this point we're down to just 2. Monokid died first, then Monosuke, then Monodam. So now we just have Monofani and Monotaro. And Monotaro has seemingly impregnated Monofani. Which, again, side note, there's just kind of a lot of weird incest shit in this franchise in general, and I don't really know where to talk about it. It's not a flaw of just this game, but it is really weird. Like, we had Kyo, we have the Monokubs, but we also have shit like Leon Kawada's cousin being madly in love with him and him seemingly reciprocating at least some of those feelings, given that she was the one in his loved ones video, and Mukuro's feelings for Junko, and so many more situations where it's just like, Kodaka, are you good? Like, again, explore taboo stuff in media all you want. You're already in for a penny with a child murder game, so you might as well go in for a pound with the incest, but also, maybe you don't have to keep doing the incest stuff. Especially when it has literally no reason to be part of the narrative. Like, this stuff doesn't ever add to anything. You don't need to shoehorn it in. Whatever. If it weren't for the Monokub's incest baby being a giant insect that was built to kill Gonta, this would have been a fine execution. But now it's just this bullshit and puts a sour note on an already sour chapter, and I hate it. I'm done talking about this. Let's just move on to Chapter 5 and be grateful that the Monokubs are finally fucking dead. Part 2.5, Chapter 5, Voyage Without Passion or Purpose. Chapter 5 is a complicated chapter to talk about for a bunch of reasons we'll get to in a second, but I want to start by saying that it is a little bit egregious that this is the first time in probably at least 40 to 60 minutes of this video that's ostensibly about defending this game, where I think I can actually defend the chapter we're talking about. It has some weak points, and some stuff that doesn't really work for it, once we finish the game, but it is a stronger chapter with a pretty solid hook at the end, and one of the rare instances of this game actually managing to do a Danganronpa trope pretty solidly. There are also a lot of aspects of it that we can't really talk about until the retrospective part of the video because they tie into the twist, so if this section seems short, that's why. However, let's get the weak points out of the way first, starting with, why the fuck was Miu building gadgets for Kokichi seemingly right up until the end? Why did she never mention it to anyone? Like, why do these gadgets just happen to be exactly what's needed for Chapter 5 despite Miu not having any way of knowing what would be coming in this chapter? I don't know, who cares? Like, Miu's character's already been replaced with a ChatGPT program trained on profanity and filling plot holes. Moving on. I do like that we actually get through the Death Road of Despair, and the reveal of Kokichi as the mastermind at the end of the tunnel would be a cool twist, but it's also just like, dude, I know the game's not even close to over yet, even though I've never played this game before, and if you have, you definitely know, like, clearly he's not the mastermind. However, he still kidnaps Kaido and takes him to the Exisal hangar, and from here the game takes, well, turns. We get some setup of the hangar, which is a new location unlocked in this chapter alongside Kaido's lab. And speaking of, while I like that we finally got Kaido's lab, I don't like how it feels to so clearly telegraph who's meant to live longer or not. We know that Kaido's been sick, we know that your lab can't be opened unless you're alive, so like, now we have his lab and the important info about the Gopher project that was in it, so it kind of feels like he's maybe a little bit super doomed by the plot. Before we got kidnapped, we also got him learning how to construct a crossbow, which, again, why not just do that a chapter or two earlier so it doesn't feel so ham-fisted? And also, bizarre thing about the Gopher project, but at this point Maki makes the connection between the Gopher project and Noah's Ark, I think, because Gopher was the type of wood used to build the Ark, which I will say is kind of an insane connection to make. Like, I went to Catholic school for years, and I don't think that ever came up once, but it's a plot contrivance to get them on the same page with this project somehow being connected to that Ark in concept, so whatever. Anyways, the story of this chapter is that everyone falls into despair because they finally saw the outside world and it's just this barren wasteland. Turns out Earth was destroyed by that meteor shower. Gopher Project was humanity's last-ditch effort to save itself by launching 16 of its best and brightest into space on an ark with the hope that they would eventually return and restore humanity. And I will say, this is also just a very stupid premise. For one, if you've only got 16 slots for the people meant to repopulate the species, why is one of them saved for a robot? Like, I can tolerate the premise that humanity decided the ultimate magician was somehow an equally valuable skill alongside the ultimate astronaut for this sort of thing, because it is Danganronpa, we kind of have to roll with that, but like, 16 people isn't enough, much less when it's actually 15 humans and a robot who is built to not be very useful. I don't get why the survivors accept it as is, but whatever. After Kaido and Kokichi are removed from the main cast, everyone's super mopey and depressed, but then the mastermind left a flashback light on the dining room table that the rest of them used to remember that they were actually students of Hope's Peak and all the stuff about Junko and the previous Killing Games and all that. Now, there are a few things about this. First, not the first time Danganronpa's had a surprise this was actually a Hope's Peak Academy story twist, paging Killer Killer, but it is frustrating when this game already feels like it's relying so heavily on those games. Killer Killer's relationship to Danganronpa at all is a twist that isn't revealed for a while, while V3's whole thing is that it is a Danganronpa game, but like, it's a new arc, it's not Hope's Peak, these are all Easter eggs to hint about those games, but it is a separate timeline, only to pull this like, JK is actually Hope's Peak again thing. However, what I imagine made it more frustrating to returning players is that there are a bunch of obvious canonical errors in this information. And again, this is one of those instances where the game is more fun if you've never played it before, because even though there's a reason for those errors, it doesn't make them less frustrating for people who recognize them as errors. And if you don't, then you're flying blind just as much as the students are. Plus, the Hope's Peak arc has already been solidly wrapped up. Just let sleeping dogs lie. Don't make me encounter Makoto again, please. Anyways, now that they know all this, they refuse to let despair win. Kokichi's the mastermind, so we've got to do something about it or something, I don't know. They form a plan to bust down the door with the electro hammers, but then it turns out that Kaido Momoda had a very Alison De Laurentiis kind of evening where he managed to encounter literally everyone he knew in the span of like 30 minutes on a single evening, and then seemingly dying and nobody knowing for sure what actually happened because they're all lying to protect each other or whatever. The murder mystery itself is a really fun one. Obviously it's meant to look like Kaido, but it also might just look like Kaido because it is Kaido, and the more we learn about Maki shooting him with poison darts and the antidote and all this other stuff, it turns it into this like morbid comedy of errors. Everyone has reasons to lie, and it all culminates in either Kaido or Kokichi being in the Exisal playing both characters. And look, it is kind of contrived, but it works because Kokichi has been built up the way he has been. This does feel like some shit he'd do, but you can't escape the possibility that there's more to this. It's the same vibe as that Princess Diaries moment where they're trying to logic out which cup has the poison in it. Trying to identify the correct level of scheming from Kokichi is an impossible task, and it makes for a pretty compelling class trial.
You've given everything away! I know where the poison is!
Then make your choice.
I will! And I choose... What in the world can that be?
What? Where?
Looks like I messed around too much.
Sorry, that was just a little joke.
Chapter 5 is where we really get back onto the whole this is how we defeat the Killing Game chapter when it comes to Danganronpa games, where either the murder or the outcome of the class trial exposes a fatal weakness in the game that can allow for the Chapter 6 trope. We'll get there in a bit. I personally think this is an improvement on the Trigger Happy Havoc version of this trope, but unfortunately, again, Goodbye Despair is kinda unbeatable here. It's hard to live up to the precedent set by Nagito Kamaeda, and try as he might, Kokichi Oma is no Nagito. The Ultimates have also settled on Kokichi being a remnant of despair, but because Kokaido weren't in the room when the flashback light went off, they have no idea what that is when they keep getting confronted about it. Chapter 5 of V3 is a pretty solid chapter, for sure. I don't really want to spend just an hour recapping it, and there's not really a ton to defend this chapter from at this point. When people are mad at V3, they're not mad at Chapter 1 or Chapter 5 for the most part. Even if they don't like them, even if they don't like some of the twists and stuff, whatever, nobody's dying on the hill that either of these chapters are the worst parts of the game, and they're certainly not the main focus. The problem is that Chapter 5 mostly only works because Team Danganronpa wholly sacrificed Chapters 3 and 4 to enable it to work. And while 5 is good, you also can't just sacrifice both of those chapters to make it work and expect people to be fine with it. V3 isn't a short game, and by the time people get out of Chapter 4, you've already done some irreparable harm to their experience with the game. This video is maybe roughly as long as a single chapter of the game depending on how fast you play, and while I can defend Chapter 5 in isolation, the problem is that it doesn't exist in isolation. This is a big part of why this video kinda has to be so long. I could have just defended the game on the basis of Chapters 1, 2, and 5 and argued that they make up for the lapses of quality in 3, 4, and 6, but that ignores the reality that 5 is only good because 3 and 4 were bad. If I'm defending the game as a whole, I have to acknowledge the game as a whole, and it's hard to justify how Kokichi's character development up to this point enables the mystery around this murder to work without first addressing how that character development came at the expense of nearly a third of the roster of the entire game, as well as a double-digit number of hours of gameplay. Chapter 5's weakest points in isolation are that the Kokichi mastermind reveal makes it very clear that he just straight up can't be the mastermind given the pacing of the story, and that this whole Maki-Kaido romance thing feels kinda dumb. I don't care for it, it's contrived, it's lame, both characters would have benefited from just being friends that cared about each other a lot. However, the most damning criticism of Chapter 5 is that this is the culprit that killed the previous 2 chapters, and that's a critique I can't defend it from. Anyways, we end the chapter with the reveal that it was Kaido all along and that he and Kokichi had created an unsolvable murder using the MP bombs that Mew made to disable the cameras and make it impossible for Monokuma to know what happened, which they believed would prove he didn't know what was going on and so couldn't follow his own rules. Since he kept talking about it being entertaining, they theorized that all of humanity can't be gone. Somebody's out there watching and enjoying this, and they can't enjoy it if the rules aren't followed. So if they can prove Monokuma can't be trusted to follow the rules, then that might be enough to end the killing game. Also, I brushed over it a fair bit, but I really should say that the class trial is a lot of fun. It's set in a new environment, which is kind of interesting, but more importantly, you have this dynamic of Kaido/Kokichi jumping back and forth between the two podiums to try and argue as if he's one or the other character when it suits him, which is a really cool thing. I really do like how that played out. It's a dynamic you can't really have very often, obviously, but like, it works. Again, as much as it's done at the expense of these other chapters, at least it's still something good. I'll also say that I feel like this Chapter 5 is better at setting the stage for Chapter 6 throughout the entire chapter compared to the Chapter 5s of previous games. In Trigger Happy Havoc, it's only really in the class trial where you realize how badly Monokuma's been cheating and you have to throw the game to progress. Whereas in Goodbye Despair, it's a very good chapter, but it's kind of a bit separate from Chapter 6, which is a bit more self-contained. Then again, this also ties into my earlier criticism of V3 being built so heavily around Chapter 5, and to a lesser extent Chapter 1, at the expense of 3, 4, and 6, with Chapter 2 being the only, like, neutral, I guess, Danganronpa chapter. Like, A Thin Line Divides Heaven and Hell is a chapter that could have been in any Danganronpa game, and that's, I think, a good thing. It feels like normal Danganronpa. Chapters 3 and 4 don't, and it's because they're designed in service of Chapter 5, which, again, great chapter, but you can't sacrifice the journey in favor of the destination. And Chapter 6 feels like a conclusion that only works because of all those sacrifices made. And when I say works, we're being a little bit generous, maybe. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Kaido is ultimately the Blackened who gets executed via Blast-Off Second Ignition, a repeat of the very first Danganronpa execution ever shown in the opening to Trigger Happy Havoc that's used to kill Kyoko's father. As much as I wish that Kaido got his own thing, if they were going to repeat an execution, this is the right one and the right character to use it for. The illness we've seen a few times, though, kills him before the execution can, which infuriates Monokuma, put a pin in that, and also a piece of rubble knocks off Kibo's Ahoge. Surely that's not important. Part 2.6 Chapter 6 Goodbye Danganronpa. Okay, so by this point we're probably about 2 or 3 hours and roughly 30,000 words into this video, depending on how much editing I've done. I have spent dozens of hours writing the arguments you've heard so far and gathering the footage and everything, and in large part it's because there's no way to make a defensive V3 that doesn't reckon with the reality that Chapter 6 is a clusterfuck. It just is. When I've talked about this video with friends, their reaction has been pretty consistent. Namely, I can't wait to see how you try and defend Chapter 6. I know people who straight up stopped playing midway through the class trial because they were so pissed off. One of my friends literally took his V3 disc and hid it from himself out of anger, which I personally think is the funniest possible way to react to this game. Also, I hope he doesn't interpret this as me taking a shot at him. I love my friends. Sometimes they also just do things that are very funny to me. All of that to say, people hate the ending of V3. And honestly, I won't say you're wrong for disliking it, but I will ask you to hear me out. Because yes, this is still a defense of killing Harmony, and I feel the need to emphasize that because this section of this video will be a contentious one where I am not particularly kind to this game. We're not going to get inescapable levels of mean, but meaner than some of what we've done so far. Some stuff will only be discussed in the retrospective part of it, so if you don't hear it here, we might be getting to it soon there. Anyway, with that out of the way, let's talk about Goodbye Danganronpa. So, first things first, elephant in the room, the big twist of this game is that V3 actually means 53, as in V the Roman numeral for 5, as in this is the 53rd season of Danganronpa.
Could this be the 53rd one?
Ding ding! Correct! This is the 53rd season of Danganronpa! In other words, Danganronpa V3's official name is Danganronpa 53!
A TV show that started out as a fictional series called Danganronpa before becoming so popular that it was adopted into a TV show by Team Danganronpa, where normal high school students would audition for the game. Our mastermind has been Tsumugi Shirogane, who's not only been supposedly secretly running the show, but was also responsible for setting up the flashback lights in a classroom where she could customize the memories they received to maximize narrative impact as well, and was the true Blackened of the first chapter. We'll get to that in a second. The people who are cast are brainwashed into becoming ultimates and forgetting their previous selves, and the show's purpose is to provide hope to the world. It's very Shirley Jackson's The Lottery or Suzanne Collins' The Hunger Games. The lottery was an annual randomized sacrifice that supposedly guaranteed good harvests, and the Hunger Games were annual randomized tributes of children from each of the subjugated districts in order to supposedly guarantee peace through the reminder of the capital's power. Now, this is a tricky balance to strike, and it's one that Killing Harmony falls flat on its ass for a few reasons that we're going to get into later. The main thing is that there's no inciting incident for these games to exist, and Tsumugi is not really a mastermind in the vein of Junko or Izuru, either in terms of being a compelling character or being the singular person that the Ultimates can hold accountable for what's been done to them. This conclusion, when taken at face value, also just doesn't really fit into the theme of truth versus lies, because again, reality and truth are not synonymous any more than lies and fiction are synonymous. What's more, when you theme your game around truth versus lies, you're priming the audience to doubt the conclusion. And that's especially true here because Tsumugi's story has a ton of holes in it that make it clear that she's definitely an unreliable narrator to some extent. But the question of to what extent is unanswerable, which is unsatisfying. Again, that'll be a big part of the rest of the video, but it can't go understated how much of a mistake this was. Tsumugi's status as the mastermind is underwhelming on every count. She's been a bland, boring character that doesn't have anything to offer, and it turns out it's because she was secretly the villain all along. It's yet another attempt at subverting expectations that flops because it's just subversion for subversion's sake. And again, the mastermind inherently has to subvert at least some expectations, I'm aware of that. But in the past, it was done far better. Discovering that it was actually Mukuro, not Junko, who died in Chapter 1 of Trigger Happy Havoc is brilliant. Especially because Makoto notices that she doesn't look the same, but she hand waves it away by saying that the magazines were just airbrushed and photoshopped. Junko herself is the head of it all. She runs it all, she organized everything, she's the person that you can hold responsible. There's no upper management, there's nobody in charge of Junko who's running the show. It's Junko, and so when you beat her, it feels like you beat the game. In Goodbye Despair, we learn that Hajime Hinata was actually an untalented reserve corps student who underwent experimental procedures to have talents implanted into him, erasing his old self to become Izuru Kamakura, who masterminded the killing school trip but then reverted back into Hajime when their memories were reset to before they became the remnants of despair. Defeating the mastermind in that game is a little bit more roundabout. You're not obviously going head to head with Izuru, but you're going head to head with Junko still, and overcoming Izuru internally is a big part of what defines Hajime's end of the game, end of his narrative, something that's explored a lot through Danganronpa 3. Importantly, Junko and Izuru also both had actual relationships with the people in their games. They were their classmates. Tsumugi has no relationship to any of these people. In fact, seemingly none of them have any relationship to each other, and that actually does matter. Part of the tragedy of Danganronpa killing games is that these are people who were genuinely friends at one point prior to the game, as explored in both the games and the manga and anime spin-offs. But the students of V3 are just random people, and Tsumugi has no particular reason for wanting to use them for this other than casting. Part of why the old games worked is that these were just 16 people who were brought together at Hope's Peak by their shared characteristic of being extremely talented, but then bonded as friends beyond that. Then had that erased and had to relearn it in a pretty traumatic environment that some of them failed to survive. It feels kind of victim blaming to say that they failed to survive. Anyway, ignore that. In V3, Tsumugi says that their talents are fake, which doesn't make any sense, we'll get into that in a bit, and that they were just normal people who auditioned for the show. They have no pre-existing relationship, and while that's fine for reality TV in the real world, it's a problem for a fictional story about a reality TV show. And again, I've got a whole segment about that later. Another major reason why this doesn't work is that, depending on how much we believe Tsumugi, the outside world of Killing Harmony is very different than in the Hope's Peak arc. In Trigger Happy Havoc, Junko is also broadcasting the game to the world. In that sense, it's actually pretty similar, but it was done to induce despair, which makes sense. It's the same reason why the Hunger Games were broadcast to the districts, and it's a rational reaction from the world to fall into despair when they watch children turn vicious like that. There's a reason why The Lord of the Flies has continued to stick in the cultural consciousness even after all these years. It's a scary thing to think about. However, the Future Foundation was also actively fighting to get them out, and you can even occasionally hear gunfire from inside the school during the game and see what the fight looked like from outside in the end of Hope's Peak High School. In Goodbye Despair, it's a simulation that was set up in the Neo World program by Makoto, Kyoko, and Byakuya, the three competent survivors of the killing school life, against the wishes of the Future Foundation that they were now a part of, that they plugged 15 remnants of despair into to try and get them to revert back to their pre-despair days. Then, Izuru hijacked it to turn it into a digital killing game, where the outcome would be either 1. Hope winning and the remnants becoming normal again, maybe, or 2. Despair winning and the Junko alter ego that Izuru used taking over their bodies or something. That game isn't for external viewing, but instead is about a direct ideological battle on straightforward lines within the game's theme. Hope versus despair. Which is more powerful? I think that's part of why most people like Goodbye Despair the most. It's not overcomplicating itself. It's ultimately just about the core theme and focuses all its energy on that. Regardless, in Goodbye Despair, the outside world in the form of Makoto et al. Is actively trying to free them from the killing game and help them find hope. In Killing Harmony, the outside world are eager spectators who love the blood sport. And something people often say about V3 is that it feels like the ending is taking a dig at the fans of the games. Like it's pointing at them and calling them bad people for enjoying the killing games just because it's fiction. I think there are a few really interesting things about this conclusion, but one of the ones I kind of want to talk about first is how this compares to how people reacted to Trigger Happy Havoc. Because both games are being broadcast to the outside world, but people don't really tend to take it personally when they're thinking about Trigger Happy Havoc. You know, they don't identify with the audience in that situation is all. They don't identify with the outside world. They identify more with the students inside the school, right? Like that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be Makoto. You're supposed to be the one who's saving the day. And I think it's really interesting that in Killing Harmony, it feels like the audience is meant to be a stand-in for the player. I think some of this comes down to an inaccurate interpretation of what the game is actually saying, as far as, taking a dig at the fans or not. And while there are a lot of reasons why I think that happens, I think it's because the way that this is written really doesn't communicate what I think they were trying to say. Like, I think this is an inaccurate interpretation of what the game's message is trying to be, but it is just written badly. So I don't blame people who have that kind of takeaway. And it's a consequence in large part of this mishmash of truth versus lies and reality versus fiction and blending of the two. The theme of the game honestly should have just been reality versus fiction, because I do think that that's where the game's focus really is. But the problem isn't that it's the ultimate real fiction or whatever. It is the audience. I'll get into it more later because I have a theory about this, but a crucial part of any killing game or death game narrative where it exists in part or in whole for spectacle is that the general public are not reveling in the brutality of their own. The audience who is enjoying it needs to be an upper class spectating a lower class. The Hunger Games are entertainment for the wealthy and elite capital citizens, and for some of the more privileged districts that are more favorable to them because they're more in the orbit of the capital. But the average person in the districts not only hates the games, they're meant to hate them. It's a punishment. In Squid Game, the contestants are poor, desperate people who are in debt or poverty or just suffering, who are willing to risk it all and do horrible things to each other for a chance at life-saving wealth. And the audience is an extremely exclusive secret society of transparently morally bankrupt people. The average person, if they knew about the Squid Game, would be appalled. And this is something interesting about killing games and death games that I think has changed in media over time, because historically that hasn't always been the case. I'll talk more about some of these other narratives later, but stuff like The Long Walk is something that is a public spectacle that everyone enjoys. And I think it's interesting that over time it's morphed into something that tends to be an us versus them dynamic. The killing game or the death game is some sort of punishment or exploitation. Something like Killing Harmony might have fit with that older version of death game, but I don't think it fits with how we tend to contextualize it now. Killing Harmony's ending would have gone over a lot better with just a couple small changes. First, the Ultimates are students abducted from the lower class who did not voluntarily participate. And second, the goal of the program is to basically do terrorism to that underclass while also allowing for human experimentation in the form of trying to manufacture talent. If I was rewriting this but I wasn't allowed to change a lot of those earlier bits or the overall theme of a television show being the twist, that would be the purpose of the game. Danganronpa in the Ultimate Academy arc is basically just the Hunger Games on the surface, but beneath the surface, each season is also a human trial of their talent in planting technology, with the goal of refining certain talents and identifying personality traits that could make them dangerous with those talents so they can safely be given to members of the upper class. It could even still technically be in the same timeline as the first 2 games, just decades down the road. You know, they learned from the mistakes of the steering committee who accidentally caused the world to end for a little bit when they moved too fast with Izuru. But the ability to just give someone an extremely useful talent is still something that the upper class would want. So, let's say they stole Danganronpa from Junko and turned it into a human trial. You want an ultimate detective who's good at solving crimes, but you need to figure out what personality traits need to be tweaked to make sure they don't turn into Dexter or Killer or something. You want an ultimate assassin to take care of your enemies, but you need to figure out how to ensure they remain docile and servile and don't turn against you. You want harmless entertainers like the ultimate magician and people who know how to psychologically fuck with their enemies like the ultimate supreme leader, and you want to make sure you don't accidentally create someone capable of destroying you. Doing it this way means you're not at risk of the people playing Danganronpa games thinking you're pointing the finger at them, because while I do think it's worth evaluating why we enjoy media about killing games, I actually made a whole video about it last year, I don't think this game was intended to be a Katy Perry's Chained to the Rhythm-esque shot at the audience. It's just what happens when you don't really know where you're going with your story. And again, it's understandable that people interpreted it that way because it was just written really poorly. We'll also get into why this doesn't make any sense as the end of Danganronpa as a TV show in the reality TV section in part 4, but like, every reality TV show has flop seasons. That's part of what makes a reality competition show over time. Sometimes they just aren't as good because too much is up for chance. But if a show is this important and it gets to 53 seasons, it's basically untouchable. Survivor's on season 47 despite multiple instances of every kind of controversy you can imagine, and not to mention a whole lot of bad endings. Bitter juries have repeatedly given the win to the objectively worst option of the final 2 or final 3 because they're salty and bitter and angry. And while people hate it, they move on. Like, if Danganronpa was truly a reality TV show in our reality, the way people would react to this finale if it was genuinely received negatively is just they would talk shit about it on Twitter, they'd make a bunch of memes, they'd review bomb it on IMDb, and then impatiently wait for the next season. It would not be the end of Danganronpa. But writing it this way implies that you deliberately wrote an unsatisfying ending because you knew you would turn off Danganronpa fans and stop them from wanting more games or shows or light novels or whatever. And part of why people feel insulted by this ending is that it feels like the game is preempting the criticisms for having a bad ending by saying, aha, but that's the point. You don't enjoy the killing games unless they have a satisfying conclusion. You don't care about these people because they're fictional, and you proved it by turning on them at the end. Anyways, the ending is something we're going to get into more in a second, but that's obviously the core part of Chapter 6 that needs to be addressed, and I wanted to touch on it first before getting into some smaller stuff.
No way fiction can change the world, lol.
Fiction has the power to change reality.
Speaking of smaller stuff, Kibo's Ahoge. In Danganronpa, the Ahoge is just a silly little hair thing that indicates a protagonist. Makoto had one, Hajime had one, Kaede had one, Shuichi has one, and Kibo had one. Apparently, according to the Danganronpa wiki, which, actually, quick tangent, we're going to go off topic for a second, I'll get back to that. Let me just say that Danganronpa wiki is one of the most genuinely useless wikis out there. You can't find any sort of summary about the plot of the game that's in any level of detail. You can't find any sort of information about what happens when. Navigating it's impossible. It's just so frustrating. And while I'm on this subject, actually, you know what? Fuck you, Kirby Fan 100 and the Game Surgery, users of that wiki both, for rewriting Daisaku Bandai's wiki page to cover up how Kodaka based his design full of racist caricatures on Uncle Tom by pretending it's just based on some random Chips mascot. You can like these games and still recognize that some of that shit's a bit fucked, okay? Whitewashing it is weird behavior. Anyways, the Ahoge being knocked off of Kibo is an interesting way of communicating what we learned about him through the chapter. He's been the in-universe audience avatar, which the game frames as being kind of a parallel to Kaede/Shuichi as our in-universe avatar, and the Ahoge was the antenna that allowed them to speak to him as his inner voice that he's talked about a few times. When it got knocked off, he was no longer able to take commands from them, meaning he was able to think independently rather than serving that protagonist role for them. Now, I do kind of like this idea, like I like this twist of having an audience avatar if you're going to do the reality TV thing, but it does feel like maybe we've had a couple too many protagonists here. The Kibo twist is a decent one, but between Kibo, Kaede, and Shuichi, that is 3 out of your 15 non-mastermind characters who are some form of protagonist. That's 20% of your roster. I feel like you've either got to do the Kibo plot twist or the Kaede plot twist, but doing both in the same game might just not be the move. Something else I do really like, which is also kind of a small detail, is the reveal that the Team Danganronpa logo that we get in the intro cinematic is actually the in-universe Team Danganronpa production company, and that was presumably the opening for each episode of the TV show.
Yeah, the company that makes Danganronpa is called Team Danganronpa.
You guys are behind in your studies! The audience knew the answer right away!
It's in the title credits at the start, too.
That sort of thing is common in a lot of reality TV shows like Survivor, where the intro will often show either every castaway throughout the season, or will update to remove the eliminated castaways and show what tribes people are on as it goes. When you see that logo, you just kind of assume that it's like some internal team at Spike, right? It's a good bit of foreshadowing that I wish wasn't foreshadowing something so stupid. Setting that aside, I do kind of like the timed rush through the school, but I don't love any sort of timed challenge thing where I don't really know whether or not I'm actually on track to complete it in time. Like, I wish there was some sort of indicator that would tell me how much more wiggle room I have before I won't have enough time to finish or something, or that it would just auto-fail me once it became impossible to complete. I like that part of solving this mystery does hinge on that theme of very particular wording that we've seen throughout the game, where everyone except for Tsumugi uses the specific word birth with Mother Kuma. But it gets overshadowed to some degree by the frustration at knowing that the twist relies on yet another reference to Trigger Happy Havoc with the hidden passageway in the girls' bathroom. We find Kokichi's lab and then get busted into Rantaro's lab, which is kind of neat, but the implications aren't that good. Part of what I really dislike about the twist is that Tsumugi simultaneously claims that every last aspect of the narrative was planned down to the finest detail, such as manufacturing Kaito's illness and Maki's crush on him, but then we end up in this weird situation where we have to either try and square the argument that fundamental stuff like the kill order was supposedly predetermined to explain why Rantaro and Kokichi weren't ever actually supposed to get into these labs until Kiba blew them open in Chapter 6, which would be the sort of thing that would kill a reality competition show stone dead to start with, but also that stuff like Kaede's murder attempt on Rantaro failing was intentional and that Tsumugi going to finish the job was always the plan, even though that makes no sense. And again, you could do some kind of nonsensical, definitely absurd stuff with Junko and even Izuru as masterminds because they were being somewhat absurd people. They weren't trying to produce a reality show, they were testing hope versus despair, and when you're producing a reality show, you actually would want it to be coherent and make sense. Producer fuckery is one thing if it's just in the edit or in being implicitly favorable to one contestant or another. Drag Race giving Willem a country song as Jiggly Caliente was clearly an attempt to help Willem, and Team Danganronpa playing the promo video BGM when Kaede was rolling the ball down the vent was them clearly aiding her. But it's another thing entirely when it's active interference. RuPaul's not allowed to walk out onto the runway and hip check a queen, and Jeff Probst can't start chucking rocks at people during challenges. The line between producer and production needs to be respected, meaning that Tsumugi's interference would never have happened deliberately under a competent production team. But also, her argument is that everything was scripted and planned by her, which means that we would have to accept that she could have scripted Rantaro to just stand a foot to the right and get actually killed by Kaede, but chose not to for reasons, I guess? You could argue that it's because they needed to create a plot hole so that she could be confronted at the end, because that is a common trope of Danganronpa. Chapter 6 revisits Chapter 1 to find some sort of inconsistency or rule breaking by the mastermind most of the time, so I guess the rule had to be broken there, but like, why? If we're going to have the mastermind be present the whole time and actively be rewriting their memories instead of having to either operate secretly behind the scenes or plan it all in advance, then why stick to this trope that makes it harder to justify that? The only justification I can think of is that Tsumugi wasn't actually the mastermind and was just kind of brainwashed into thinking she was, but we'll have to get into that later. Also, they kind of just didn't need to do so much. A lot of time is put into the Gopher Project red herring to the extent that it just feels like a lot of wasted time at the end. And while I get that that was the point because it was a trick, that doesn't mean it was a good one. Again, a recurring theme of this is that just because you're intentionally doing something that's going to frustrate your audience, doesn't mean that they're not still justified in being frustrated. The Future Foundation was built up throughout Goodbye Despair, but the twist was that they assumed it was evil rather than good and misunderstood what was happening. The Gopher Project is built up in a pretty elaborate way with a lot of effort put into it, and then it's just like, oh yeah, all that was fake, get fucked, nerd. There's stuff like the reveal that Kaede apparently had a twin sister that made me think that she was actually going to secretly be the mastermind all along in my first playthrough because Junko supposedly had a twin sister, and that would have been really intriguing. But then it turns out that was just a bait and switch based on Trigger Happy Havoc doing the same thing. That feels like it was written with the intention of just being an Easter egg, except with really, really big potential plot implications that are just ignored. Like, they never addressed what was happening there. Like, what was the point? We also get a single instance of the blackout light erasing Shuichi's memories that's never explained. And I don't think they ever actually bring up the blackout light again. In fact, Tsumugi says that they can't erase memories, only replace them with new ones, so I think that might actually be a plot hole as well. And to be clear, the plot holes are intentional to some extent, because they're presumably meant to make you doubt the truth of Tsumugi's statements. But that doesn't mean they're suddenly not plot holes. The audience is going to want answers, and it's understandable to be pissed when you don't get them. Like, we get the reveal about the Survivor's Perk monopad and stuff, but then we're told by Tsumugi that he was basically guaranteed to die because everything was scripted. She doesn't say it explicitly, but that is kind of the implication you have to take from what she's saying, and that means that it's not really that compelling for the audience. We get the reveal that Rantaro won his previous game, but like, okay, and? What does that add? He's not here, and it would have been much more compelling if he had been resurrected and was actually present for this, but whatever. This section is shorter than it probably should be, but that's because I want to save a lot of my criticisms of this chapter for more in-depth analysis in the rest of the video. Part of what's frustrating about this chapter is that there is some interesting stuff in it for sure. but it's all either retcon, plot hole, or just abandoned as the chapter goes on. It undermines everything we've seen up to this point by establishing that everything you loved about Danganronpa is pure fiction in the current arc. And while it's especially frustrating about the old games, it just means that this current one is nothing. Like, you can try and reconcile your feelings with what this means for the old games for you, but you're also still playing this one and you've just been told it's not real. And what's more, everything going forward is glorified in-universe fiction without any exploration of what that means. Tsumugi is a bizarre mastermind who transparently says impossible things, like how she's been producing the show for 53 seasons despite being a teenager. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about some Tsumugi bullshit real quick. She's not interesting or compelling, and while that's intentional, that doesn't magically make her compelling or interesting in retrospect. Junko was only truly present for the very end of Trigger Happy Havoc, and Izuru was basically never present as Izuru in Goodbye Despair, and yet both are infinitely better, more interesting, and more compelling characters. Tsumugi's talent as the ultimate cosplayer is conceptually interesting, but wasted in the end when she only ever cosplays as characters we know from the first two games, which reinforces the feeling that you, the player, are the one she's talking about, not any in-universe audience. She never references a single character or event in any of the 50 Danganronpa seasons that exist that you never engaged with, which she should be doing. And that goes double for Danganronpa 52 because that's the game Rentaro was from. That'd be the most recent one. Like, if you're going to reference any season, wouldn't you at least throw a couple bones that direction? It's also pretty obvious that her cost box was fake, since she made it clear that Kaede was just as fictional as Junko or Makoto. And yet she could do them just fine, which means that nothing we didn't witness on screen for ourselves is called into question. The audition tapes, the memories of being excited for the killing game, all that stuff. She also doesn't have any explanation for the false start that explains their memories of being kidnapped. And it just sucks. Tsumugi sucks. The Monokubs suck. And yeah, they got resurrected for this chapter just to throw some salt in the wound. And the twist sucks. The game wants to be about truth versus lies, but it can't stop conflating it with reality versus fiction. And it also can't let go of hope versus despair in the Hope's Peak arc. Killing Harmony isn't allowed to stand on its own, and the Ultimate Academy arc is viciously undercut as a result. There was a way to do Chapter 6 well, but they just don't. And it sucks because that means that all of this feels like it was for nothing. The way to defeat Danganronpa is not to choose hope over despair as in the previous games, because it turns out that hope is what allows the games to continue. Which, yeah, is actually something you could work with. Hope and optimism and belief in a better future are things that are perpetually being tested by people who have a stake in things getting worse, and a better writer, or someone who had a better plan for it, would have understood that that's something worth exploring in and of itself. Why is it wrong for Shuichi and Maki and Himiko to choose hope? In the narrative, it's because that's what it takes to end Danganronpa, but a single unsatisfying conclusion to a reality competition TV show is genuinely just not enough to have that impact. But even beyond the reality show twist, it doesn't make sense within Danganronpa. The Trigger Happy Havoc survivors chose hope, and it directly led to the events of not only Goodbye Despair, but also the end of Hope's Peak High School, at least the future arc. So is Killing Harmony saying they were wrong to do that? If they'd frustrated Junko by refusing to give her an outright despair victory or giving her even greater despair and defeat, would that have been the right choice? When your franchise's theme is that you need to keep choosing hope even in the face of unrelenting despair, the solution really can't be apathy, because apathy is the bystander to despair. You made it clear up to this point that hope is the only way, that refusing to act against despair is how despair wins. Like, that's a major plot point of the end of Hope's Peak High School. There are multiple characters who just stand by and allow Junko to do what she's doing, even though they could have stopped her, because of either apathy or fear at what she could do to them. And now you tell the audience that they were wrong to do that? That their efforts to defeat the game and their unrelenting hope are ultimately an indicator of their complicity in the game's continuation and thus are just as bad as actively supporting and running the game in the hopes of exploiting despair for personal satisfaction and or ratings? And also, this doesn't have anything to do with the theme of this game, allegedly. What does apathy have to do with truth versus lies? Again, the themes of the others were hope versus despair, and so that final vote being of hope versus despair makes sense. It ties it all together. But this one doesn't have anything to do with that. This is a whole other thing. And it's one that goes against what's been promoted and presented in every other game. The chapter, and therefore the game, ends on everyone refusing to vote. The show is immediately cancelled for some reason, and then Kibo, having broken free of audience control, destroys the Ultimate Academy, killing Tsumugi in the process. Then, in a last act, he fulfills Angie's prophecy from Chapter 1 of an explosion freeing them from the game by self-destructing and blasting a hole in the dome. Himiko, Shuichi, and Maki miraculously survive and prepare to venture out into the world to see what's happening. We can see that the outside of the dome is covered with Team Danganronpa logos, but that is where Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony ends. Part 3. Retracing our steps. So, what now? The ending of V3 is, to put it mildly, contentious. Unlike with both Trigger Happy Havoc and Goodbye Despair, it's really not clear how much of what our mastermind says is true. Hell, even with the stuff we know is a lie, it's usually pretty ambiguous in terms of the extent to which it was a lie. Like, it's safe to assume she was lying about producing 53 seasons of the Danganronpa show while still being a teenager. But what's the actual truth of that? Has she produced a previous season? Was she, as the fan theory goes, the former contestant who was given the mastermind role? Was she ever a producer at all? The truths are few and far between, while the lies are abundant and ambiguous, and when your whole theme is truth versus lies, it makes it especially frustrating that we really don't know what's a truth and what's a lie. Tsumugi is also, frankly, just an extremely weak mastermind, both in terms of her presence in the narrative, as well as just literally in direct comparison with Junko or Izuru or even Monika Toa. In spite of this, her role as the ostensible mastermind means that all interpretations of and theories about this game have to be based in one of three interpretations of Tsumugi as a character. 1. We trust that Tsumugi is a reliable narrator and everything she said is true. 2. We assume Tsumugi to be an entirely unreliable narrator and nothing that we did not directly witness in game is true. And 3. We assume that Tsumugi was trying to be a reliable narrator, but is part of the game as much as anyone else, and was brainwashed into believing she was the mastermind the same way everyone else was. I personally don't believe the first one is valid. Tsumugi's story obviously just doesn't fully line up for a ton of reasons that we've already touched on and we'll get into more in a second. I don't believe there's really any way to accept that Tsumugi is 100% telling a factual, true story, and so I don't really think it's worth engaging with the story as if it is. We can explore the ways in which it isn't, but I'm not going to, assume that that's the case. The problem with this is that the game's perspective is that she is telling the truth. Although, obviously, she's lying about some stuff, the game doesn't cop to it, so whenever we're analyzing the game, we have to some degree, at least look at it through that framing. The second one just feels like a bit of a cop-out to me, though. It would be a cope to just say that actually all the dumb shit that she said is a lie, so we don't have to reckon with it. And to me, that's just kind of lazy analysis. Anything can be defended if you just pretend nothing you dislike matters, and like I said at the top, I don't think I need to do that. And even if it were the case that literally everything that we'd experienced was a lie, that also wouldn't really explain why people feel so negatively about this, right? Like, Goodbye Despair was functionally all a lie. None of that was real. It was all a dream, basically. But people don't feel this way about that game. So clearly, even if it is 100% a lie, that's not really going to help us get to the core of the problem here. The third interpretation to me is the most likely one. I hold on to the belief that, to some degree, Tsumugi was not who she thought she was, or was misrepresenting the situation to some extent, but that she did genuinely believe most of what she was saying at the end. I believe that she was either being hit with separate flashback lights that would give her instructions, or the existing flashback lights triggered separate memories with instructions about what to do as Mastermind. And just like how she created contradictions with the flashback light memories that she created for the cast, whoever was really behind it also created some contradictions for Tsumugi. After all, that is part of Danganronpa. Your Mastermind is supposed to contradict themselves and eventually be the cause of their own downfall. So, if she was truly just a character, it makes some sense for the producers to fuck her over like that, and kind of leave her out to dry. She's supposed to lose. If the Mastermind is too good at the game, then they just win, and that wouldn't be satisfying for their alleged goals anyways. This also corresponds with the game's themes of truth versus lies and reality versus fiction and where the line blurs between them. Although, as I've stated repeatedly throughout this video, I don't think it's super helpful how V3 conflates these two binaries. Fiction isn't necessarily a lie, and non-fiction, or reality, which also aren't necessarily synonymous, aren't necessarily a truth. Fiction is not real, but not untrue, because it does not claim to be true. Non-fiction is real, but not necessarily true, because despite being real, truth can be dependent on perspective. The core of this argument relies on explaining why Tsumugi is at least partially lying about the situation, so let's go over her inconsistencies. The opening scene in the gym is the most damning one to me. It just makes no sense based on what she says. We see Shuichi's audition tape where he's eager and bloodthirsty and actively campaigning to be the ultimate detective, but then the opening scene of the game shows Shuichi wearing the same clothes as his audition, but already with the meek personality he displays throughout the game, despite the Monokubs saying they haven't been given their first memories yet. Tsumugi says that for us, it cut out right before everyone reacted with excitement and we get, a filled-in memory. But that also makes no sense because we did see this conversation play out. The flashback and prologue are aligned right up until this point, where Kaede thinks to herself, killing game? Which also I don't know how her thoughts are part of this flashback, but whatever. In the flashback, Shuichi says, "You mean we were selected?" And Kaido and Kaede both make similar comments, in spite of the fact that all three of them very clearly had opportunities to recognize it prior to that point and didn't. Tsumugi's retelling of events also implies that there's no acknowledgement by either the Monokubs or other students of Rantaro as a previous winner, and no acknowledgement of Tsumugi as their soon-to-be mastermind, which you'd think would happen given the circumstances. In the actual prologue that we saw with our own eyes, what actually happened is Monotaro saying, "Now then, after the flashback light helps you remember your amazing talents, this amazing story will begin for real this time." Followed by the Monokubs doing their whole so long bear well before the characters get hit with the flashback light, we get the cutscene, and then, start over again for real. Danganronpa is a generations-old global phenomenon that these people are all super fans of. What's more, at least two of them seem to have a specific memory of being kidnapped during this part of the prologue. And according to Tsumugi, at this point they were still their old selves, even though the Monokubs tell them at this point that they had lost their memories because of the ultimate hunt. Something that makes no sense to tell them or mention at all if Tsumugi's version of the story is to be believed. Because if you're telling them that, you're giving them the behind the scenes, then why not mention Tsumugi? Why not mention Rantaro? This doesn't make sense in terms of disclosure. These characters should still know what Danganronpa is if any of what Tsumugi is saying is the truth. Especially given the repeated references to ultimates, the Monokubs, the school logo with Monokuma's eye, and the general setting of 16 students being gathered in a school like this. What's more, Rantaro does seem to recognize what's going on. He identifies that there are 16 students, and after the Monokubs show up, he says it seems like he was right. And it's not like nobody acknowledged this. Kaido specifically says that more might show up, and Rantaro says, "No, if this is what I think it is, then this is everyone." If Tsumugi's story were even remotely accurate, it wouldn't make sense for only Rantaro to recognize what was happening, but also for nobody else to clue in based on what he's saying. Imagine if 16 Survivor superfans woke up one day to find themselves on a beach divided into two tribes with differently colored buffs, and then were confronted with half a dozen mini Jeff Probst. Surely it wouldn't take them that long to come to the conclusion of wait, this is Survivor, isn't it? The only way to believe Tsumugi's story is if we accept that full chunks of conversation in this game were just straight up skipped past for the player with no indication that anything was missing from the conversation. But that's not how this game handles hiding things from you as the player in any other instance. And we can see this in how it handles Kaede hiding her plot from the player in Chapter 1. If this were the case, there'd be some sort of hint, but there just isn't. Plus, it's really telling that Kaede and Shuichi have the exact same initial interaction when they meet both times. Their personalities are the same in both starts of the prologue and only begin to diverge during their initial meeting, and yet they don't match their personalities from the alleged audition tapes. Rantaro in his video from his past killing game is wearing the same outfit as he wore in V3 and demonstrating the same personality, but he has no memory of being either the Ultimate Explorer or Ultimate Survivor during that initial bit of the prologue. And then at this point we just have so many hoops we have to jump through in order to believe Tsumugi's version of the story with just Rantaro basically. We need to believe that he, 1, was already the Ultimate Explorer and chose to sacrifice himself at the end of Danganronpa 52, sealing his fate as a returning contestant alongside anyone else who may have sacrificed themselves despite nobody else being acknowledged as a returnee. 2 had his memories wiped and replaced with an entirely new fictional set of memories that seemingly includes Danganronpa as a normal student in a new school uniform just for the false start prologue, which explicitly was not supposed to happen, meaning that there is no reason to do this in Tsumugi's narrative. 3, Rantaro's memories are wiped again and replaced with the ultimate triple question mark identity plus his old outfit from 52. 4, he then got some specific survivor perks that include a reference to the ultimate hunt, a thing that was only seemingly in place for V3 and which would make no sense for past Rantaro to have learned independently or for producers to give him to use as a hint given that they knew it wouldn't show up until after the first class trial when he was supposed to have died. And 5, he somehow is the only person in the room who seems to know what Danganronpa is and yet is still confused about basic details like who's running the game or what's up with all the theatrics, despite the fact that he was allegedly not only a fan but also a survivor of the game and would have been aware of these details if he retained any other memories and recognized core gameplay mechanics like the number of students in Tsumugi's telling of the story. It also just doesn't make sense to have Tsumugi in this opening scene if she truly was a producer. There's no reason to expose her to the initial flashback light that, quote, returns her abilities to her if she was a producer who's allegedly produced 52 seasons of this show spanning at least a couple decades despite being a high school student. You might say she's cosplaying as a high schooler, but aside from that contradicting how her cosplay works according to her in the game, it also just doesn't make sense. She can't avoid being exposed to a flashback light. She still has the same memories implanted in her as everyone else, and the most you can say is that she just knows the effect that they have and knows how to not believe those memories. You could say that her glasses are specially treated to block the light, but if that's the case, then it makes even less sense for her to be in that opening scene. Are we implying that she was the one who got that first flashback light for everyone out of the classroom next to Kaede and Shuichi? If so, at that point in the game, why wouldn't they just acknowledge it outright, like within the narrative? Why would she be acting scared and afraid? She doesn't have to, like these people aren't supposed to remember this moment anyways. That bit of the game seemingly wasn't being filmed for the show in-universe, and what's more, if everyone's memories were going to be wiped anyways, it doesn't make sense for this scene to not involve Tsumugi just being open about being the mastermind. Like, why would she hide about getting that flashback light? And again, according to her, the talents that the Ultimates received were basically a placebo effect from that first flashback light. So either she got her abilities from there too, or they'd have to have come from somewhere else, and she's objectively pulling off Ultimate level tricks when she's able to change her voice, body type, and everything else nearly instantly. It also doesn't make sense when we consider physiological aspects of these talents in general. You can't just give someone the memory of having really good vision, and yet Gonta has eyesight that can functionally see at a microscopic level. Taking the physiological to another level, Kaido's illness also doesn't make any sense. Tsumugi claims that she gave that to him, but like, I don't think this is how viruses work, or chronic illnesses or whatever else they try and say that it is. You can't just write a storyline that convinces someone they've got an incurable disease that kills them. There'd have to be some sort of viral agent or infectious disease that they gave to Kaido that has a weeks-long incubation period while also not being infectious to anyone else at all. And again, if it was a chronic illness, same deal. You can't just implant the memory of like MS or Huntington's disease in someone. So unless it's an unnamed fictional illness that doesn't operate like anything that exists in reality, it just doesn't work. And within the narrative of the game, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you ever introduce an externality like that to the killing game? If there's one thing that we know about the Danganronpa games and about how the format works and what you would want to stick to, is that you don't want anyone to die outside of the context of the killing game. And from the perspective of putting on a killing game as entertainment, you wouldn't want to randomly have a contestant drop dead of a random illness if he doesn't become a blackened or a victim before it kills him. And if he dies before the disease gets him, then you've also just created this unsatisfying arc for your audience that goes nowhere. And if you want to argue that it makes sense because it played out thanks to Tsumugi planning it all so precisely, you're still wrong. Because 1, Chapter 5 is very clearly happening in a way that nobody can monitor, and neither her nor Monokuma dispute that at the end, meaning that that event and therefore the rest of the events clearly weren't pre-scripted that meticulously, because why wouldn't they just admit to it? And 2, it would be even dumber for her to deliberately write in an unsatisfying execution for Kaido given her supposed motivations and goals if she did meticulously plan it out. On top of that, Kaido's memory is that he is not sick. He specifically mentions that he remembers receiving a physical as part of his astronaut training that found that he was in good health. My guess is that Kaido was sick when they kidnapped him and they didn't know that, so the memories that they implanted in him didn't account for it. He doesn't say some shit like, I overcame the odds, or I tricked the doctors into letting me pass the physical by hiding my illness, which, if we know anything about Kaido, are both ways he would likely frame it if Tsumugi's version of events was true. There's also the handful of cutaways we get with Kaede and Shuichi showing them wearing a weird high-tech helmet in some sort of lab. The first one happens to Kaede immediately after the very first flashback light in the prologue, and seems to be like a rogue memory. Nobody else seems to have a similar memory that triggers at the same time, including Shuichi. We do know it's possible to have a delayed response on a flashback light's effects, but everyone hit by a flashback light is seemingly going to be hit by the same memories at the same time. So this is something else. The second time we see it is for Shuichi after the flashback light in chapter 2, and we get a little bit more information. Because in his flashback to that memory, he says, "I don't want to live. I want to die with everyone else," which makes it sound like it's just part of the false backstory of the Ultimates erasing their memories to avoid the Ultimate hunt. And this is corroborated by both characters wearing their Ultimate outfits and neither remembering it prior to getting hit with flashback lights. My guess is that this was done to indicate that whoever wiped their memories to protect them from the Ultimate hunt is supposed to be a different group than whoever's responsible for the killing game. But like, the helmet memories are never explicitly addressed at any point, and there's no other instance of people remembering things that they shouldn't, at least not that they cop to. People on Reddit will say that this is just memories appearing randomly, which does happen in the other games occasionally as well, but given how important it is for this game's narrative for memories to be controlled specifically, and the demonstrated ability to precisely control what memories are added, subtracted, or substituted, and how deliberate it has always been in previous games when it happened, it's actually pretty notable that these scenes happen the way they do. Realistically, this is probably just a vestigial plot point. I'm guessing an earlier version of the story probably had them getting more memories specifically about what happened when their memories were wiped in the fake Ultimate Hunt backstory, but they eventually changed the plan and showed different memories, so we never really get an explanation for the helmets specifically. Given how these scenes are presented, it feels like this was meant to be a bit more of an important revelation at some point, especially with how Kaede's memory of it replaces her previous memory of being kidnapped in the prologue. But in the version we got, they just kind of happen. There's also the specific issue of Costbox's inconsistencies, as mentioned earlier. Tsumugi claims she's not allowed to portray a real person or else her skin goes pink, as established early on with Kaede. However, she also claims that the Ultimates of V3 are all fictional characters and not real people, and she can cosplay fictional characters without any issues. So either 1, Costbox isn't real and she just faked changing her skin color for Kaede, which would definitely be something she could do as part of her cosplaying abilities that she uses as a way to avoid scrutiny as the Ultimate cosplayer, although that kind of brings into question whether or not she can cosplay something that hasn't technically happened unless she's seen Kaede with pink skin somewhere, but whatever. The second option is that it is real and proves that Kaede, and therefore the rest of the Ultimates in this game, are still fundamentally real people according to the universe of V3, meaning everything Tsumugi said about them being fictional is a lie, or at least is not fully true, and can be discarded. If the former is true, then anything we didn't see on screen is potentially Tsumugi cosplaying as somebody. Rentaro's Survivor Perk video, the motive videos, the auditions, all of it. If the latter is true, then we know she's lying about them being fictional despite the ostensibly ultimate real-world fiction thing that's going on. It's especially notable that the Costbox allegedly hit Tsumugi right at the very beginning, meaning it's not like Kaede was originally fictional but grew to be real through the events of the story by the time Tsumugi demonstrated the Costbox. This is when she was freshly created as a character according to Tsumugi, so if they're real, then they were always real and it was always all a lie. You can maybe chalk up Tsumugi's perspective of fictional versus real people as being metaphorical. Like, the characters in this cast are real people at their core, even if they're playing the role of another character that just shares their name. So the character is fictional, but the realness of the person under the outfit overrides that for Costbox purposes. But that also doesn't make any sense because that would mean she can't cosplay as any character that's been represented in live action before, which you'd think she would mention, and also does apply to the Danganronpa characters that she does cosplay as. She specifically draws the line between cosplay and impersonation, which makes it even more clear that you kinda just have to believe that Costbox was a lie from the start. But the game can't say that, because then it means that you can't believe anything you saw, and it just introduces even more doubt. Every single interaction with any other character could have been Tsumugi if she wasn't otherwise accounted for in a given scene if she admitted that Costbox was fake, undermining the entire narrative and basically every important moment. But given how much of a massive liar she is and the inconsistencies of Costbox, as well as just the overall theme ostensibly being about truth versus lies, reality versus fiction, I think we kinda just have to accept that Costbox was fake or else we can't get anywhere with this. Also, there's the issue of the demo. While it's obviously supposed to be non-canon, at least I think it is, the ending is clearly meant to be a pretty big hint about the twist of the game. This raises some pretty massive implications about there being more than one person capable of Tsumugi's talent. Either that, or there are people who just look identical to Makoto, Yasuhiro, and Hajime who are just kind of available for use. My interpretation is that if there aren't multiple people who can do this sort of transformation, then Tsumugi isn't just capable of transforming herself. She can also transform other people, which would provide a useful explanation for stuff like the audition tapes or some other weird moments that we don't actually get to see for ourselves but are told about or shown by Tsumugi. But the demo exists in this weird limbo where it's hard to tell how much of it to take seriously. The demo is clearly trying to tell us something, but how much of it is meant to be interpreted literally? Since this stuff is never acknowledged in the main game, it's probably not meant to have been super literal, but given the twist, it feels like it would have been helpful to address this stuff. Hell, it would have actually been a really cool way to tie into the reality TV side of things if Tsumugi openly acknowledged the demo as something they used to get footage for a trailer or something and then made everyone else forget. Or even just as like a test run for the show, talk about how like, oh, we brought back some past characters just to kind of see what would happen type thing. We don't get any of that. We also never get any sort of answer for what is normally supposed to happen at the end of a Danganronpa season. We're told that the rule is that the killing game continues until there's only 2 people left, and presumably once you reach the top 2, one person sacrifices themselves so the other can go free, and the sacrifice gets sent back into the game like Rantaro. However, that raises a couple questions for me. I mean, primarily, why? What value is added by putting someone back in the game a second time? They're having their memory wiped and starting fresh anyway, so it doesn't add anything for the audience, and there's not really any advantages from a gameplay perspective. This also doesn't answer what graduating actually means, either for the Blackened or for anyone whose freedom was won at the end by the sacrifice. If the Blackened wins, do they actually get to go free? If so, how does the outside world react? Do the winners actually get to escape? And if so, why? What happens to them in the outside world? Are these people celebrities? Is there some sort of prize? Is there some sort of rehabilitation to take them from fictional to reality again? Because with how Tsumugi describes it, it's impossible for these people to live in the outside world because they are fictional. And while you can say that was just to induce despair, we don't really get any explanation for what actually happens. There's also seemingly no actual requirement to get it down to a final 2 either. That's apparently the minimum, but V3's final class trial triggers at 5. Shuichi, Maki, Tsumugi, Kibo, and Himiko. Even if we exclude Kibo and Tsumugi, because they're sort of unique circumstances, that's still 3 actual contestants, not 2. So do 2 of them have to return? What would have happened if this happened a chapter earlier and Kokichi and Kaito were there too? This feels inconsequential in the context of the game itself, but the narrative of Danganronpa games goes beyond the killing game. If these are fictional characters who don't exist in the real world as Tsumugi claims, we really need an answer for some of these questions. Like if Season 53 had played out as it was supposed to, then since Maki and Kibo both volunteered as sacrifices to spare Shuichi and Himiko, then Shuichi and Himiko would have been allowed out, and then Maki and Kibo would have been sent back for V4, I guess? Like what would that have meant for Shuichi and Himiko? There is a fan theory that I've alluded to a few times that states that Tsumugi was the person who was saved by Rantaro's sacrifice at the end of his season, and so that's why she got put back into the mastermind role. Or that she also chose to sacrifice herself, and I find that theory compelling, but it also doesn't explain what would happen with this final 4. Like, would they force all of them to go back? Would they force none of them to? I mean, presumably Tsumugi dies either way, right? Like, that's always what happens to the mastermind. They don't get to survive, or at least the villain doesn't. It matters because we're led to believe that this final act is so important that failing to deliver on it is what ends this show, Danganronpa, after 53 seasons. But nothing we're told really justifies that reaction. It implies that this is how every season must end, which also implies that there's no way to win as the Blackened, which would be pretty insanely anticlimactic for the audience. However, even if that's what the audience wants, why do they want it? They say it's because it provides hope or whatever, but like, does it do that more than refusing to let it continue? Is this final act not a clear gesture of hope towards the outside world that they do resonate with? I mean, clearly the suggestion is just that the audience just wants the spectacle and gives up once they don't get their big climactic finale, but like, we're never properly clued into why this is such a desirable spectacle, nor why everything up until this point was received positively and then this was received so negatively. The shallow interpretation and expression of this reality TV show aspect is a huge part of why it's so hard to accept what Tsumugi says for me. Different people are obviously going to hone in on different things, but for myself, this is something that I actually kind of think about a lot. I like reality TV, I've watched a fair amount of it, and I've obsessed over it for probably too much of my life. There are other parts of what she says and does that makes her feel like an unreliable narrator, but the way that all of this is written and presented makes it hard to interpret as anything other than someone making shit up as they go along. And while that would be fine if we eventually realized that Tsumugi was just making it up and there was actually a real plan being enacted by someone else, that never happens. We're forced to sit here with all these things that don't make sense, but also where there isn't really a more logical interpretation that's based in concrete fact. Now, with all of that stated, I know there's still plenty to cover about the conclusion, but I want to spread it out a bit. We're going to dive back through this game in reverse order, as I said earlier. Part 3 will be a reevaluation of the chapters we've already covered, and we're going to explore them within the context of the game as a whole, including specifically examining what does or does not align with the conclusion of this game and what Tsumugi's said. Part 3.1 Chapter 6 Retrospective. So obviously there's not a ton to add in a retrospective of Chapter 6 itself, like in isolation, given that we're analyzing within the context of the conclusion that occurred within it, but we can still analyze it within the context of the game as a whole and its place within the Danganronpa canon, as well as within the broader canon of killing games in general. When this sort of killing game that's meant to have some sort of positive effect on society happens in media, you've got to do a lot more work to actually justify it than they do here. The world of Killing Harmony seemingly didn't have any sort of catastrophe that triggered the creation of the mutual killing life as ultimate real fiction. It just sort of happened because a piece of media was popular. And that's not really enough. It needed a justifiable inciting incident. I've mentioned the lottery and the Hunger Games before, but the lottery had folklore and superstition to carry it, and it also wasn't really that big of a thing. It wasn't this huge, structured, formalized tournament or anything like that. But the Hunger Games were developed in response to a violent uprising as a tool of suppression. Even the previous Danganronpa games have had a more valid inciting incident, even if they are fundamentally absurd within, real-world logic. Junko is so smart that she gets bored of existence, and the only thing that's capable of surprising her anymore is despair, so she sets up killing games to cause despair for both the participants and the spectators. Izuru was in a similar position, having been manufactured to be the ultimate hope, but by making him so talented at everything, they put him in the same headspace as Junko by accident. However, then he had a moment where he got surprised by the hope of Chiaki Nanami as she was dying, and realized that both hope and despair could still surprise him. So he wanted to put them head to head to see what was truly the strongest. They're both unhinged, but Tsumugi is kind of just there. She's not really the mastermind, she's the surrogate for the producers. It's like when RuPaul sent Michelle Visage to host Drag Race Down Under for him. And if you're trying to take down RuPaul's Drag Race, it isn't super compelling if you're taking down Michelle Visage on Drag Race Down Under. In the case of Tsumugi, it's not really compelling because it means her motives don't really matter. We don't get to face off with the actual masterminds of this in Team Danganronpa and punish them. We do know that Team Danganronpa does in fact exist. We do see their logo on the outside of the dome at the end. We don't know the nature of them, but we can assume that that is at least something that's true. Looking back on Killing Harmony, it kind of just feels like everything after Chapter 2 just wasn't really interested in being a Danganronpa game. Chapter 6 is where that all comes to a head. Everything about the characters is undermined in the most literal possible way. Everything about the setting is undermined in the most literal possible way. And everything compelling about the story is undermined in the most literal possible way by the feeling that nobody had any agency within this. Even if you don't fully believe Tsumugi, like I said, I also don't think you can fully disregard everything she said. Clearly there's some kernel of truth in there, but where and what's the nature of it? What aspects of the story are the audience supposed to take at face value? What aspects were lies that we're supposed to be able to find out the truth of? Hell, what aspects are lies that we're just never supposed to have an answer to? I'd accept real clarification on that one at this point. And something I want to acknowledge here that I'll dive into more later is that every Danganronpa game has had a pretty ambiguous ending, all things considered. The mastermind has been defeated, the survivors have escaped, but to what fate have they been released? We learn more about the Trigger Happy Havoc survivors in Goodbye Despair, but it leaves a lot more questions than answers. What is the Future Foundation? What's the state of the outside world? What's going on? Will the victims of the killing school trip ever revive? Who knows? However, the big difference is that the Hope's Peak arc does eventually answer most of those questions. Danganronpa 3, The End of Hope's Peak High School, tells you what happened in the lead up to the events of Trigger Happy Havoc, a little bit about what happened in between the two games, you get other stuff about that as well, and what happened in the aftermath of Goodbye Despair. Ultra Despair Girls covers a handful of extra characters to flesh them out. There are light novels and manga that dive deeper into specific stories and connect the dots, and overall those questions are being answered. The ending of V3 is so frustrating in part because we're used to getting answers and we get nothing here. And we should have gotten a lot more. And I do mean it when I say that people are used to getting answers about Danganronpa stuff, even if it doesn't come in the main games. Trigger Happy Havoc came out in 2010. Every subsequent year from then until the release of V3 in 2017 featured at least one new major piece of Danganronpa media. 2011 had Danganronpa 0, 2012 had Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair, 2013 had Danganronpa the Animation and Danganronpa Kirigiri, 2014 had Danganronpa Another Episode Ultra Despair Girls, 2015 had Danganronpa AE Genocider Mode and Danganronpa Togami, 2016 had Killer Killer, Danganronpa 3 The End of Hope's Peak High School, and Kirigiri So, and 2017 finally had Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony. That's not literally everything either, but it does demonstrate my point. Trigger Happy Havoc's ending didn't have to stand on its own. It got Danganronpa 0 within the year and then a full sequel in under 2. Goodbye Despair's ending didn't have to stand alone either. While most of the Danganronpa media that came out after it was more directly tied to the Trigger Happy Havoc story and characters, Danganronpa 3 came out just 4 years later and splits its attention 50-50 between the characters of Goodbye Despair before they became the remnants of Despair and the survivors of Trigger Happy Havoc. Out of the Trigger Happy Havoc survivors, Kyoko, Byakuya, and Toko all got multiple spin-off pieces just dedicated to exploring them more. Meanwhile, when I'm writing this in 2024, it has been 7 years since the release of Killing Harmony. The same amount of time that passed between the releases of Trigger Happy Havoc and Killing Harmony. If we were following the same release schedule, we'd be so far along that we would have resolved the Ultimate Academy arc and moved on to a third one by now. Instead, all we've gotten is Danganronpa S, Ultimate Summer Camp, a non-canon, microtransaction-riddled grindfest adaptation of the board game minigame from V3. It's worth acknowledging how, while Chapter 6 sucks, it's not helped by the fact that it's been left completely hanging in a way that no other part of the Danganronpa franchise has been. This ending is begging for a follow-up that explores what truly happened next, or even just what truly happened in this story, that tries to discover the truth amidst the lies. And without that, it leaves the story unfinished and frustrating. With that said, let's also touch on the broader Killing Game canon. A lot of this would be fine if, again, there was either a setup or a follow-up. The game makers in the capital aren't faced in the Hunger Games. They're not an enemy. They're not someone that Katniss can take down. Nor is President Snow. We see that one of the game makers gets killed as a punishment for allowing Peeta and Katniss to live, but also, the end of the 74th Hunger Games isn't meant to be the end of the games. Katniss and Peeta did what they needed to do to survive, and that was all they were trying to do. Catching fire is where the games are actually destroyed. And again, Snow and the game makers aren't the ones facing consequences from Katniss either. This is where she accepts her role as the destroyer of the games, a mission that she pursues throughout Mockingjay, and it's only in that story that she does finally get to see the end of the games, get to see the end of Snow and the game makers, and also President Coin. With Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes and Reaping on the Sunrise, we know that these stories aren't about the end of the Killing Games. Much like stories like Danganronpa 0 or Danganronpa Kirigiri, we're getting the rest of the universe filled in. We see the original Killing Game in Danganronpa 3 that was previously alluded to in the other games, particularly in Trigger Happy Havoc where we can find the classroom where it took place. V3 doesn't get any of that. There's no sequel where we see a new cast of characters in Danganronpa V4 taking on the game with Shuichi, Maki, and Himiko trying to disrupt the game and free the Ultimates to take on Team Danganronpa directly. There's no light novel detailing the events of Rantaro's first game, there's nothing like that. And you might look to Killing Game / Death Game narratives where there is no setup or follow-up, like it's just a standalone story like Stephen King's The Long Walk. But the reason why that one doesn't need to exist in a broader narrative context is that it's not a notable long walk in universe. It's just one of many that happened before and will happen after, and the mundanity and normalization of this cruelty is a big part of the point. Nobody's trying to defeat the Long Walk, they're just trying to win. In a Danganronpa game though, the goal has always been about defeating the game. But in this context, we're told that defeating the game is what allows it to continue, so you have to instead not play the game. And this is a move that genuinely shouldn't work. Frankly, if a reality TV show manages to have a surprising twist ending after 53 seasons, that's a success, not a failure. Survivor went nearly 20 years before there was a tied vote for sole survivor at the finale, and while people didn't necessarily love the outcome of it, depending on, whether or not they liked the person who won, it served as proof that Survivor was still able to surprise the audience and answered a burning question. What happens if there's a tie? People have been wondering about that for years. If Danganronpa 53 was a reality TV show season, and this was the first time this had ever happened, the headline wouldn't be, Danganronpa cancelled after 53 seasons due to unsatisfying ending. It would be, for the first time in 53 seasons, Danganronpa finalists refused to choose. It would be discourse, it'd be a fandom moment, but it would not be the end of the show. Especially because, frankly, it would eventually get defenders who argued that it was actually a good ending because the characters did ultimately choose hope and to end the Killing Game. And isn't that what the audience says they want? You'd be getting video essays about this season of this show, The other Danganronpa games have plenty of moments of icebox logic too. Things that feel cool in the moment but start to feel shaky once you've had a moment to think about it. Can't remember if I've already defined icebox logic, but if I have, it's been a while, so it's a Hitchcock thing where he's talking about how some stories, you might watch them, read them, whatever, and accept the logic of it while you're watching it, while you're consuming the media. But then, once you're back home, you're thinking over what you just saw or what you just read, you realize that something doesn't quite make sense. That's icebox logic. It's something that is a plot hole or a contrivance that isn't really that glaring that it takes you out of the story, but which will raise some questions after the fact. A premise like Danganronpa requires some degree of suspension of disbelief, obviously, but Chapter 6 isn't like that. It creates plot holes and contrivances that are too glaring to ignore, and it makes it impossible to get wrapped up in the climax of the narrative because you're too preoccupied with how none of what's being said makes sense, and it feels like potentially a slap in the face. It's a problem shared with Process of Elimination, where the mastermind in that game also spends a good amount of time rambling about their awful, incoherent worldview. But Process of Elimination doesn't accept its mastermind's premise. As much as I find that game's mastermind to be a bit problematic or whatever in terms of how certain themes are handled, some of it maybe needed a bit more grace, a bit more sensitivity, the game also does explicitly reject it. Frankly, I'll give Process of Elimination credit for creating a really genuinely hard to handle, hard to comprehend mastermind. Someone whose worldview is wrong and awful, but which is concerningly maliciously phrased and framed. It makes you want to stop and argue against what they're saying and the manipulative, cruel way that they explain it. You want to engage with the mastermind to rebuke them, to point out why their beliefs are flawed, the harm that they're doing, and to argue against the sentiments that they stir up for the audience. I wish I could be more specific, but I also don't want to spoil that one because it's also a newer game and I eventually want to maybe make a video about it, so play Process of Elimination, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But regardless, Tsumugi's not like that. You can't engage with her worldview because she doesn't really have one. Junko and Izuru and Monika Toa had worldviews. They had principles and values and ideals and goals that they not only stood for, but stood in for. You weren't just taking down the character, but also the ideals they represented when you defeated them. Defeating Tsumugi kind of feels like if you voted out Jeff Probst on Survivor and thought you did something, or out lip-synced RuPaul. It's like Katniss killing a career and thinking she's beaten the game by beating the favorites, or her taking credit for the death of a game maker. Chapter 6 feels so empty because instead of any sort of climax, we just get this poorly written anticlimactic statement on the nature of fictional killing games, and I don't think that's enough for the story that you built to. And again, it does nothing to address the fact that, as we're going to get into, there are a lot of plot points that were raised throughout the game that, in hindsight, don't mean anything. And I know I keep bringing it up, but I do really think it's interesting that people don't feel the same way about Goodbye Despair, at least not to the same extent. Goodbye Despair was literally fictional. Like, not just this ultimate real-world fiction, it was a simulation. It was the digital equivalent of it was all just a dream. But it still feels more real than what happened here because of the framing of it. And a big part of that is that the characters in Goodbye Despair had agency. They could decide. They were choosing what to do within the context of the simulation. V3 doesn't do that. It doesn't give people anything that they can take away from this. It doesn't give them a reason to still believe that what happened mattered. And I think there are ways to do what they did, or at least do what they were attempting to do, without having this outcome. But we'll get into that later.
Danganronpa will never end, will it?
Together, we're gonna end Danganronpa!
Part 3.2, Chapter 5 Retrospective. The main thing I want to look back on with Chapter 5 is what actually happened in that XSL hangar. I mean, we know what Kaido and Kokichi did, but it's more about the narrative. Did Kokichi and Kaido actually manage to disable the cameras, the 6th Monokub? Were Monokuma and Tsumugi and Team Danganronpa genuinely unable to tell what happened in there? And if they were, does it matter? Like, was it so scripted that they knew even without being able to see it? Tsumugi and Monokuma never copped to knowing what happened in there, so it feels like they probably genuinely didn't know and that Kokichi and Kaido's plan, mostly Kokichi's plan, worked. But also, Tsumugi repeatedly insists that every single thing that happened was scripted by her. So was that scripted? If so, then all those feelings about sacrifice and about this character growth for Kokichi feel like they're all for nothing. And that's not only bad for Chapter 5, but for all the other chapters that were sacrificed to pull it off in service of Kokichi. If Kokichi was just programmed in-universe to behave the way he did, then it robs him of his agency in handing the antidote to Kaido and constructing a plan that could have been pulled off by just putting Kaido in the press and not cooperating with him. Kokichi's scheming was the core of Chapter 4 and was enabled by the events of Chapter 3, and yet, seemingly, it wasn't really scheming. Obviously, he's a fictional character on the meta level of the game. Like, we know he's not real. We know that this isn't ultimate real-world fiction, and none of that stuff. But that's not, like, what matters here. Within the narrative, we still want characters to be acting with agency, or else their actions don't really reflect anything. And depending on the extent to which Tsumugi was telling the truth, again, there was just no agency, meaning there was no genuine motivation behind any of it, which makes it feel hollow. Kurumi wasn't motivated by wanting to save Japan. Korekio wasn't motivated by his incestuous relationship with his sister. Gonto wasn't motivated by wanting to spare his friends with the knowledge of the outside world's destruction that also wasn't real. Kaede wasn't motivated by trying to save her friends and kill the mastermind, even if it meant sacrificing herself. And these might not all be the most positive motives. Again, I criticized in particular Korekio's, but at least they're motives. There's something. There's something that gives the character a reason to act that isn't just their script. Rantaro, Ryoma, Angie, Tenko, and Miu didn't die because of the agency of a character in this situation, but because of an in-universe writer. They were scripted murders that the murderer and their victim had no autonomy in. They just played their part. And given that the narrative is a killing game where trying to provide and then identify a motive is centered in every chapter, it just weakens all of it. Like, the motive video has an impact because it is supposed to be characters genuinely reacting to their loved ones, right? But if these aren't real loved ones, and it's not a real reaction, it's just what they were programmed to react with, then where are you supposed to derive any sort of meaning or connection with these characters from? That being said, though, my belief is that they weren't able to see in there and that it wasn't scripted, at least not to such a minute detail. They didn't know how to identify a blackened, and I do think that that's the case, even though they could have just tested the blood or something after the fact. And to me, this restores the agency of not just Kaido and Kokichi, but also at a bare minimum puts the agency of every other character back on the table because it confirms that not everything can be scripted and planned. The problem with this, then, is that it further muddies the water on what was or was not part of this supposed ultimate real fiction, and I hate that. Also, the fake-out reveal of Kokichi as the mastermind sucks. I don't like it. I know why they did it. They wanted to have an excuse to set up the rest of the chapter, but it's still really dumb. It's obvious to the player that he isn't. It's been too transparently communicated. which makes it frustrating when everyone keeps acting as though it must be true. It's also obvious that he's not a remnant of despair because that's a specific group that players will be familiar with and know that he couldn't possibly be a part of, which makes it even more frustrating when the game insists on sticking to it for so long. Again, if this is the first game you played, as it was for me, it doesn't feel as frustrating. It doesn't feel as obvious what it gets wrong. But goddamn does it suck once you know what the remnants of despair actually are and who was part of it. The fact that Tsumugi supposedly panicked over the Kokichi fake-out also makes it seem like this wasn't scripted. Otherwise, she would have anticipated this and prepared a flashback light for it. But like, this is something that Kokichi explicitly required Monokuma's collaboration on to some degree, or at least for machinery and hardware to be set up so that he could steal it. So even if it wasn't scripted, she still should have known what was up. And to me, this lends credence to the idea that she wasn't a true mastermind, only a puppet of the actual masterminds who was being misled by flashback lights herself. The producers would want her to fumble here in order to make things more entertaining, but then that wouldn't explain why they allowed her to walk them into a corner with the ending. The fact that they're able to get to the end of the Death Road of Despair here is also kind of hard to square because it's possible to get there at the beginning of Chapter 1, which does reinforce the idea that this wasn't totally scripted, because that is a divergent outcome. But it also kind of doesn't make sense unless it is totally scripted. Like, they don't expect you to beat it when you first attempt it because it's meant to be impossible, but they do still want you to get to the end so there can be a dramatic reveal about the truth of the outside world. But in order to guarantee that they can get that far, we need Miu to be willing to build both the electro hammers and the EMP grenades for Kokichi before she dies, for Kokichi not to die, for Kokichi to scheme with Monokuma in Chapter 4, for only a few characters to still be alive because this twist wouldn't really be all that entertaining if it happened too soon, and for Rentaro to have been dead already because if he was alive, he could point out that it's clearly not true because he'd participated in a previous killing game, which wouldn't make sense if the outside world was destroyed and the participants in the killing school semester were the last 16 people alive. Or last 15 in a robot. Even though Chapter 5 is a solid chapter in isolation, it also must needs be remarked that this is the point where the game abandons all pretenses of wanting to be its own thing and tries to claw its way back to the Hope's Peak arc. And the worst part of it is honestly the very end, where we see Tsumugi cosplaying as Junko. Like, it was genuinely jumping the shark for her to come back in Goodbye Despair, but it was kind of a tolerable move. Both because people really liked Junko, and because they moved heaven and earth to try and justify it. But they only justified it in a way that really allowed her to come back that one more time. However, after you see her at the end of Chapter 5, it's just like, goddamn, you've got to let it go and move on, man. Nobody in the Ultimate Academy is just allowed to be in the Ultimate Academy. They are only allowed to exist in the Academy so far as it exists in the shadow of the Hope's Peak arc. But not even in an interesting way that advances that story either. The Ultimate Academy arc is another universe where the Hope's Peak arc is fictional, but it doesn't actually have any implications for what happened in the Hope's Peak arc. The narrative in those games were as real as anything in fiction can be. But again, it's understandable that people don't think so because it feels like Chapter 5 is the game admitting that it's pulling a killer and was secretly part of the Hope's Peak arc all along. It's just frustrating. It's competently written narratively if we ignore all the implications on the broader narrative and also the way it'll be received and also the way that so much of the rest of the game is hurt by it. The mystery at the core of it is really good. The ambiguous victim is a really good way to make this trial compelling. And I like that it works, that Kaido is able to play Kaido and Kokichi. Although it is a little bit weird that Kokichi has like written out a whole script for Kaido as well, which feels like something they could have maybe addressed, like talk about how there's fiction within the fiction. Kokichi wrote a whole narrative for Kaido to follow sort of thing. But we don't get that. I wish that this mystery had been allowed to breathe and be the main focus of the chapter instead of this desperate rush towards the old games and towards this fake out with Kokichi as the mastermind and all these other things that didn't go anywhere. Part 3.3, Chapter 4 Retrospective. There's honestly not a ton to say about Chapter 4 in hindsight to me, because it's just not a very substantive chapter. Like, really, what about Chapter 4 changes with the twist? It's still a really dumb use of Miu and Gonta even with Tsumugi's framework. It's still poorly set up, and it doesn't really have any ramifications if we know that it was maybe all a reality show. If anything, it just makes it even more confusing because why would this be how this was written? Why would this be what you'd want for a reality show? Knowing that it was supposedly scripted doesn't change anything other than making it even more confusing why they'd have Miu construct multiple important devices for Kokichi to use to defeat the killing games. The electro hammers, the EMP grenades, the microscopic vacuum cleaner thing that identified the 6th Monocub, all that stuff. Despite apparently planning for him to get Gonta to kill her while she was scheming to kill him. Like, why not have them work together? It narratively just makes not very much sense, and while the electro hammers are one thing because they were necessary for the plot, the EMP grenades seem like they only produce an impediment for the producers. Like, one, why give her the materials for that? But also, two, why are you writing her to do any of this? Like, the more you believe Tsumugi, the worse this chapter gets in hindsight. Beyond that though, the Neo World program being here makes me really wonder why there are no references to any of the other 50 seasons of Danganronpa that apparently happened between them. Everything is a reference to 1 and 2. But like, refer to some seasons we never saw. Refer to characters we never saw. We get like one brief reference in a class trial, maybe to a previous class trial that was super short from the Monocubs, but that's it. And it was never expanded on, and it doesn't even really sound like a real thing. I can't tell if they're just like making it up or whatever. There are some unique things that come up, and if they wanted to try and explain this stuff away, and also explain why they did the tropes from 1 and 2, they could have explained most of those things were just tropes from previous games. Maybe the first blood perk had become a staple first motive after a certain point, or maybe there was a specific ultimate that had always appeared that had become a trope somewhere along the line. We get a moment in the fake audition tapes showing Shuichi talking about how he always liked the past Ultimate Detectives, implying, presumably, that there had been at least a few more since Kyoko, but they never follow up on that. Also, the last thing I want to talk about for this chapter, because again, I just don't really have a lot to say about it, is the binders that we find in Shuichi's lab with all the details of the previous games, because it's never really explained why they didn't investigate them in some more detail. If they looked at the most recent one, presumably they would have been able to see Rantaro featured, and that would have been a way to introduce some real motivation to get into his lab and figure out what his deal was. If he'd been in there and listed as the ultimate explorer who won, then that would have also made it a twist when it was revealed that winning the game had turned him into the ultimate survivor. And again, given how short this chapter is, it's not like there wasn't enough time for this. It would have taken like 20 minutes tops, and it would have added some very necessary build-up to the final twist. Chapter 4 of a Danganronpa game typically features some sort of big reveal of new information that's going to be pivotal to beating the mastermind right near the end, or at least somewhere in it. You know, in Trigger Happy Havoc, it was Kyoko revealing the existence of Mukuro, and in Goodbye Despair, it was Nagito discovering that they were all remnants of despair in the funhouse. In this one, they tried to use it as a bait and switch to support Kokichi's claim of being the mastermind. But I really just wish they'd used it as a hint towards the actual twist. A big part of why the ending rubs everyone the wrong way is that it really feels like you weren't given a fair shot to figure out what was going on here on your own, and there wasn't really any build-up. And giving the player anything to go off of here would have helped out a lot and fleshed out Rantaro a lot more. Like, just think about how that would have played out if after the chapter was over, say Shuichi maybe went back to his lab to just sort of see what happened in these other killing games, whether he knew that they were real, whatever, doesn't matter. And he's reviewing all of them, he's going through them, maybe Maki shows up and is like, what are you doing in here? And then he's just sort of staring at the page, or maybe it's the other way around, maybe Maki was the one who was looking through the binders because she's wondering what happened with all the killings, you know, assassin, maybe that's it. And then Shuichi walks in and finds her, and she says, look at this. And then that chapter ends on a flash of the page that Rantaro was in as the Ultimate Explorer. Like, wouldn't that have been more compelling than the Junko thing? Because that's also a bait and switch. Like, the Junko Mother Kuma thing, it doesn't matter. It's a dumb reveal. Like, the only indications that they seem to consistently give are allusions to the number 53. Which, like, sure, maybe you should have been able to figure that out, but also, who writes numbers like that? Like, obviously it's meant to be a twist, I get it, I do like the theory of it, but like, give a better reveal, give better hints, build it better. I don't know, I kind of just hate thinking about this chapter. Like, I liked Miu in spite of her flaws, I liked Gonta who had no flaws, and I don't like that this chapter sacrifices both of their characters in order to get some cheap fan service out of the Neo World program. It's too short, and there's too little to say that I haven't already said. And besides, I want to get into chapter 3 anyways. I have words about that fucking chapter, so let's move on. Part 3.4, Chapter 3 Retrospective. So as has been well established, this chapter sucks ass. So instead of just analyzing it in terms of like how it's even worse, given what we know about the twist, I want to primarily talk about how you would fix it to make the twist feel a little bit better. What I think should have happened with this chapter goes as follows. The resurrection ritual works. Rantaro's brought back, but he's either 1, a new person who's gotten a total makeover to become identical to him and has been flashback gaslighted into believing he is Rantaro with all of Rantaro's memories, or 2, a lifelike animatronic of some sort. I personally prefer 1 because I think that's way more compelling, but I'll leave 2 on the table as well. Regardless, after he's brought back, he's knocked unconscious for an extended period of time in Angie's lab, like maybe the resurrection ritual just takes a lot out of him. Angie stumbles upon Korekyo after the ritual when she's returning the candle, and that's when he kills her. He sees the various effigies in Rantaro's body, and instead of stringing them all up from the ceiling, strings up the killers, Kaede and Kurumi, and poses their victims, Rantaro, who's alive now, and Ryoma, who isn't, in some sort of display on the floor. Then, the body is discovered as it was originally, except while you're investigating the room, you investigate Rantaro's effigy, and he suddenly bolts up and everyone panics, because he's now alive. The supernatural is real, he must have killed her, it's a locked room. He insists he has no idea what they're talking about. The last thing he remembers is trying to remove a camera in the library, and then he woke up here. Kyo proposes the ritual to ask Angie if Rantaro was the killer. But in this version, Kyo's lab and the ritual are things that were both introduced in Chapter 1, and he's proposed doing a seance every time to try and get answers, but people ignored him. This time, they finally acquiesce. Maybe we use the student council in here and say that they specifically feel like there should be some sort of a connection, because Angie would want to speak to them through Atua, so that's the plan. Maybe someone specifically pushes hard for it. And again, like I said, lab introduced in Chapter 1, and the katana was stolen in Chapter 2. Tenko is killed in almost the same way, except instead of a sickle, Kyo's modified the cage to react to a magnet in the bottom of the statue that causes it to swing 90 degrees straight down, like a couple of the bars slide down or whatever. And that is used instead. Then, when the statue is lifted, there's no murder weapon in there because it's retracted, making it look like it was another impossible murder and there must be supernatural forces at play. This way, we actually have some alternative suspects. Rantaro was in the locked room with Angie, but Tenko also wanted her dead. Everyone knew Kyo wanted to do a ritual, so someone with engineering abilities like Mew could have rigged up the cage to try and get a kill, and then pushed for it to be done this time, not realizing that the kill wouldn't count. Alternatively, there were two killers. V3's unique double kill rule is that only the first killer counts as the blackened, and the second one wastes a kill. So, let's explore that. Have a second killer. Let's say Tenko killed Angie to try and end the brainwashing instead of Kyo killing her basically incidentally. But then everything else played out the way I just described. We end up losing Tenko and Angie, but gaining Rantaro and keeping Kyo, which allows for a more interesting dynamic, I think. Himiko still gets her moment of character development by coming to terms with what's happened to Tenko and Angie, but it's complicated by the fact that not only is Tenko's killer still alive, but Tenko herself killed Angie to try and protect Himiko. Would she have voted to kill Tenko if she was still alive? How does she feel about Korekiyo? Just give her anything to work with so she maybe gets a bit of a redemption and a bit of character growth that actually goes somewhere and feels like it matters. Because as it is, she just kind of transforms from an annoying, lazy character into a background NPC who's only alive because no one cares enough to kill her. She doesn't have any strong relationships without Tenko and Angie, but giving her an antagonistic one with Korekiyo would have made both of them feel like more interesting characters that would have had a pretty unique dynamic. Regardless though, I want Rantaro resurrected. Part of this is because I really like him, obviously, but on a bigger level, I think this game needed to really grapple with reality often being stranger than fiction in ways that would have expanded on what it means for something to be real or fictional. This is a theme explored far better despite being borderline incidental by Your Turn to Die Chapter 2 Part 1. Spoilers ahead for that game, skip ahead like 20-30 seconds if you don't want to hear it. Where Reko Yabasame is temporarily replaced by an AI-powered doll that's otherwise identical to a human Reko when you go into a room of lies. And eventually you either have to sacrifice AI Reko by pushing her into a pit of spikes, or let Now do it for you to save Gin since Gyutaro Burgerberg is too much of a chicken shit bitch to sacrifice himself to save a literal child. The AI Reko pleads for you to recognize her as being fundamentally human, and the characters struggle with this. Like, she has human emotions and desires and fears, and you have to make the hard choice to reckon with what is or is not fundamentally human as a consequence. And there are consequences. A human being will die. It's just who? And it raises the question of what is a human? And that is explored throughout the game as well more broadly with the dolls, but that's for a separate video. I made that video already, go watch that one if you want to. Killing Harmony could have done this to an even greater extent. Obviously, you can't literally resurrect Rantaro. I don't think that it would be better if it had that level of, like, supernatural to it. But if this is the ultimate real fiction, you can just write in a new Rantaro. Like, do some plastic surgery, do some memory replacement, make him a cosplay. Like, you can just cast a new Rantaro and add him back into the game in a way that makes it more entertaining for the in-universe audience who would find this super compelling, but also would allow you to explore some existential questions about life and death. If we go with this route that I propose where Kyo killed Tenko but isn't the Blackened, we take this even further. Kyo and Maki are now both revealed to have been killers who have different approaches to death, but neither of them has ever reckoned with the reality of a victim coming back to life, and both of them would likely feel very differently about it. The new Rantaro would have to grapple with his mortality, and it would allow for a bigger exploration of what reality even is for him, and could have had just enough memories altered to not allow him to remember that he'd been carrying the Survivor's Perk Handbook when he was killed. So he learns he was the ultimate survivor during the final chapter when everyone else does. Or, if we explore the binders like I said we should have, he learns that he must have once been the ultimate explorer, and he's referred to by that title for a chapter, or half a chapter, or whatever it ended up being. And then he learns that none of Rantaro, as he identifies himself, as he sees himself, is technically real. So he's just grappling with this insane idea of not only not being a real person in the way that Shuichi and Maki and Himiko are, but also in the sense that he is a carbon copy of that fictional character. He's not even that character. He's an imitation of them. He's a replacement. He's a recast. It also gives greater credence to Tsurugi's position that they are actually fictional. Tsurugi is an unreliable narrator at best. We've already been over this, but resurrecting Rantaro by just turning some other random guy into Rantaro would be a really compelling thing for her to point to. She could say, like, obviously you can't literally bring a person back from the dead, but you're not real people. You're fictional characters, and just like any good fictional story about life and death, death's not permanent if the character's a fan favorite. Which, like, yeah, you can look to external media like Vampire Diaries or Pretty Little Liars or Supernatural or whatever else to see that exact trope, and it isn't always being done in a supernatural way. But you could also even look to Danganronpa itself. She says that the Hope's Peak arc was originally fiction in this timeline that everyone loved, so like, acknowledge that toying with who's really dead or not is part of the drama of it all. Like, they do that shit all the time. Chihiro dies once in Trigger Happy Havoc in Chapter 2, and then is killed again as Alter Ego in Chapter 4's execution, and then comes back as Alter Ego in Chapter 5 to save Makoto, and is an integral part of the plot of Goodbye Despair. Junko gets a fake-out death with Mukuro, then is brought back and killed at the end of Trigger Happy Havoc. Then her death is kind of retconned to allow for her body to be intact enough to be harvested by remnants of despair, but she's still dead. But then she's brought back as an AI in Goodbye Despair. And then she is also brought back by Tsurugi in Killing Harmony, if you want to go there. And that's just the fucking games, because if you get into the light novels, you also get Junko suffering from severe amnesia and coming back as Ryoko Oronashi in Danganronpa 0, as well as Soshun Murasame, who is part of the very first killing game known as the Tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy, where Danganronpa 3 makes it seem like he must have died alongside everyone else, because there was only one survivor allegedly, Izuru. But then Danganronpa 0 reveals that not only did Daiki Kubo seemingly think he'd killed Soshun with a chair alongside Shoji Yoko, but actually he hadn't, and Soshun had survived with a severe head injury. But then he was actually murdered by Yasuke Matsuda, the ultimate neurologist, who did so to protect Junko because Soshun remembered Junko inciting the killing game, and he didn't want anyone else to figure it out, especially because Junko was actually still Ryoko at the time. During the events of Goodbye Despair, Chiaki Nanami had been dead all along. Like, she was just brought back, not even intentionally, by the simulation. Nekomaru kinda died, but then came back and then died again. Byakuya survived the first game, but then seemingly gained weight and died in the sequel, except plot twist, obviously that wasn't Byakuya. And also, Danganronpa 3 relies pretty heavily on someone dying but then not. The killing game in the future arc is dumb, and I don't really like the idea of the forbidden actions, because obviously it's a bit unfair. But Kyoko's forbidden action is Makoto surviving past day 3. I think it was day 3 at least. I might be mixing up my numbers. I'm not going back to the wiki to check on this one. Obviously, Makoto doesn't die during this, so Kyoko does instead. She dies during the night of the poison in her bracelet. But then plot twist, she doesn't, because there actually was an antidote that she had, and so it just looked like she died, and it played the role of it, but she didn't die for real. And speaking of Danganronpa 3, while Goodbye Despair leaves the fates of the 10 students who died during the game ambiguous, the end of Hope's Peak High School clarifies that they all actually survived, which is basically a decouple resurrection. Like, I bet you didn't even know that decouple was the word for that. I thought it was decouple, honestly. I thought that would be how it would be pronounced. Doesn't matter. If you're going to try to pretend that you're just being tongue-in-cheek about your tropes, commit to the fucking bit, right? Unfortunately, we got the chapter that we got instead. It's a bad chapter that I can't and won't defend. And what's worse is that it comes after 2 pretty solid chapters, all things considered. It plays off the worst tropes of the double kill. It fails to really deliver a compelling narrative on its own, and it drops the ball on the narrative introduced in Chapter 2. Like, frankly, this probably should have been the Chapter 2 kill. I think the only reason why it wasn't is that they'd come up with the plans for Chapters 2, 3, and 4 in a way that all would have been solid solo kills, but then they needed one of them to be a double kill. Narratively, I think that Chapter 3 should have been Chapter 2, Chapter 2 should have probably been Chapter 4, Chapter 4 should have been Chapter 3. But we can't do that because the Chapter 2 motive only works if it's used really early on. And Chapter 4 only works because of a motive set up in Chapter 3. So we end up with the game's actual overarching narrative grinding to a halt for like 6 hours or more for a poorly constructed murder that feels like it was written as a solo kill but was quickly rewritten to become a double kill just to check off that Chapter 3 trope box. Part 3.5, Chapter 2 Retrospective. I've said it a couple times throughout this video, but Chapter 2 is the last chapter, and maybe the only chapter, where it feels like a normal Danganronpa game that's actually interested in being its own game for the most part. When it comes to the reveal of the body itself and the transition into the deadly life, it's a kind of, I guess, unique situation where it was very obvious that someone was going to die at this magic show, and all the flags were pointed at Himiko dying because of someone sabotaging the show, but then it's Ryoma. And look, I don't really like Ryoma. I've said that before as well. I think he's boring and a bit up his own ass, but narratively he needed to live a little longer in order to actually get some closure on the arc they were writing for him. He's an interesting choice for a victim here, given that up until this chapter he'd done very little, but he had just started expressing a desire to live, or at least to find a reason to develop a desire to live, and so you might expect him to live a little bit longer so that this storyline can be resolved. However, that means that they then have to subvert expectations again. But like, it's just a trick you can't keep pulling, and they do keep pulling it. Like, this is the third time in a row that you've brought a subversion of expectations to class when it comes to who died Kodaka, and eventually, it's not a subversion of expectations because the subversion becomes the expectation. And to be clear, that doesn't mean everything has to be clearly telegraphed. That's not the problem with Chapter 2. There's inherently some subversion of expectation in a game like this, or else there's no mystery. However, trying to find the most they'll never see it coming approach to every problem just means that you're looking for whatever would be the most unlikely. And this is kind of a major challenge with subversion of expectations in general. People don't actually love constantly getting the rug pulled out from under them. Sometimes they just want some narrative satisfaction. And V3 struggles to do that because it's committed to twist and subversion for the sakes of twist and subversion rather than prioritizing effective storytelling through them when appropriate. This is a problem that The Walking Dead notoriously struggled with. While the show initially became famous for how anyone could die at any point, eventually some characters ended up being too popular to kill, i.e. Daryl, Carol, etc. And the storylines revolved around those characters. But people still had to die, you still had to fulfill that promise of how anyone could go at any moment. And since you couldn't kill the A team without the fans getting mad, you'd look for a victim among the B team. However, the B team characters were often underdeveloped, so they'd have one of two options. Either 1, kill them without really giving them any sort of arc or conclusion or anything, which might work if it advances someone else's narrative, but is generally pretty underwhelming and means the audience won't care much about that death. Or 2, speedrun a narrative arc for them in a desperate attempt to make people care about this borderline nameless background character before you kill her in a month. Shout out Beth, I still have the cover of you and Maggie singing The Parting Glass on my playlist. Danganronpa is a bit different because deaths happen at formalized points in the narrative, which isn't the case in The Walking Dead. But if you keep hammering the button that says, kill this character right as they're starting to get some attention and real momentum on their character arc, then every character kind of becomes a Beth. And an important difference between chapters 1 and 2 is that Rantaro and Kaede inherently couldn't be a Beth. A Beth has to be a wallflower up until it's time for them to proclaim their narrative importance so they can have an impact when they die. And your protagonist and your biggest enigma just kind of aren't that. What's more, making a habit of this means that you end up with a narrative where you only ever develop characters like you're fattening up lambs for the slaughter. And if you do that too much, you're liable to end up in a finale with a bunch of characters who never got the spotlight and so you have very little attachment to them. The survivors of Trigger Happy Havoc were arguably too clearly telegraphed from the jump, or at least from the first couple of chapters, but at least you got a lot of good development from them. The Goodbye Despair survivors struck a good balance between the people who were perceived as main characters as well as some more secondary ones at the end, although that's partially because Chapter 5 sees 2 of the main characters both taken out at once. This is one thing when you do it right near the very end, because then you've still run with their storyline a good distance while still being able to surprise the audience by killing them off when it seems like they're probably safe. But doing it at the start means you never give anyone time to get off the runway, and this is a pretty consistent issue with V3. Also, this is the chapter where the Horse A graffiti was introduced, and we never get an answer for either that or the Twins B hint that was left in the school. I don't believe it's ever established for sure who wrote them, but it was supposedly Kokichi between the end of Chapter 1 and the beginning of Chapter 2, with his goal being to implicate himself as the mastermind. However, that doesn't really make any sense, because those were the clues for opening the safe in Rantaro's lab, a lab that Kokichi should have had no knowledge of, and definitely had no reason to really give away, even if he did, especially not at the time that he wrote those messages. It's more plausible to say that Team Danganronpa wrote them through either Monokuma or Tsumugi, and then Kokichi incorporated them into his plan, but that still begs the question of why they wrote it in the first place. Like, if it was all scripted, then they knew Rantaro was going to die before getting to his lab, and the lab wouldn't be open until Chapter 6 when Kibo blew it open. So, why bother even having a safe in there to begin with? There's no emphasis put on the importance of astrological signs before this to signify anything, and given that the only time we encounter the safe is after we've definitely encountered both of the passwords, it doesn't really make sense to do that in the first place. If it was partially scripted, same deal. Whether or not Rantaro survives that long, it's not like there's a reason to only add that information in as random graffiti after Chapter 1, regardless of whether or not he dies then, because it's not like that information was something that he needed to pass on after his death. If it was totally unscripted and Tsumugi was totally a liar, then these still don't make sense because then we just have nothing to go off of. We never learn why Kokichi only ever used the Horse A clue to try and fuck with them. The Twins B clue is just kept hidden right up until the very end. We never learn why the Horse A and Twins B clues were placed where they were, which was on a random rock in the back and then in the warehouse room or whatever that is. And there's no character who's ever established as having both the means and motive to do this. Kokichi should have no knowledge of Rantaro's lab, much less the solution for the safe puzzle inside of it, and there's no motive for Smoogie and the rest of Team Danganronpa committing to the lab being permanently locked if an ultimate dies before they get to it, putting that safe puzzle in Rantaro's lab, and putting the codes out there after he dies because those actions contradict the motivations of one another. Last thing I do want to talk about with Chapter 2 is the motive videos, because they do kind of confuse me a bit. I don't really know how we're supposed to interpret them in hindsight. We only see a few of them, Kirumi, Ryoma, and Kaido's, and while Kirumi's and Ryoma's I think are fine, they don't really raise any issues beyond the obvious, Kaido's does. It's possible this is all just fake, but we never get an answer for what the deal with the grandparents is. To me, it's filmed like a twisted version of a standard loved ones video from a reality TV show. Drag Race will occasionally have a Queen's family member send in a message like, hey, we love you, I'm sure you're doing great, go on and win the crown. And this feels like, if this was a reality show, that sort of thing would make sense. In a world where Danganronpa is normalized, your family might be willing to contribute by making a video like this to try and encourage you to kill someone and escape. And that also kind of implies that winning Danganronpa comes with some sort of a prize or reward or prestige beyond just staying alive. We can choose to assume the motive videos are pure fiction if we want, and I think that's a pretty reasonable assumption to make, but I also kind of get the feeling that these exist in a gray area. The video says that they were in a terrible accident, but we can probably either assume that that's pure fiction and the grandparents aren't real, or that they were in on it and there was no accident based on what we've been told. The former is boring and cheapens the motive as well as the callback to Trigger Happy Havoc, and the latter is more interesting because it actually says something about the world of the Ultimate Academy arc. But it's also far less likely. Part 3.6, Chapter 1 Retrospective. While I stand by what I said about how My Class Trial, Our Class Trial is an amazing first chapter, there's also the fact that I mentioned at the time that there still had to be a Chapter 2, and a Chapter 3, and a Chapter 4, 5, and 6. And that if this is where they were going to start, they had to be able to somehow build on it in the future chapters, and then come to a satisfying conclusion. That's a really, really tall order that I don't think they were able to fill, and that helps to explain why Trigger Happy Havoc and Goodbye Despair didn't start like this. Not only does it make it hard to keep up the momentum, but the deaths of Rantaro and Kaede put you in a position where you've also lost a lot of the intrigue that the game spent about 10 hours or so building up by this point. And now you're at square one again in a lot of ways, but without two of your more compelling characters. Again, recall the comparison to reality TV competitions like Survivor and Drag Race. Part of what makes it so hard to make a good season to them is that the real world doesn't follow a satisfying narrative arc, at least not inherently, and sometimes someone does really good but still gets eliminated and you're left without the compelling winner that you were trying to build up to. Sometimes someone has to be disqualified either after filming ended or during filming, and you have to work around that and edit a whole new story out of the show that excludes them. Sometimes someone gets injured and gets medevaced, and so there's not even a thrilling end to their narrative. They just go out with a whimper and you have to work with that. The advantage of scripted narratives, then, is that you don't have to deal with unexpected eliminations or unexpected wrinkles. Everything is choreographed and scripted from the start, and all of your people are fictional characters that you can write to fit your needs. This changes the expectations. When you're watching reality TV, you recognize that the producers could only work with what they had. But with scripted fiction, you expect them to have a plan, and if they don't, you don't have nearly as much sympathy for them as you would for a reality TV producer. Danganronpa V3 isn't literally reality television where there was no control over outcomes and the possibility of a flop ending because it went in a direction producers couldn't do anything with. It is scripted fiction, so while in-universe the audience might be willing to tolerate a reality show where your most compelling characters either die early or die once they become compelling, the people who are actually playing the game aren't going to give it that grace. All that to say that V3's first chapter is really good when you consider it in isolation of the game it's in, but in retrospect, it's a promise they couldn't deliver on. It's the best chapter in the game, and I do still think it is the best first chapter in the franchise, but when it comes to defending the game, I feel like I'm running into the same wall that I did with Chapter 5. Praising Chapter 1 without recognizing how much it undermined the rest of the game by both setting the bar too high too early as well as by killing off characters that it didn't have a plan for narratively replacing feels disingenuous. I've talked about icebox logic a few times, and while there's a lot of it in this chapter given the nature of Kaede as the murderer, there's some stuff that doesn't make sense even when you do replay it. Some stuff just doesn't go anywhere, or doesn't get an answer, and while some of it does make sense in the context of the finale, a lot of it just doesn't. The main thing that I take issue with here that hasn't been discussed elsewhere in the video is that I don't like that Kaede was wrongfully executed. The Chapter 1 twist is great, but declaring that she was innocent all along not only undermines her sacrifice, but also undermines the impact of that twist. I get why they did it, and it's not the first time where the mastermind has tried to frame an innocent character, but it is extremely poorly executed here, and it really doesn't add anything. There's nothing we get out of the knowledge that Kaede tried and failed to kill Rantaro, because we're already trying to grapple with whether or not she was even real to begin with at this point. It's also not crucial for Tsumugi to have been the killer here to prove she was the mastermind. There was already plenty of evidence by this point that incriminated her that didn't require her to have delivered the killing blow. But the only thing that needed to change was just for Kaede's shot to hit Rantaro. Literally everything else could remain the same, and it would still work. Have Tsumugi sneak away in the exact same fashion with a shot put of her own, ready to whack Rantaro in case Kaede failed, only for her to, pop out of the room and watch it happen. Then, snag the survivor perk, deposit the other shot put that you brought in the garbage in the Mother Kuma room, and play everything else out the same. If you truly want to find some way to claim that she was explicitly complicit in the murder, say that it was her decision to play the obnoxious loud music to cover up the sound of the shot in the vent. That would prove that she put a finger on the scale in favor of Kaede to kill Rantaro, and while it doesn't change who killed Rantaro, it does prove Tsumugi wasn't really playing by the rules. The mastermind isn't supposed to interfere in a way that would help one person over the other in that kind of way and deliberately enable a kill that otherwise wouldn't have happened, or interfere with the investigation, which she did when she stole the survivor perk. And again, everything about the survivor perk just feels confusing in the context of this ostensibly being a totally scripted pseudo-reality TV show, because this just isn't how reality TV is made, and also not really how scripted shows are made either, but whatever. And while I'll get into it in more detail later, the important thing to establish is that the twists of both prior games were set up and established and reinforced throughout the game. However, in V3, so much of what's set up actively contradicts the twist, and the fact that this is bad reality TV show production does go against the idea that this is meant to be perceived this way. If the survivor perk is that powerful, then it should have never been given to Rantaro by production. However, we know that it isn't actually all that useful. It's a map of the school, which is certainly helpful, but it's not like it lets him enter any areas that nobody else can access. He can't go to his lab if he wants to. He also gets a hint about the ultimate hunt, which also isn't much of an advantage because all it tells him is that the ultimate hunt will be mentioned, not anything specific. It's framed as some sort of powerful perk that Tsumugi not only would have wanted Rantaro dead over, but that both of them felt the need to hide it from the other students. So while I would assume that this means that there was supposed to be more to the perk that just never manifested because he died, all we're told and shown is this very basic advantage. Rantaro's video from Chapter 6 has him saying that that makes him a target, but does it? If anything, you might assume that he was an asset if he survived the previous game. But again, we're talking about reality TV apparently. This is supposedly an entertainment product for the outside, and we're told that Rantaro's fate is what happens to whoever makes it to the end and then sacrifices themselves for their friends. But why? Why have an ultimate survivor in the first place? We're kind of led to believe that this is a recurring role filled by whoever sacrificed themselves at the final 2 of the previous season, but why bother? Why not just execute him? Would that not be a more fitting climax to the story? And what happens if the Blackened wins? Do they become the ultimate survivor, or do they get to graduate for real? Is it even possible for the Blackened to win, or is it purposefully rigged to never allow a Blackened to succeed? Will the producer always show up and provide some sort of evidence if they really need it? Is there always a Tsumugi as production's mastermind in the game? Are they always protected from being killed right up until the end? Even if we can answer some of these questions, none of it explains why Team Danganronpa would add in an ultimate survivor to begin with, especially if the ultimate survivor is scripted to die at the beginning anyways. Imagine if getting top 2 on Drag Race gave someone an invite back to the next season, but they were guaranteed to go home first every time. Or if getting top 3 in Survivor meant that you might get a chance to come back in the next season, one of the 2 of the losers would, but then would be sent home first. At that point, why bother? Just cast someone new. Danganronpa's situation is even more bizarre because, they're not even allowed to remember their previous game. In Survivor, there are people who've had back-to-back seasons, and some of them have had back-to-back seasons before their initial season aired. Russell Hance's first season was Samoa, and he came back for Heroes vs. Villains without Samoa ever having aired, so no one knew what was up with him. Malcolm Freeberg came back from Survivor Philippines in Season 25 for Caramoan Fans vs. Favorites Season 26, despite nobody having seen Philippines yet. But those characters, those people, Russell Hance and Malcolm Freeberg, still remembered their old seasons. In Danganronpa, they're ostensibly not even the same person, so what's the point of any of that? Part 3.7 Prologue Retrospective. Okay, last bit of part 3, we can do this. The prologue is a frustrating thing because, as established before, it really feels like the sort of thing that needed to be addressed and just wasn't, at least not appropriately. The prologue of each Danganronpa game features a brief bit of pre-game gameplay and narrative before the killing game is actually declared and begins in earnest. But the other 2 have prologues that actually do play into the game's narrative. In Trigger Happy Havoc, it's revealed that the point where the prologue ends is the point at which your memories have been erased. Makoto had a whole life as a Hope Speak student that he's forgotten, and while it's a simple twist and a simple way of making this work, I think it's done well. In Goodbye Despair, the prologue feels very weird with its digital doorway and some other impossible stuff, but also kind of just blends into the game's presentation as being this absurd thing. The game is also very retro-digital, and so it feels like maybe this was just part of the aesthetic, but not like a literal thing, or not something we're supposed to read into too in depth. But obviously, in hindsight, it's actually just proof that it's a simulation, and all the surreal, unexplainable things that happen throughout the game make more sense in that context. Part of why V3's story is so frustrating is that it somehow combines aspects of both of the previous games but handles them both badly. The game is being broadcast to the public in Trigger Happy Havoc and Killing Harmony, but Trigger Happy Havoc does it better. Goodbye Despair and Killing Harmony are both effectively simulations, a digital one in Goodbye Despair and a live action one in Killing Harmony, according to Smoogie anyways, but Goodbye Despair handles it better. However, V3 could have stuck the landing, and I think we can see glimpses of a better game somewhere in there. Kaede being kidnapped, Rentaro being the only one who seemingly knows what Danganronpa is, Smoogie being part of the cast and having to get her powers alongside everyone else, the fact that Kaede and Shuichi have the same interaction before and after the flashback light. All of it feels like something worth actually exploring. Even if we wholesale accept Smuggy's argument, why is there no exploration of who they were before? What conditions made them sign up? What were they genuinely feeling in that moment? However, it really feels like it's also the strongest proof against Smuggy's claims, because again, this stuff doesn't make sense with what she says. Is it possible that the Ultimate Hunt plot has some truth to it? One of the potential flashback light memories is students on another planet, so maybe there was an Ultimate Hunt and this is just one of many parts of the Gopher project. Maybe they did send out more students or something. Maybe it's a Fallout situation where a company was tasked with sheltering humanity, but whoops, they were secretly experimenting on their clients, except in Danganronpa's case, maybe the goal was to filter for which of the Ultimates was truly best suited for rebuilding humanity. Maybe instead of the Gopher project being fake, this was an audition for it. Maybe only the survivors who've proven themselves to be both morally upstanding enough to never be driven to murder and also smart enough to avoid getting murdered in this environment are going to be allowed on the Gopher project. I'm not saying that either of these are actual theories or whatever, I'll do some actual theorizing later, but more just ways that they could have taken this narrative that would have actually capitalized on what they established in this prologue. In the other games, the prologue is like a, oh my god, of course moment, but in this one it's just a series of, hey wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense moments, which isn't really ideal for a prologue. Like, okay, the way Rantaro was singled out in the prologue feels really important. It establishes that only he recognizes what's happening, and what's more, he's not feeling positive about it. For about half a chapter towards the end of the game, you start to think, oh, that must have been because he remembered his previous game and that memory was just erased. Like, he had to go in blind like everyone else, that's why he didn't remember it once we actually started, but that explains it for us in hindsight. But then you get to the end of the game and it's like, wait, if that was the case, then why give him the survivor's perk? Also, he clearly didn't remember participating in a game because he's confused about too many details. But also, he's the only one who supposedly participated in a past game and remembers stuff about Danganronpa, so like, what? Like, did he get a concussion in the off-season? Also, even though I don't think any argument justifying putting Smoogie in the prologue like that while also accepting her premise holds water, I think it's possible to still make an argument justifying that so long as you have an alternate theory for what her whole deal is. However, no version of any of it makes any sense for Rentaro. His Ultimate Survivor video shows him in his outfit from V3, so like, why put him in this schoolboy uniform? For the other Ultimates, the school uniforms are meant to indicate what schools they actually went to in V3 since this universe doesn't have a Hope Speak equivalent. Prior to the transformation, they're in generic but diverse uniforms, and that includes Rantaro. So why is he wearing that? Like, where's that from? If he's from the previous season, why isn't he just wearing his clothes from that? Or why is, like, what is gained from this? What's the point? And also, actually, something I'm kind of embarrassed that I just realized right now at this part in the script, why doesn't anyone recognize Rantaro? This guy supposedly just won the latest season of their favorite show. If the premise of the Danganronpa competition series is that winners keep playing, and we know that Rantaro looks pretty recognizable from his previous season, even in the school uniform, and he even introduces himself by name and is the only one to do so to the entire class, then surely one of those 15 kids who's supposedly a super fan would be like, wait, you're Rantaro Amami, the ultimate explorer. Then that means this is Danganronpa. Instead, even when Tsumugi's telling them about what supposedly actually happened during the prologue, there's no point where anyone acknowledges Rantaro as a previous season's winner. And again, this just doesn't really make any sense under any version of what Tsumugi says at the end. Like, if you're not a super fan of Drag Race or Survivor, you might not know who the winner of the last season was. But if you're such a super fan that you are eagerly auditioned for a show knowing it'll probably kill you, you absolutely would know your winners. And like, I say this from experience, I have been a super fan of a show. I was a Survivor superfan for a few years, which is where I got the name Viveros from. It was Survivor Panama. And during that period of time, I had to get a procedure done on my nose where they had to cauterize the inside to shrink a swollen part. I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. I had to be awake for it and smell my own nose flesh burning, and the way I distracted myself was listing every single survivor tribe in order. During the tribe phase, it would be in order of the placements of their final surviving members, and then obviously the merged tribe. If I fucked up, then I'd start over. When I got through the tribes, I would go on to the winners. I would have probably done first outs if it had gotten that long. And again, you might say that they had their memories wiped, but all evidence and Tsumugi's own argument reinforced that at this point in the prologue, in the sort of false start bit, they were supposed to have retained their old memories. They might not have retained all of them, but we're told that they remember Danganronpa. Tsumugi's version of the retelling explicitly has them saying like, oh my god, I made it in. And if that's the case, then there's no way that any of what she said about this being a global phenomenon that they're all super fans of is true. Like, imagine if you were a kid who loved Harry Potter and believed it was real, and then you got your letter to Hogwarts, and you went through platform 9 3/4 or whatever it is, you bought your wand, and then you were in the main hall for the sorting, and at no point in any of this did you realize, hey, wait a second, this is Harry Potter. Like, that's basically what Tsumugi is saying happened, and honestly, it kinda sucks, because it could have been really interesting if there was some sort of indication that they knew who Rantaro was, or knew what was happening to them. If this was meant to be a reality TV show, then have that be set up in the prologue only for it to be cut short. Like maybe initially they're confused, but then they realize what's happening, but before they can say it out loud, the Monokubs show up and flashback light them. That would have at least been a more honest and more constructive, more useful prologue. However, as it stands, the prologue feels like a remnant of a more interesting narrative they lost sight of as they went. All that's left are vestigial plot points that maybe could have been addressed in the game, or maybe even a sequel or a prequel or something, which were instead left abandoned. At this point, we've done our retrospective. We've gone through the game front to back, and then back to front. There's still some stuff to talk about because obviously this video is not over. Apologies for that. This one truly got out of control. But at this point, it kind of gets hard to remember what I liked about it, if I'm being honest. Like, the first time I played this game, I loved it. But then when I went back and played it again on stream, I was noticing a lot of these things that I didn't really love, or that were worse in hindsight. When I was making this video, I took tons of notes. Like, I recorded everything that happened, or at least most of what happened, and was writing down time codes and writing down events and writing down everything that was happening that I might want to reference later, and was just kind of realizing how much of it is taken away by that. And there was a point where I thought about having a twist for this video, having it not really be a defensive V3, have it be a failure of a defense. Me saying, on closer inspection, I can't justify this. But I thought about it a bit more, and I realized that that's not something I can do. I do still defend this game. I do still like it. I like it less maybe than I did before, but, you know, that's not disliking it. So, with everything that's been presented so far, I think it's time for us to move on to the closing statement. Part 4, the closing statement. Now look, we've been at this for a long time now. Like, frankly, if I didn't have the inescapable video as proof that people might actually stick around for a long-ass video like this, I would assume that nobody's watching by this point. And even then, I think this one's probably going to be nearly twice as long as that one was, so like, who knows? However, if you have made it this far, I'm assuming you're waiting to hear my final defense for V3. Something that actually defends this game instead of just picking it apart. So, this is my closing statement. I'm going to break this up into a few segments because I have a few different approaches I want to take here. First, we're going to summarize the key arguments that I made throughout this video so far, at least in terms of the defense, since I know it's been a few hours since some of them were mentioned and it'd be useful to put them all into one place and kind of establish what I'm working with. Next, we're going to acknowledge where this game has dropped the ball. There are many instances of it, and any attempt to make a compelling closing statement and a compelling defense requires those instances to be addressed up front before anyone will accept what I'm going to say. We've already gone over a lot of them, so not everything is going to be covered here, since some aspects are more relevant to other parts of the closing statement, or have already been discussed as much as I want to discuss them earlier in the video. So this is more for the stuff that's unambiguously just a flop, a dropped ball that doesn't need to be part of a bigger discussion since I don't intend to construct defense around it. Then, we're going to do a specific dedicated section to the reality TV show aspect of V3. Whether or not you accept Tsumugi's logic, the game was clearly written to reinforce what she says at a bunch of points, and it's certainly framed as a spectacle throughout. However, I don't think Kodaka, or whoever was responsible for writing this specific aspect of it, is very familiar with how reality TV not only works season to season, but also how those franchises evolve over time. So we'll do a brief reality TV tangent about why this wouldn't make sense in universe while accepting Tsumugi's premise. Next, I'll talk about how you can interpret the ending specifically, focusing on expanding on what is a fact, what is not a fact, and why that matters. This is going to involve exploring a handful of theories and interpretations of the game's message that I think can be discarded out of hand for a variety of reasons, as well as a few of my personal theories about it. Then, in the second to last segment, we'll discuss what it means to say goodbye to Danganronpa, one way or another. This game exists in the context of the franchise that it has seemingly capped off and allegedly has killed, and that does change what it means and how it's interpreted. Finally, we'll end this video with my final defense of V3. I will offer my final argument for why, after all of this, I am still defending Danganronpa V3 killing Harmony. A lot of this video has been reckoning with the negatives, and I hope by the time we get to this section, after hours and hours of dissecting this game far more than it was probably ever supposed to be dissected, you will be willing to hear me out without feeling that I'm just glossing over the flaws. And with that, let's get into it. Part 4.1, a summary so far. Now, there are a lot of arguments I've made throughout this video, and while I don't want to just rehash all of them, this video is already long enough, I do want to go through a few of them. For one, I've argued that the presentation of V3, the UI, menus, splash art, backgrounds, character designs, music, etc., is all just extremely strong. Setting aside the content that's being presented for a second, V3 is a very aesthetically pleasing game, and I would argue is the best looking on that level of the three main games. That's not to say the other two aren't also good. They're both very pretty in their own rights, and they're well presented, and when it comes to character design in particular, I don't think there's any game that's head and shoulders above the rest. But for me, Killing Harmony's presentation is just peak. For another, I've argued that Killing Harmony has the strongest first chapter in the franchise, particularly in terms of how the trial goes. The twist that you, playing as the protagonist, were actually the killer all along is a genuinely really good one, and it's one of the reasons I'm most grateful to my past self for inexplicably starting with V3 over playing the series normally. Having the murder of Rantaro as your first taste of Danganronpa, I think is guaranteed to get you hooked because it's genuinely just really, really well done. The downside of this, however, is that the game can't keep up that level of quality throughout. For as much credit as I give the first chapter, I also have acknowledged that chapters 3 and 4 are particularly weak. They're very rushed, and Mew in particular behaves in a way that just feels really underdeveloped. Not that she's incapable of murder, but her character is entirely thrown out the window in chapter 4 so she can behave how the writers feel is necessary to set up this Gonta Kokichi murder plot thing, and contribute to Kokichi's narrative in chapter 5. As established, her entire plan makes absolutely no sense unless you're looking at the story from the perspective of the writers, who know and intend for her to fail to kill Kokichi, and that the main trial is going to revolve around other characters trying to put together the pieces of how and why it failed. Chapter 5 would have to be so good that it justifies sacrificing chapters 3 and 4 in service of it. And while I think it's good, I don't think anything is capable of being that good in this context. And whatever strengths emerge in chapter 5, they feel wiped away by the conclusion in chapter 6. This kind of taps into something that V3 struggles with a lot. This is a game with a lot of strong characters that are used really, really poorly. And chapters 3 and 4 are where a lot of it falls apart. If this were truly a reality TV show, we would argue that this is a failure of production to turn the events of the game into a satisfying narrative. But given that it is scripted fiction for us and potentially scripted fiction in universe, a lot of it comes down to feeling like it's an over-reliance on trying to subvert expectations. Chapter 1 is an example of this mostly being done pretty well. The protagonist and the ultimate triple question mark being the first two dead is something that nobody would have seen coming whether they'd played the games before or not. It immediately forces you to recognize that you shouldn't make assumptions. And chapter 2 is overall a really solid follow-up to that premise. But then after that point, it's kind of just tropes for the sake of tropes and twists for the sake of twists at the expense of the characters, which is most egregious with Mew and Gonta, but certainly does not stop with them. And to be clear, I'm fine with Mew being a killer if it's well written. Plenty of characters I like from other games in this franchise like Celestia, or even other V3 characters like Kurumi, don't feel tainted by being a murderer, being the Blackened. But Mew's character feels worse after what happened in chapter 4 because it erases any real agency or character she had. And while that's not unique to her, again, it is especially egregious with her. Any sort of murder mystery has to find a balance between what I'd call exclusive opportunity and general opportunity at the time that the investigation begins. Exclusive opportunity is something where a particular murder opportunity is only available to a specific person or handful of people, and it's immediately obvious, whereas general opportunity is a murder opportunity that is at least theoretically open to most if not all people. In chapter 1, there's no exclusive opportunity really, at least not in terms of the basics. The shot put ball is not exclusive to any given character. and there's no single character who's known to have an affinity for the library or the ability to do what was done to Rantaro. In Chapter 2, we have a subversion of exclusive opportunity. The murder is set up to implicate Himiko by using assets that, theoretically, are under her exclusive control, or either her or Angie. Part of the challenge of that case is to figure out how she lost exclusive opportunity to use those assets for murder. Who else could have gotten access to the Piranha Tank? Who else could have figured out how the trick worked and how to take advantage of it? Who else might have had the information, availability, and motive necessary to be willing to do that? But then, the trial drags on forever because Himiko and Maki refuse to cooperate for no real good reason, which means we get this compelling murder mystery but have to watch multiple other characters be thrown under the bus to make it work. Which, again, bit of a habit that they fall into. And in 3 and 4, we see that habit in full force. Angie's murder is theoretically a case of general opportunity, but Tenko's can only be done by Kyo unless you're overthinking it way too hard. Kyo's actions make it basically impossible to identify how anyone else could have done it. And, since they didn't know about the rule regarding double murders until after, you can't even assume he was taking advantage of that rule with Tenko. Miu's death is trying to pull a subversion like in Chapter 2, but it falls flat because it's way too easy to tell what's going on. Miu's being transparently insanely suspicious, and the game puts big glowing signs on every single detail so you can follow it right up to the end. It's a twist that it was Gonta who killed Miu rather than Kokichi, but even then, the lead-up was so unsatisfying that the conclusion undermines it. And then we get to Chapter 5, which is once again a solid mystery hampered by the narrative. Chapter 6 feels like it's not even worth acknowledging how Tsumugi actually was the one who killed Rantaro and framed Kaede, because by that point, nothing matters anymore. And as we've gone through, we've talked about how Tsumugi is not a reliable narrator, we've talked about the flaws with the game, we've talked about the plot holes, we've talked about ways that it could have been made more interesting. But that's not the reality of the game. The reality is what we've been presented with, and yet I do still want to defend it. It is, at this point, actively giving me a bit of a migraine trying to justify it, but I do think there's something worth defending here in spite of all the many ways that it fucked up along the way. And speaking of... Part 4.2. Dropping the Ball. Okay, so there's a few random areas where I think V3 failed to really meet its potential in terms of being able to just add or adjust or explore some facet of its narrative that would really improve things, and I want to address a few of them here. This is more of like a rapid fire section because every time I've had a critique while I've been writing this video that didn't fit into a particular section, I just wrote it in here and then fleshed it out later. And these are the ones I was left with after I turned a bunch of other ones into other parts of the closing statement. At one point in time, this was supposed to be like a 3-hour video, and I thought that was long. Anyways, to start, I wish they'd called back to how Monokuma's first incentive was directly phrased, specifically as every student forced to participate in the killing game will die. It wouldn't have to be much, but just something to acknowledge that this wording had been important at the time. It was meant to make the characters think that it would protect the mastermind, but if Tsumugi's logic holds, then it would have actually protected everyone. It's a pretty small detail, but again, her narrative is pretty shaky, and she seems pretty unreliable, so calling back to some evidence that she might actually be telling the truth, and that there was some sort of build-up to it, would have been a good call. Rantaro's survivor perk is a cool idea in concept, but poorly executed. For one, the mastermind realistically shouldn't be scared of it because they gave it to him, but I wish this had been saved for a sequel. Or that V3 was the sequel to a game that we did get, V2. Imagine we played Rantaro's original game, saw him get to the end, and thought that he was free, like maybe he was even our protagonist, only for V3 to come around and Rantaro's back and acting weird and he's the ultimate triple question mark, even though we know he's the ultimate explorer. Kinda similar to what happens to Byakuya in Goodbye Despair. Byakuya, quote unquote. Alternatively, what if Rantaro's survivor's perk wasn't something that was part of the game? What if it was actually something that some sort of resistance to Danganronpa smuggled in to try and help him? Maybe he was identified as the best possible candidate to take down the games from the inside before he played 52, so they were smuggling support items to try and help him defeat that game, and then try to do the same in 53. It would make it a lot more compelling even with the reality show twist, since the way it's done kinda neuters the ramifications of a survivor's perk existing. It's also interesting to me how Monokuma isn't really bothered by Tsumugi being caught at the end, but Tsumugi herself is initially a little bit worried about it seems. He doesn't seem bothered by the idea of the game supposedly ending in general, and this would have worked better if there was some explanation for what might happen to him beyond this point, especially because we've seen Mother Kuma get destroyed as well by now, so there's gotta be something else going on. Tsumugi, by contrast, does seem genuinely sad that the game is over, and that makes it a little bit weirder that Monokuma just accepts it and doesn't fight it. Something else I would add is that I think it's possible this was maybe supposed to be a more straightforward killing game, like in-universe, narratively that was what's supposed to happen. But then Tsumugi was given the mastermind role and began to hijack it with old Danganronpa stuff because she was a fangirl, either legitimately a fangirl or was brainwashed into thinking she was. Like, maybe that's why it was mostly pretty solid in chapters 1 and 2 and then fell off the rails. Like, maybe she was being hit with these separate flashback lights and one of them caused her to remember the old games or something, so she started skewing everything in the direction of them. Or maybe she wrestled production control away mid-season in some sort of behind-the-scenes politicking, or maybe there was some sort of tragedy that befell them, who knows. Like, I don't. I think this is honestly just me trying to find a way to explain what happened in Chapter 3, and if it turned out that this theory is right, I think it would just feel less frustrating to me. Also, Danganronpa is kind of just an unserious franchise, and I think that made it the wrong one to try and make some of these points about how people enjoy killing games. Your Turn to Die is a very serious, somber game, and the atmosphere of that one would actually be pretty well suited to a reveal that it was all being done for sadistic entertainment. Not that I think that would be a good ending to that game either, to be clear, but at least it would be one where that sort of darkness of the world would feel a bit more appropriate. When a character is killed in Your Turn to Die, it's brutal and unflinching and meant to be horrifying. You're left to grapple with the fact that some of these people who are dying are children. There's no silly musical theme, there's no slapstick black comedy where you've got a character being executed by hanging while her body's yanked around to play the piano, or a guy gets spun around so fast he turns into butter. It's just this brutal, tragic loss of life. Danganronpa presents itself as wanting to be a spectacle and wanting to be taken non-seriously, and I think that made it the wrong way to approach this subject. Like, I don't mind the concept of a first-person shooter that confronts the morbid fascination we have with murder and violence and how it desensitizes us, particularly in terms of war. But I would mind if it felt like Overwatch was trying to lecture me for pulse bombing a medic. Like, is it bad to kill a medic in a combat environment? Yes, that's a war crime. Is it bad for that medic to also have a hidden Glock that she can and will pull out if she catches you defenseless? Also yes, also a war crime. However, Overwatch is not the game to try and lecture me on war crimes, and so it, mostly at least, doesn't. And while I don't think Killing Harmony was trying to lecture the audience about the morality of enjoying a fictional killing game, it did communicate its actual point so poorly that it eventually came across that way to people. Last thing, kind of a composite point here, but like, let's take what Tsumugi says at somewhat face value, specifically what happens if you win. Rantaro won 52, which is why he is in V3. And personally, I choose to believe that Tsumugi also won 52 and she's the other returnee, and that's why they made her the mastermind and made him the ultimate survivor, but that's beside the point. At least, like, if we believe Tsumugi, but that's... Anyways, this implies that there's no way out of Danganronpa once you're in it. At least no consistent way that you can kind of build to. And look, that's fine if it's supposed to be some sort of cruel torture, but that's not what we're told about V3. The cruelty isn't the point here, and it opens up a few plot holes. Like, for one, why would you audition if you know that you'll just be kept in the cycle until you die? We're never told about anyone who gets out and told that people can't get out, so even if you're a super fan, just logically speaking, that doesn't make sense. Like, play it with your friends for fun at home, but don't kill anyone for real. For another, how frequently are the seasons filming? And what would happen if someone just kept getting sacrificed, like they kept making it to the end? Like, let's say this is an annual series. Rantaro would be a year older than everyone else at the start of V3, assuming new Ultimates always start at the same age. However, what happens if he kills a couple times? What happens if someone just goes on a winning streak, even after they get their memory wiped? Like, do they just have one 25-year-old running around and they just pretend he's still in high school like this is some CW show? And I do think there was a way for them to solve this issue, and to have a way for people to get out and kind of justify it. Series 7 The Contenders is an indie movie I've talked about a few times where the premise is that there's a killing game in the United States where 6 people were randomly selected via social security number, handed a handgun, and told to go kill the others. If you're the last man standing out of the 6, then you advance to the next season. If you win 3 seasons, you get out. It's non-voluntary, like it is a draw of social security numbers, and it's, I believe, enforced by the government in that scenario, but anyways, it's not important. The movie is presented like you're watching a marathon of the 7th season, starting with the final clip of the 6th season where the protagonist of the movie, Dawn, shoots someone to death in a convenience store.
Character does or says, it's just fiction to the outside world.
Then I'll fight the outside world from within this fiction.
From within this fiction? But how?
I refuse to vote.
Refuse to vote?
Monokuma said that if we don't vote, we'll be killed for breaking the rules.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm doing it. If this ends without a single vote being cast for hope or despair...
We're told that this is Dawn winning her 2nd season in a row. She won 5, she won 6, and if she can win Series 7, she wins her freedom. Simple, straightforward concept. V3 could have done something similar. If you can win once, you become the Ultimate Survivor, a title that comes with an advantage in terms of getting out, but no actual talents like the others. If you can win as the Ultimate Survivor, then you actually get to go free. This also assumes that Smokey is lying about how scripted it is, because if it was actually that heavily scripted and everyone knew about it as implied by the fake audition tapes, then nobody would want to play in the first place. Like, there's nothing to gain, you're guaranteed to die and have no agency. They talk about all these ideas they have for executions and murders and stuff, and like, oh, I would be the best Blackened, I'd be the first detective to be a killer. But as it's been set up for us, they should know that they won't be able to remember any of that once they're in. I don't know, I'm sure there's even more stuff I could complain about. I'm going to complain about more of it later, but I want to move on to the reality show side of things.
We will reject Danganronpa.
Part 4.3. The Game Within a Game. So, V3 wants to pretend it's a reality TV show. Cool. Let's talk about why this would suck as a reality TV show. And this is one of the longest segments of this video because I've got a lot to say, but let's start simple. The Golden Katana is a uniquely frustrating situation because it makes no sense to include it. In universe, if we accept Smokey's premise, that's a very minor prop from the very first Danganronpa story before it even became a real life thing. This would be like if the 53rd season of Survivor randomly forced someone to vote alphabetically to try and call back to some original pitch for Survivor Borneo where Jeff Probst tried to wargames it out in his head before it even happened. It's contrived, yes, but it's also an ancient reference that isn't particularly interesting or good. Part of the problem with this game is that if we believe Tsumugi, it wants to be the 53rd season of a TV show, but there's absolutely no effort put into considering how reality TV shows actually work over time. This is something frustrating about a lot of games that try and incorporate some aspect of reality television where they're often written by people who clearly aren't familiar with the genre. Reality television competitions are evolving beasts that change over time, and if you're gonna write a narrative about a very late season reality competition show, you've gotta know how they actually evolve. Buried Stars did an early season reality show well, but also that was a game that wasn't really focused on the show itself as much as it was about the show being disrupted and the contestants surviving a catastrophe. For example, Survivor just finished airing its 47th season, which means it's run for nearly as long as Danganronpa supposedly has in universe, and so that makes it kind of useful for evaluating this stuff. In the first 2 seasons of Survivor, the game lasted for either 39 or 42 days, starting with 16 people randomly divided into 2 tribes of 8 in Borneo for the first season and Australia for the second. The game progressed in roughly 3-day cycles, with both tribes participating in an immunity challenge as well as occasional reward challenges. Winning the reward would mean amenities like food or comfort items, and winning immunity saved you from tribal council. The cycle would end with that tribal council, where one castaway would be voted off the island. The only exception in those early seasons was when Michael Skupin fell into the fire at camp on day 17 in season 2, forcing a medevac and cancelling the immunity challenge. Before you feel too much sympathy for him getting his hands melted in a fire, you could consider googling what he went to prison for. Once they reached 10 remaining castaways, the tribes would merge and everyone would compete individually for rewards and immunity, with individual immunity blocking anyone from voting for a castaway at the now mandatory tribal council. Aside from the first person eliminated post-merge, eliminated castaways would join the jury and get to spectate tribal council. Once they were down to the final 2, they would have a final tribal council to plead their case to the jury, who would then vote for a winner to get the title of sole survivor and $1 million. In the first season, the winner was revealed on set, but every subsequent season except the 41st would do it in a live finale. In modern Survivor, the show has remained in Fiji since its 33rd season, Survivor Millennials vs Gen X in 2016. Early seasons were usually just titled by their location, Survivor Borneo, Survivor Australian Outback, Survivor Africa, etc. And over time, those names started to shift to also include themes, like Survivor Fans vs Favorites or Survivor Blood vs Water. But modern seasons have simply gone by their numbers since Survivor 41. Survivor 41 was the beginning of a new era of Survivor, born both out of a desire to keep the game fresh and also necessity. 41 was filmed in March of 2020, and so the season was shortened to 26 days to accommodate a 2-week COVID isolation period. Even after restrictions were lifted, seasons have kept the reduced duration, with each cycle being reduced to a 1 or 2 day cycle instead of the traditional 3. This is also to accommodate the changes to the size and structure of the season. Instead of 2 tribes of 8, Survivor has done 3 tribes of 6 since 41. Survivor also started doing a final 3 instead of a final 2 back in the 13th season, and have maintained that final 3 in all but 3 of the subsequent 34 seasons. As well, tribes no longer automatically merge at 10. Instead, the 6th episode is an Earn the Merge episode, where the tribes are dissolved but not officially merged until one more person is eliminated in a special tribal council. Seasons in the interim have featured a ton of twists that we'll just quickly run through here to give you an idea of how much the game can evolve. Redemption Island, where eliminated castaways would compete in challenges against each other to try and win a chance to get back onto the island. Variable tribes and sizes, with anywhere from 2 to 4 tribes with anywhere from 10 to 4 people per tribe. White collar versus blue collar versus no collar, where castaways were divided by their profession. Beauty versus Brains versus Brawn, where castaways were divided based on whether they relied on strength, smarts, or charisma to get through life. Race Wars, where castaways were divided based on race. Battle of the Sexes, where castaways were divided into tribes based on their gender. Battle of the Generations, where castaways were divided into tribes based on their age. Hidden immunity idols, which are secret items hidden throughout the playing field that a castaway can activate during tribal council after the votes are cast to negate all votes against them or whoever they played it on behalf of. All returnees, where every castaway had previously competed in a season of Survivor. Fans versus favorites, where half the cast would be made up of returning fan favorites and the other half would be Survivor superfans. All winners, where every castaway had previously won at least one season of Survivor. Blood versus Water, where the cast featured pairs of related castaways where they were either both new to Survivor or where one member of each pair was a returnee. The Fire-Making Tiebreaker, where a tied vote at the final four results in the two tied castaways having to compete to make fire. The Rock-Pulling Tiebreaker, where a non-final four tie results in a revote. If nobody changes their vote, it forces a deadlock. The people who had been tied are made immune alongside anyone who had individual immunity from another source, and everyone else is forced to draw rocks, with the odd man out being immediately eliminated. And so many more. I'm bringing this up because my biggest issue with the idea of Danganronpa V3 being the 53rd season of a reality competition-esque show isn't that I think it's an inherently bad idea. It isn't. But it was poorly executed, starting with the fact that there hasn't been enough evolution of the game over time. Reality TV competitions only usually last like 10 seasons max before they start adding in some significant twists and gimmicks, as well as replacing old gimmicks that didn't work. Survivor experimented a lot, because frankly, it would get boring if every Survivor season was just 16 people on an island with no twists. Danganronpa has the unique disadvantage of wiping the memories of its ultimates prior to the season and replacing them with people who have no idea what Danganronpa is anymore, which means that strategy can never really evolve. And that makes the show suck ass in a hurry. Survivor quickly evolved to develop alliances, voting blocks that would work together to try and get further in the game, and as the seasons went on, the alliances became more complicated. Once they became part of the game, people were focused on trying to make their own alliances, suss out other people's alliances, share hidden immunity idols to protect alliance members and force out members of more dominant alliances, and negotiating new alliances and sub-alliances along the way. If your alliance was non-dominant, you'd need to keep winning immunity while you wore down the weak links in the other alliance to try and convince them to flip on their old alliance so that you could blindside them once the numbers dwindled enough. As well, victory conditions have changed over time too. Different casts reward different strategies and playstyles, and once someone wins by playing a certain way, it becomes harder to pull it off for a while. Like, if you fly under the radar and win, you make it a lot harder for anyone else to quietly fly under the radar in the next season because people are on the lookout for it. Or maybe not the next one because they film back to back, but within a couple of seasons. During the tribal phase of the game, challenge beasts are often protected in order to maintain good odds in future immunity challenges. But once the merge is on the horizon, those people become uniquely vulnerable if they go to tribal council because leaving them in the game means that individual immunity gets harder for everyone else to get. Challenges themselves have also changed over time to try and balance them out a bit. Older challenges often were just simple tests of strength, speed, endurance, or intelligence, but over time, these have tended to be combined into big composite challenges like having to use a battering ram to break through walls and then solve a slide puzzle using that same battering ram, so that being a weak nerd or a dumb jock doesn't just mean you're a glass cannon. Individual challenges have also evolved to be less of a test of a specific skill or strength and more a test of willpower a lot of the time, with castaways competing in challenges that would probably qualify, or not even probably, would definitely qualify as torture if they weren't voluntary. Things like holding your arm above your head for as long as possible in When It Rains It Pours, or having to hold yourself up on a wooden pole for as long as possible with only narrow ledges for grip in Get a Grip. Both of these challenges have the unique distinction of having been won by the same person twice. Parvati Shallow won When It Rains It Pours after 6 hours in Micronesia and 70 minutes in Heroes vs. Villains, while Aussie Lush won Get a Grip after 2 hours and 15 minutes in Cook Islands and 40 minutes in South Pacific. However, Aussie eventually lost Get a Grip to Tai Trang in Game Changers, while Queen Parvati's record is still spotless on that one. And that might sound like a tangent, but it is actually another point I want to mention. Namely, the lore. Lore builds up over the course of a reality competition TV show series, and part of what makes them compelling over the years is seeing that lore continue being part of the show. Famous castaways like Parvati or Aussie or regrettably Boston Rob have legacies that follow them throughout the decades. Parvati's infamous Black Widow Brigade of 5 women in Micronesia successfully convinced the sole remaining man, Eric, to hand over immunity so they could vote him out. Aussie's challenge dominance made him the go-to shorthand for a challenge beast. Boston Rob is who you think of when you think of someone who's actually pretty bad at Survivor but is clearly Jeff Probst's favorite and they eventually just catered a season to him to finally give him a fucking win. A decade after his wife got her win against him in All-Stars, mind you. This isn't just lore that matters to the fans. It also matters to the players. It influences how they play, which is crucial because it also means the game evolves along with audience expectations. James Clement got cocky in Survivor China with 2 immunity idols in his pocket, and so his ally Amanda devised a plan to get PG Law to act like she knew she was going home so they could blindside him and get him out of the game. That affected how the next 30 seasons of Survivor Castaways handled idols. It also allows for game mechanics to interact with each other and evolve in parallel. For example, the risk of voting for someone unanimously in Survivor is that they might have an idol, and if they do and they remember to play it, then they'll get to cast the sole vote to eliminate whoever they want. However, idols can only be played after votes are cast but before they're read, and if there's a tied vote, then you can re-vote without being able to play idols at that point. If your primary target plays an idol in a tied vote, then congrats, you flushed it out and still eliminated a target. If they don't, then you just vote them out on the revote. This strategy was first devised by Cowboy in Cook Islands, but it didn't actually get used until the subsequent season, Fiji, because the idol rules changed to accommodate it, and because I believe Fiji players had actually been able to watch Cook Islands and knew about this possibility. And then, in Karamoan, there was an attempt to pull the same thing. A 7-person alliance needed to eliminate one of 3 people, Eddie, Malcolm, or Reynold. Reynold won individual immunity, so the plan was to put 3 votes on Malcolm and 4 on Eddie after they literally watched Malcolm find an idol, so they knew he had one. However, not only did the 3 amigos manage to successfully play 2 idols to negate the split on Eddie and Malcolm, they also managed to convince Eric, yes, the one from before, the victim of the Black Widow Brigade, to swap his vote alongside them and vote out the leader of the Majority Alliance, Philip. And the lack of lore is a really big issue with V3 because it's a colossal waste of opportunity to never reference any of the other 50 seasons of Danganronpa that supposedly happened. And again, it's totally at odds with how reality TV works. If a reality TV competition show is going to do one thing, it's make a never-ending list of references to its own past seasons. Like, Drag Race is basically just a string of quotes and references to things gay people said a decade ago at this point. And yet, in V3, we only hear about 1 and 2. Imagine watching a modern Survivor season where someone is exclusively referencing Richard Hatch and pagonging, or a modern Drag Race season where people keep talking about Raven being robbed and Jujubee being drunk in the Black Velvet lip sync. It's absurd, and it's a missed opportunity. Imagine if, when Tsumugi was rotating between all the past Ultimates, she started morphing into contestants from seasons we never saw. An Ultimate rocket scientist who mentions in passing how he was the first Blackened to win, or an Ultimate fashionista having a bit of a breakdown over how she could never be as popular as Junko in the fans' eyes, so they stopped doing fashionistas, or an Ultimate skateboarder bemoaning the fact that his season was the first one with Ultimate Labs, but he didn't get to see his before he got killed, or maybe someone whose talent is something like Ultimate Bitcoin miner that was trying to capitalize on a fad that aged poorly and looked stupid. Imagine Shuichi, Maki, and Himiko trying to grasp for something, anything, new and original that they had done, something to prove that they were real, that they had come up with something, only for Tsumugi to transform into one of the hundreds of past characters who'd done it before and done it better. Someone who got out of the death road of despair the first time, someone who managed to win multiple seasons in a row the way that Rantaro maybe could have, someone who managed to outsmart an Ultimate Detective, someone who managed to trick Monokuma and actually get away with it, and the list goes on and on. Imagine if I'd gotten my way and Rantaro got resurrected and made it to the end, and he learned that he was not only not the original Rantaro, but his original self had been erased and replaced with a fictional character that wasn't even based on him himself. And imagine the despair of learning that he wasn't even the first one to be brought back to life. Imagine if the Necronomicon was like a traditional twist that happened in every season that ended with a 3, a trope of Danganronpa that establishes that it's something that exists as a media property that we don't know. Part of why V3 sucks is that the reality TV twist doesn't work if you only acknowledge the other 2 existing Danganronpa games. It makes it just feel like you're using that as an excuse. And part of why people have a hard time accepting Tsumugi as a reliable narrator is that this isn't how this kind of show would work. If every Danganronpa season had 16 Ultimates, that's 848 people, and you're only referencing the first 32? Like, please be serious. They also list the end of Hope's Peak High School as the 3rd season of the show, which is weird and makes no sense because only half of it even has a killing game and it's not the Killing School life anyways. And then they have 7 more named seasons with actual logos that are never really acknowledged. They're basically just a throwaway joke. Then every season from 11 to 52 just has a generic numbered title. We're told that it started as pure fiction and then became the ultimate real fiction at some point, but we don't know when. Presumably pretty early on, and possibly even with the original stories recreated in the ultimate real fiction. But like, at a bare minimum, we know that 52 was allegedly Rantaro's first season. So it must have been at least that season. And yet we don't even get anything from that. Again, resurrect Rantaro, force him to watch footage of himself in his first game at the end. Show him voting people out, make him remember the friends he lost that he doesn't even remember anymore. Drive home how fucking cruel this is if the whole point is that the show puts them through hell and still has them emerge with hope to bring hope to the world. What's more, this isn't just something in the real world. V3 isn't the only piece of fiction about a long-running killing game among children in an enclosed environment being run for sadistic entertainment under the guise of preserving peace in the outside world. The Hunger Games famously follows the 74th games with the first book and the 75th games in the second, and Suzanne Collins, unlike Kazutaka Kodaka, recognized that there is very limited value in just revisiting the same core concept over and over. Every 25th Hunger Games would be a quarter quell with distinct rules that were meant to reinforce the purpose of the games. 25 involved the people of the districts voting for tributes rather than randomly selecting them, while 50 involved a double-sized cast, and 75 was composed entirely of past winners. Importantly, the Hunger Games originally weren't an entertainment product. They were pure punishment, cooked up by capital students who had been tasked with devising a punishment that was so extreme that it would never allow your enemies to forget how they'd wronged you. For the first 9 years, they were just basically gladiator fights in the capital arena. But that changed in the 10th one, when sponsorships, mentors, gambling, and general reality TV dressings were added to try and make it a spectacle. This worked, but again, it required evolution. The game couldn't keep being held in the capital arena. They started creating new combat zones with different climates and threats and incentivized people to root for their favorites and pay for aid to be sent to them. Now, the Hunger Games existed in-universe as punishment for 75 years, but crucially, only 4 games have ever been depicted in a book or movie. The 10th in Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, the 50th in the upcoming Sunrise on the Reaping, the 74th in the Hunger Games, and the 75th in Catching Fire. Notably, these are all major games. These are the only games won by District 12 tributes, meaning that the narrative through line of the people of District 12 is still consistently centered, but they're also games of change. 10 was the game where it transitioned from pure punishment to an entertainment product for the capital. 50 was the second quarter quell, where Hamish Abernathy won and after which he subsequently became an alcoholic. 74 was the first double win, when Katniss and Peeta won an otherwise standard Hunger Games by threatening a double suicide if they weren't both allowed to live. And 75 was the final game that kicked off the revolution. All of these are games with notable twists to the format as well as narrative value within the universe. And believe it or not, that does actually matter if your fictional media is about an in-universe reality TV show. It's one thing for a real-life reality TV competition show like Drag Race or Survivor to have a season that's a bit of a flop, because reality TV is like cooking a steak at home. It's not like it's being done by professionals, but you like it enough that an imperfect version that's not exactly the way that you'd like it is still enough. And part of the joy is the fact that it's being made by a normal person, in this case you. However, fiction about a reality TV series, which is what V3 is pretending it is under Tsumugi, is more like going to a high-end restaurant and ordering a steak. You're well aware that there are low-quality and high-quality versions of what you're about to be served, but you're paying to experience a high-quality version curated by professionals. If I cook a shitty steak for myself at home, I'll throw some barbecue sauce on and move on with my life. If I go to a restaurant that charges 3 figures for a steak and order that steak, I am expecting it to be a high-quality cut that's cooked properly. If there are 53 seasons of Danganronpa, fine. Some of them are probably flops. The Hunger Games had 75 seasons and it was still good. The difference is that the Hunger Games didn't show you the first 2 games and then cut to the 74th where it plays functionally exactly the same, and the only way you know it's the 74th instead of the 3rd is because they tell you right at the end as a plot twist. And it's not like the Hunger Games didn't have flops either. We hear about some boring games, like the one where the setting was an Arctic wasteland so everyone froze to death on their own instead of fighting to the death as they're supposed to. But we, as the audience, don't have to experience them. We learn about how this is iterated in universe without having to experience the rough spot for ourselves. We get the 74th games as both a generic, here's how the games are played introduction in an optimal environment, as well as a twist ending that gives us a reason to care about the 74th games over any random game. Then we get the 75th as a way to build on the narrative of the 74th games. Peeta and Katniss are being punished for being victors and exposing a weakness of the games, so one, or both, must die, as well as to demonstrate why the games don't use adults. They tend to fight back. Then we go back in time to see the 10th games, which allows us to explore the origins of the Hunger Games as we'd recognize them in terms of sponsorships and such, as well as see what old school games look like in terms of the cattle cars in the capital arena. This is also something that's kind of notable about reality TV. The first season is rarely the one that people kind of look back on as the origin point. With Survivor, the show kind of has had a few different stages, like it's gone through different eras, but Borneo didn't really define the series for very long. Australia probably played a bigger role in that, but even then it got pretty quickly replaced. With Drag Race, the first season is kind of an afterthought a lot of the time. It's not one of the ones that people go back and watch. They go back and watch basically every other season. So this kind of does reflect that feeling of, going back to when the series started to become recognizable, but not the literal beginning. Then we go to the 50th to explore what a standard quarter quell looked like for the districts and how people had normalized the killing games while narratively exploring a recognizable character's backstory after years of allusions to it. V3 isn't like that. It's not a literal reality show where we can put Danganronpa 53 in the context of every other season, which is how Survivor can have seasons like Nicaragua that are universally panned and still keep going because it can also produce seasons like Micronesia. But it's also not doing a good job of demonstrating why we should care about Danganronpa 53 as a fictional piece of media in the way that we care about the 74th Hunger Games. The most obvious reason for this is that no Hunger Games story starts and ends with the games. Each book and movie explores the characters before the games, during the games, and after the games, but Danganronpa doesn't do that. Trigger Happy Havoc, Goodbye Despair, and Killing Harmony don't follow the characters in their pre-killing game lives, nor do they follow the survivors after they escape. It's just the game, so the game itself has to be narratively satisfying. The Hunger Games would suck ass if it started when Katniss entered the arena and ended when they were both declared victors. And while that's what all 3 Danganronpa games do, only Killing Harmony wants you to view it this way. It makes sense to start and end Trigger Happy Havoc and Goodbye Despair where we do, because it's not meant to be a continuing media property that exists in the external universe. The killing game is the narrative, and it wraps itself up. Once you beat the killing game, it's over. There's still other stuff to talk about, but you can put that in a light novel or whatever else. Killing Harmony is different. Regardless of how much you believe Tsumugi, the game on a meta level is framed like a season of Survivor or Drag Race rather than one of the Hunger Games, but its narrative is about beating the system, as if it is the Hunger Games with broader societal implications despite stopping after the winners are declared just like a season of Survivor or Drag Race. Shuichi, Himiko, and Maki might as well be walking out into the world while The Beginning by RuPaul plays, except with the implied narrative weight of Katniss and Peeta both being declared the victors. I've already ranted for too long about this, I recognize that, but before we move on, I want to reinforce one last point. V3 struggles a lot because it's a story about the wider world that is never explored. The narrative of the Ultimate Academy arc starts when V3 starts and it ends when the credits roll, and that's a problem for how it's presented. When the whole premise of the game is that it's a spectacle for the outside world, especially an outside world that reacts in the exact opposite way that the public in a Danganronpa game has ever acted, then the game has some level of obligation to present a coherent concept behind the spectacle, and some explanation for why the outside world has decided it wants it. And unfortunately, Killing Harmony doesn't really succeed at that. Part 4.4. Meaningful theories give theoretical meaning. Now, within any story, there will inevitably be fan theories about some aspect of the narrative or another. Anything you don't make explicitly canon leaves room for speculation, and V3 is uniquely vulnerable to this among Danganronpa media because, as mentioned in the previous section, it exists in perpetual isolation. Nothing before or after it has been established as canon, so that leaves a lot of empty space. For our purposes, it's worth analyzing the ending of the game in terms of what it not only means in and of itself, but also what it could mean and where it could go. One of the problems with this game is that it's obviously not really the end of an arc, so while it feels like it could go a couple different places, there's no guarantee that it'll go any of them, or anywhere at all. It might just be abandoned. There's a fine line between trying to fully explore what an ambiguous ending could mean and where it could go, and just coping by imagining a better narrative. And while I don't want to do the latter, it's still fun and somewhat important to try and explore where things could go in the future and find ways that what's written can still turn out well. So that's what I'm going to try and focus on here. Part of why people don't like this game is that they feel like the twist at the end ruins it. So if this is going to be a defense of the game, I think it does also have to do something to explain why the ending can be made good, like why a future game could eventually make it something worth having, a narrative worth telling, you know? It's taking a we might have missed a few exits, but that doesn't mean we can't still get to a good destination approach. Not excusing the negative, but rather finding a way to roll with it and still come out satisfied. With all that said, I have 4 theories about the ending of this game, all of which can actually conveniently be explained by a comparison to other media, which is why I will name my theories after them to just make it a little bit easier to follow. We've got the Hunger Games theory, the Goodbye Despair theory, the Squid Game theory, and the Zero Escape 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors / Process of Elimination theory. So, first up is the Hunger Games theory, and it's the one that I basically already described at some point in the past. I can't remember which section that was in. That the students are all kidnapped from some lower class and put into Danganronpa as a way to terrorize and punish them while also providing entertainment for the upper class. In this theory, there's also possibly an element of human experimentation, as mentioned earlier. The upper class are using it for entertainment, but also to try and refine the process of artificially creating talent. I won't be spending too much time on this one since I think it's a bigger part of a different theory I want to do later, and also because some of this stuff is stuff I already went over, but I wanted to start here since it has already been touched on a bit. There's also the potential for a battle royale variant of this where entire pre-existing high school classes are abducted together as a group for the games rather than having no prior connection, which would be a solid improvement since it would give us that pre-existing relationship between characters that V3 is currently missing and the other games have. We'll do the Zero Escape Process of Elimination theory next, and while I won't be spoiling anything major about Process of Elimination, I will have to spoil a pretty major plot point of 999 in order to explain it, so just a heads up for that. I'll give you a second to leave. Okay, so for the unaware, in 999, the inciting incident for the story is that a pharmaceutical company was trying to conduct experiments regarding morphogenetic fields, which is basically a very localized, very strange form of telepathy. They kidnapped a bunch of twins, split the pairs in half, and then dropped one half called receivers on a sinking ship full of puzzles, and the other half called transmitters in a replica facility in Nevada. The transmitters would solve puzzles in the facility, and then transmit the solutions to their receiver twins on the Gigantic. In Process of Elimination, there was an organization that also kidnapped children and threw them into stressful conditions with murderous robots in this situation, with the hope that doing so would force those children to develop special abilities. I'm calling this the Zero Escape Process of Elimination theory because for this theory, I think the same core thing is happening. A shady company, Team Danganronpa, has been kidnapping children off the street to use for experiments to develop unique, powerful abilities. Team Danganronpa wants to be able to develop and control the best, most powerful people in the world, the Ultimates, and are using the killing games as a way to stress test their methods and results. They kidnap normal, ordinary people, maybe from a lower class, who knows, and infuse them with a variety of talents to see how those abilities manifest, both in terms of how they relate to each other, but also how they can become dangerous. Kurumi and Tsumugi are both examples of this. Being a cosplayer or a maid seems inoffensive compared to being an assassin, but those two were infinitely more dangerous than someone like Maki because taking their abilities to the logical endpoint of being borderline supernaturally talented at something very dangerous means they are unbelievably powerful people. This exact process of trying to manufacture talents is literally at the very core of the Hope's Peak arc. The Izuru Kamakura project directly led to the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy, which in turn led to the parade, which in turn led to, or I guess was part of, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history, which in turn led to the events of the first two games. This also fits with the theme of truth and lies, fiction versus non-fiction. How do the two blend? How can fiction become non-fiction? How can a lie become truth? The talents would be fiction that have become reality, and the lies of their memories have formed a truth that they now live in. Now, the biggest flaw with this theory is that it doesn't really address the entertainment stuff, but if I was forced to make the argument for this one, I would chalk it up to a stress test. Tsumugi and Monokuma have been tasked with maximally distressing the Ultimates to see what it forces out of them, and make it an evolving situation depending on what they think will achieve that maximum distress. That's why there are multiple options for flashback lights. It's not to provide different narrative options, it's to provide different ways to maximize that stress. They don't have a plan for her to follow in advance, only instructions to pick whatever's going to be the most devastating and get the best results. So, at some point in this theory, she decided that the whole world watching and eagerly cheering on their deaths was going to be the way to do that. The system is built to allow Tsumugi and Monokuma to fail. In fact, it encourages them to create opportunities for failure, since otherwise they wouldn't get a full picture of how the Ultimate's abilities manifest. This would also explain why winners would just keep getting forced back into the game. They want to see if that ability maybe was good in one scenario, but would fall flat in another. It's like the thing in The Incredibles where Mr. Incredible is looking through the computer and finds the records of all of the different supers who have fought the robots and have won, but then they lose against a different, better robot. Like, basically that. The third theory, the Squid Game theory, leads more on the entertainment aspects of it, but focuses on finding a different audience. In Squid Game, poor people are convinced to play a series of kids' games with deadly consequences in order to win a huge prize pool, all for the entertainment of the obscenely wealthy. Now, I don't know if V3 has a prize pool in this one, and I do believe the contestants are being kidnapped rather than financially coerced, but I do think that it is being presented as a form of entertainment for an elite wealthy audience. In this theory, there probably have been 53 games, but not in the way Tsumugi is describing. It's not some public show to reduce despair or anything, but literally just straightforward entertainment for the elites. I also think that not all participants are selected randomly. I believe that at least a few of them are selected as a way to also keep people in line, and that you can see some factional struggles playing out among Team Danganronpa. My theory is that Rantaro was, in fact, part of this wealthy upper class who knew about and potentially even spectated the games, as reflected in his secret backstory from when he was the ultimate adventurer in his alleged past season. You can go and play like the side minigame things or whatever that unlock once you beat the game, and you can talk to Rantaro and learn more about him. And being extremely wealthy and losing all of his siblings for unknown reasons was his backstory. That would explain why he knew about the games before their memories were reset at the beginning, and that's also why I think he gets such a weird combination of abilities and perks. Having no set talent is a disadvantage, but having the Survivor's perk feels like it's meant to counterbalance that, possibly as a concession between different Team Danganronpa factions. After all, if the son of one of the members had been forced to participate, it was likely as some sort of penalty, but that doesn't mean that the member wouldn't still have allies who would fight to give his kid a fair chance. The circumstances of his death, then, were more elaborately concocted from the start to guarantee that death in spite of those advantages, rather than just, to kill someone who had a perk that wasn't really all that powerful. This theory would help explain the emphasis on entertainment from Tsumugi, the books on past cases from Shuichi's lab, why certain events played out the way they did, how they had the resources to create this insanely elaborate setup, and also would allow for people to legitimately win and escape. If this were a reality show being live broadcast for the masses, there's no satisfaction in a season ending early, and there's no way to ever actually allow anyone to legitimately graduate and escape, since they would still have their memories of the game and their personalities that oppose the game. They would become basically freedom fighters from it. They would turn into the Future Foundation in a world where the Future Foundation are the minority opinion, I guess. However, if this was a Squid Game situation, then it's very different. Squid Game winners get a big cash prize when they leave, but are also permanently under threat from the elites who run the games, forcing them to keep it to themselves. A smaller, wealthier audience will have more direct input into the game, and that would also help explain why both Tsumugi and Kibo were able to have a coherent understanding of what the outside world wanted from them. They're not sampling a global opinion that's going to be massively diverse. They are sampling a very limited, exclusive elite population with very specific and often complementary desires. It would also explain why there's a character who's convinced that she's the producer. Like, if this were a pure reality show for the public, you wouldn't want the mastermind in the game because it screws the competitive value. Like at one point, Monokuma talks about there being bets going on, like people are gambling on the games. Unless the outside audience knows that Tsumugi is the mastermind, and we're led to believe in her logic that she wasn't ever exposed as that, because she A, dressed up as Junko to, appear to be the mastermind, and also because of what happens in the prologue. Like, what happens if somebody bets on Tsumugi being the winner, or dying at some point, or being the blackened or whatever? Like, it would be kind of an unfair situation, right? It's like if RuPaul was competing on Drag Race. Like, it's just no longer fair. And people don't necessarily need their reality competition shows to be purely fair, but they do require them to at least look fair. Tsumugi's presence, and Kibo's for that matter, aren't fair, but they do make sense if you're making it for a tiny wealthy audience that's just looking to toy with lives that they see as being functionally fictional. For the general public, Kibo and Tsumugi would be kind of a problem, because what value do they actually provide as entertainment? Even if the outside audience is getting to have a say in the game through Kibo, would people want that? Especially if the general public is going against what they wanted. Like, if every decision of Kibo's is a 40-60 split on the internet, then, like, what are people going to do? What are the 40% who are never getting their way going to do about it? And again, Kibo and Tsumugi in this scenario both can't die in advance, they can't die too early, and they can't be the blackened, which just kind of reduces the amount of interest there can be in it, right? My fourth and final theory is the goodbye despair theory, and thankfully the fact that this is similar to a previous Danganronpa game makes it really easy to explain. This theory is that this is just a digital rehabilitative simulation similar to the Neo World program of Danganronpa 2, which could explain the helmet scenes that we see from Kaede and Shuichi that don't line up with anything else and don't seem to have been intended for them to remember. Maybe they initially were ultimates, but were put into a simulation without their memories for some reason and had to have them restored at the start. This might explain why the Neo World program is pretty bare bones within the simulation. Neo World is strong, but it probably isn't strong enough to run a program as strong as itself within itself, It also helps explain why such unrealistic things are possible. Kibo's existence as this robot that can do all these things, the tools that Mew can cook up, etc. It's all fairly on par in a lot of ways with events of Goodbye Despair that are similarly only possible due to the Neo World program. For this theory, we assume that Team Danganronpa is functionally a private prison rehabilitation company for delinquent juveniles, that the use of inmates, prisoners, and juveniles in the name of the school isn't a coincidence, but a reflection of how these kids are actually juvenile offenders. Whether Danganronpa started as a fictional series or not in this universe, or maybe even taking place in the Hope's Peak arc itself, all things considered, they're using the Neo World program in the same way that it played out in Goodbye Despair, or at least that it was supposed to be using Goodbye Despair, to try and rehabilitate them from being otherwise deeply damaged, dangerous people. Maybe that's why the beginning is the way it is. Their memories got sent too far back, so they needed to be given back their talents, rather than, just being given brand new ones. In this scenario, the dead aren't really dead. The victims and their killers would likely get recycled into future killing games to keep trying to rehabilitate them, and anyone who made it to the end and demonstrated that they were sufficiently rehabilitated would be given an opportunity to escape. This would mean that Himiko, Maki, and Shuichi getting out wasn't an accident, it was always part of the plan. However, that doesn't really explain why there was a dome around them that could be broken that would have the Team Danganronpa logos, so a bit of a weak point of this one, but we'll move on. Alternatively, the people they kidnapped were normal, untalented students, just juvenile offenders to some degree, and the purpose of this program was to not only rehabilitate them, but continue the work of the Izuru Kamakura project by manufacturing talents for untalented people like the old reserve course students, and then testing to see if the talents they were given were actually a safe match with that person's personality. If they died, they'd get a second chance in the simulation, but if they killed anyone, then they'd get reset and tried again with a new talent that might not lead to that outcome. Or if they kept failing, maybe just kicked out of the program altogether. Now, why would anyone do that? Well, frankly, ultimates are useful. If we assume that their talents in V3 are the talents they had or would have in the real world, then it makes sense you'd want to rehabilitate someone like Hirumi so she could be a productive member of society. The memories of them all being kidnapped initially were probably them being arrested for various crimes, or even just kidnapped before they could be arrested. And all memories after that point were erased so they lost context for it, similar to what happens at the start of Trigger Happy Havoc. Alternatively, perhaps they weren't arrested for a crime they'd already committed. Perhaps Team Danganronpa uses a predictive policing system to kidnap people before they're able to commit a crime and try and steer their lives in a new direction, replacing their previous memories with the goal of avoiding whatever incidents in their past caused them to potentially eventually become criminals. Or maybe they weren't literal criminals, but rather people who were seen as a drain on society in some way. People perceived as lazy who Team Danganronpa felt could be made useful. For this theory, Tsumugi is probably more like a Chiaki or Monomi type character in Goodbye Despair. Not actually a participant, but rather just part of the simulation meant to try and push it forward. Only this time, unlike in Goodbye Despair, the killing game was deliberately part of the process from the start, since it was seen as part of the way to try and rehabilitate them. Personally, I like this theory a lot, but also it has probably the most holes out of any of them, like in terms of not really addressing why some specific things happen. But in my defense, the game also is not trying to address those holes, so Now, it's important to recognize that these are just theories, and when there's no real canon follow-up, that's all we can really do. Whenever we're given a piece of media, we try to contextualize it, and when context isn't provided explicitly, we'll try and deduce the context by theorizing about it, using what we already know to try and build out what could happen. That's part of what gives these stories meaning. We don't know everything that happened before or after the events of a story we read. We can make inferences and theorize about why these characters and events were what they were based on what we do know. This effort to read between and beyond the lines is fundamental to literary analysis, and while there's a fine line between wishful thinking and sincere analysis, theorizing is still impactful for the audience. As the conclusion of V3 explicitly says, fiction can affect reality, and how we perceive fiction isn't limited to just what explicitly happens on the page. It's the non-canon events, it's what we assume happened off-screen and off-page, it's what we would expect from these characters if their stories continued or if something had changed. I mean, hell, most of my content is about Overwatch, and basically nothing ever canonically happens for most Overwatch heroes. And yet it's possible to do that sort of analysis on the world of Overwatch and its characters to try and derive more meaning, purpose, and joy from it. However, it's important to recognize that that doesn't mean you can theorize your way out of what the game actually is, either. The title of this section is that meaningful theories create theoretical meaning, but there could be an only put in there as well. Meaningful theories only create theoretical meaning. Even if you have a fan theory that makes the game seem better to you, it's not real, meaning that theorizing about V3 is, to some extent, inherently going to be a cope. It might be based on something real, but it is still trying to create meaning, where there just isn't any established. You might even argue that theories like this have no place in a video that's meant to defend this game. You might say my cope isn't a defense, it's just a defense mechanism against accepting the reality that this game sucks. But I disagree. I think the fact that you can theorize about it and can come up with ways to interpret the story shows that the story itself does have something to offer. There's a popular joke about how the true sign that a game is unpopular are things like a lack of fanfiction, a lack of modding support, or, depending on the fandom, a lack of Fujoshis carrying the franchise on their backs. V3, for all of its many, many flaws, clearly still strikes a chord with people, because you can still find those things even years after the fact. There is fanfiction, there are people modding V3 characters into other games, or even developing V3 DLC for other games, and there are plenty of Fujos out there fighting tooth and nail for Sayoma. For genuinely, truly irredeemable games, you don't see that. There are 400k views on my Inescapable video, and nobody's making fanfic about those characters unless it's a joke in response to that video. No one is sincerely engaging with it. There is no inescapable fandom. There are also no inescapable defenders. Part of the reason why I bring up these theories is because I think they're interesting, and part of it is because I think that they demonstrate the ways in which it is possible to engage with this game that actually explores what it's trying to do. I don't think any of these should be treated as like a serious proposal for a sequel or a prequel or whatever, nor do I think that they override any flaws that exist. Ultimately, the canon is still the canon, and we can't get rid of that. Rather, I think they should be seen as thought experiments for what kinds of stories Kodaka was trying to tell here in the absence of follow-up from him. Presumably, he was trying to tell a bigger story. That's what he does. But what is it? If he's not going to say, then maybe we theorize, even if it only provides theoretical meaning. And that brings me to the second to last part of this video. God, this is so long. Part 4.5. Goodbye, Danganronpa. Like I've said, I do not believe that V3 is a flawless game. I can understand why people don't like it, and there are a lot of criticisms that are entirely valid. Making a big deal out of creating a brand new arc for your popular media franchise and then only making a single entry before never touching it again is shitty. However, it's made worse by the fact that V3 was a poorly received game that ended on an ambiguous note, which means that the series as a whole was also left on a broadly negative, ambiguous note. This is something that, on the surface, Danganronpa shares with the Zero Escape franchise, a third game that shits all over the first two well-liked games. Now, V3 isn't as bad as Zero Time Dilemma for a lot of reasons, and I think that anyone who says that they are like a one-to-one comparison is kinda just trying to shit on V3. Like, for all the flaws of this game, it is nowhere near as bad either in isolation or in the context of its franchise as Zero Time Dilemma. I mean, probably the biggest example of that is that Killing Harmony is still canonically in a separate universe from the Hope's Peak arc, so those games are still ultimately untouched, even if within this current arc they're not great. Can't say the same for Zero Escape, where Zero Time Dilemma basically melts down the old games, fashions them into bullets, and then shoots itself in the foot with them. I just saw an old tweet about me ages ago where someone was complaining about the Inescapable video because they said they didn't like that I kept taking random shots at Zero Escape. So if those people are also watching this video, very sorry, but also I'm not. Make your defensive Zero Time Dilemma video if you want to. I'll fight you in the comments on that one. Setting that aside, it doesn't change how it feels for Danganronpa to have ended here. It doesn't feel like a proper send-off, for one. You know, the end of Hope's Peak Academy was an actual send-off that wrapped up the Hope's Peak arc and would have allowed the series to rest. Lots of people don't like the end of Hope's Peak either, but it's a solid way to end the arc and let the story be. You know? If the franchise was going to end, it would have been better to end it on 3 rather than V3. The promise of a new arc isn't just the promise of more Danganronpa, but also the promise of new characters and ideas and concepts and places to fall in love with. And people really, really do love their Danganronpa characters. They were excited for the next generation of Ultimates that they'd get to connect with, and, you know, they were excited to see what sorts of talents they'd get and what sorts of settings they'd be in. And the promise of a new arc being thrown away does feel like some salt in the wound for those people. However, the biggest problem is that this is clearly an incomplete story. Like, I don't think you write a narrative like V3 with the intention that this is the end, the same way you don't write Trigger Happy Havoc like it's the start and end of everything you want to say about Danganronpa. There's clearly more story to tell, more fiction to write, and yet we don't get any, meaning that these feelings and theories and questions are all we're left with. And it can be very frustrating to be left with an unanswered question. Love or hate how the Hope's Peak arc ended, at least there's answers for most of what happened, you know? We don't get that here, and I think that's why it sticks around as such an infuriating game for so many people. Like, let's be 100% real here, Danganronpa fans have been more than willing to put up with some poor content every now and then. We can disagree about what content has been bad, but nobody thinks all of it's flawless. There are definitely some areas where the quality has lacked, whether it's an individual trial, a chapter, a character, whatever. If V3 hadn't been the start and end with none of the presumed follow-up that comes with the promise of a new arc, I think people would maybe be frustrated by it, but wouldn't stay frustrated at it. If it had gotten a sequel and some light novels, maybe an anime or two, it might have ultimately gone over well, or at least better. But instead it didn't, and it hasn't for nearly a decade. What's more, V3 came out just long enough after the other two for it to be in the worst spot for nostalgia. If you played the first games as a teenager, even if you only played them when the official English releases came out in 2014, you were probably either a young adult or like in high school at the time, and you were likely out of high school and a little bit older by the time you got V3. You experienced the Hope's Peak arc when you were generally probably pretty close to the same age as the Hope's Peak arc characters. Killing Harmony would have always had an uphill climb because for any fans who were the same age as the Hope's Peak characters, they are inherently not going to be when they come back 3 years later or more. And what's more, there was no twist revealing that they were actually older all along like in the first 2 games. This is the only one where everyone's both physically and mentally a teenager, which does matter for people who started the series as teenagers and then got into V3 as adults. I'm guessing this is part of why it was also crammed full of references to the first 2 games. A somewhat desperate effort to be like, look, isn't this just like the thing you liked? Remember? Remember the golden katana? Remember the double kill? But it just doesn't work because it feels like this shallow facsimile of what people enjoyed about the first 2. And I want to emphasize, I'm not just saying that this is like nostalgia that's causing this problem. It isn't. There are criticisms that go beyond that, obviously. But for a lot of people, V3 is going to be an even worse feeling game because nostalgia would only exacerbate the gap between the Hope's Peak arc and the Ultimate Academy arc. And the releases were spaced out just far enough to practically guarantee it would be disappointing for those players. Doesn't help that many people interpreted the ending as a personal judgment against them, which I've established I think is the wrong way to look at it, but I also have established that I recognize why people interpreted it that way. Shockingly, if you've dragged people who love and care about your franchise through dozens of hours of some of the worst chapters of that franchise's history, and then give them a poor explanation of some nuanced themes, they're not going to be charitable. And honestly, it's really sad that it turned out this way. V3 has a lot of potential, and speaking as someone who experienced it before experiencing the other games, it ultimately wouldn't be that bad in isolation. Like, Chapter 3 is still pretty oof, and Chapter 4 still needed some significantly better writing, and the conclusion is still not the best way to explain something as nuanced as what I think they were going for. But it's honestly way more enjoyable to play it that way, without the context of what came before it. There's a reason why I keep bringing up that this is the first Danganronpa game I played, because part of why I like it in spite of everything you've heard over the last however many hours is because for me, this wasn't a goodbye to Danganronpa. This was my entry, not my exit. I played Killing Harmony and fell in love with the franchise through it because I didn't know what it did to the franchise, at least for some people, and then I went and played Trigger Happy Havoc and had a solid experience learning what was actually true about Smokey's claims at the end. And then I got to end the games on Goodbye Despair, which meant that I actually got to leave on a really good note feeling happy about the series. Even after watching the end of Hope's Peak Academy, I was able to have an enjoyable experience with it altogether, and to me, that speaks to something. The problem with V3 isn't that it's some inherently fundamentally flawed game, or at least its flaws aren't that damning. To me, the fatal flaw of V3 isn't the narrative or the mysteries or the characters or anything like that. Those all have flaws, but I don't think they're fatal. What kills Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony is that if you're playing the game correctly, if you're playing the franchise correctly, it's the end of the story. It's the end of the franchise. It feels like a parallel to the in-game narrative that V3 was so disappointing that it killed Danganronpa forever, which only reinforces how people feel targeted to some degree by that ending. But I also think that that's a bit of an unfair accusation being leveled against it. And that brings me to my final argument. Part 4.6, Final Class Trial. I know I've taken up a lot of your time to get to this point, but I hope you can see why I did it this way. I do want to criticize this game for what it got wrong, and I want to celebrate what it got right. But this has never really been a video about defending Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony from criticisms that it's a flawed game. And by this point, I would hope that you've cottoned on to that. I have not been subtle about my intentions. Like I said at the start, I am not entering a plea of not guilty to many of the charges levied. Instead, I'm pleading for leniency due to extenuating circumstances. I believe Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony is not necessarily wholly innocent of these charges, but that it is the victim of circumstances beyond itself. That's not to say I'm accepting the premise that this game is irredeemably bad but just shouldn't get as much hate as it does. That's not the case. Throughout this video, I've repeatedly pointed to things Killing Harmony does well. The game's presentation is really good, the characters are overall pretty good, there are some really clever killings and executions, and chapters 1, 2, and 5 are, at least to some degree in isolation, pretty solid chapters. As I've also argued repeatedly, a lot of points in this game are way more enjoyable if you've never actually played Danganronpa before, and if I was trying to get someone into this series, I would encourage them to start with V3. Not just because I think it's the best game or something, but because no matter how you feel about V3, I can promise that it's a better game if it's your entry point rather than your exit point. There are a lot of moments of icebox logic in this game, but if you haven't played the previous games, you don't really recognize that. And even if you know it in theory once you have played those other games, it doesn't feel as rough. It's a lot more frustrating once you recognize that so many of the game's weak points are the result of contrivances in order to keep making connections to trigger Happy Havoc and Goodbye Despair, and I think this is the rare instance of it being more rewarding to play games out of order than to play them as they were intended. However, we can't flashback light our way into experiencing the games this way. If you played through the series the way it was intended, then you had a worse experience of it than I did. And given that that is the intended way to play it, then this argument is kind of shaky. You know, I can't just say that you should have known in 2014 or 2010 or whenever you first started playing these games that you shouldn't play any of them until 2017, and then play them wrong. That being said, it is still good on a lot of points, even if it's not as good as it could be. I've gone through this game fairly meticulously. It would be very fair to say too meticulously, because I wanted to make sure that there was no doubt that I recognize that it gets a lot wrong. I know I said at the top that I recognize many of the criticisms are valid, but that's not the same thing as demonstrating the extent to which I can recognize the flaws of this game. What I said at the very beginning of the video was that I do not need to lie about this game to defend it, and that was the truth. The reason that's the truth, though, isn't just because I think the good outweighs the bad. Personally, I do feel that way, but also I recognize if you still don't feel that way after the last 6 hours or however long it's been, then that's not a particularly useful argument for me to make. If you agree with me on that point, then there's not really much more to say. You agree this has been a defensive V3, hopefully. But if you disagree with me, then I have a different argument for you. Even if you think the bad does outweigh the good, I would still argue that V3 doesn't deserve the amount of flack it gets, because of where it stands in the broader context of Danganronpa. Killing Harmony was the last game before the franchise was functionally abandoned after nearly a decade of regular, consistent editions. Fans went from being able to expect a new game or anime or light novel or manga or even multiple of them every year, to not being able to expect anything if they don't want to be disappointed. 7 years after Killing Harmony, we are still left on Killing Harmony, a game that I genuinely believe would have still been flawed but probably aged alright if it had gotten the same treatment as Trigger Happy Havoc as the start of a new arc, but instead has aged especially badly because it's the end of the line and it wasn't really supposed to be. If Danganronpa V3 is your intro to the series like it was for me, then it feels very different. A flawed but still enjoyable enough game if you don't think too hard about it. And honestly, playing it again and making this video has made me think too hard about it and slightly ruined it for me. However, if it's your exit from the franchise, then it's just suddenly so much worse for you. This brings me to my first main defense of Killing Harmony. No other Danganronpa game has ever been forced to stand on its own like this in terms of being the sole game in its narrative arc. And that means that Killing Harmony has had to carry a lot more weight than any other single Danganronpa title. It didn't get a sequel, it didn't get light novels and mangas and spin-offs and all this stuff to expand and support its arc. And that means that everything canon about both the characters and universe at large in this arc is constrained to this one game. That does really matter because Danganronpa stories aren't just about the killing games themselves. They exist in the context of the society they take place in. But the games themselves only really emphasize the game. Trigger Happy Havoc's killing game was the entirety of the game, but it doesn't just happen for no reason with no impact on the broader world. And outside of the game, we get tons of media explaining what happened before it, during it in the outside world, and after it. Same goes for Goodbye Despair. We had an entire arc of the end of Hope's Peak High School dedicated to fleshing out these characters and seeing how they became remnants of despair and what life was like for them before the tragedy of Hope's Peak Academy. We get to see what the Trigger Happy Havoc survivors were up to after they got out, how their stories intertwined with the Goodbye Despair stories, and then we get to see both groups of characters have their arcs wrapped up. We get expanded backstories for a bunch of the characters in both games. We get spin-offs explaining things like who built the Monokumas and what happened to the people kidnapped for the very first motive videos. We get all this stuff that shows us the world of these games. Hope's Peak is an institution in the Hope's Peak arc, not just a soundstage, with administration and a history and a legacy and a cultural, social, political, and economic relationship to the world that we don't really get to learn about in Trigger Happy Havoc itself beyond the basics. Instead, we get it through external media that expands on it and demonstrates the role it fills. And Killing Harmony didn't get that. Even though, given the nature of its twist that undermines our confidence in anything we've learned throughout the game, it probably needed it even more than the Hope's Peak games did. The Ultimate Academy isn't a real place, and it doesn't mean anything. The Gopher Project, the Ultimate Hunt, even the nature of reality itself in this timeline is up for debate by design, and that's not good if you never settle the debate. It's like if Goodbye Despair was the only game in the Hope's Peak arc. It would be insanely unsatisfying to learn that the only Hope's Peak game was one where it was all a simulation, and it doesn't really matter, and we never learn what led to the point where Junko was running the games, nor why the Future Foundation existed beyond being told that they beat Junko before, nor any explanation for any of what Izuru was up to. Killing Harmony's premise necessitates at least that same investment, but probably a greater investment, in expanding the narrative universe and exploring the implications of what we're told in the game. There's nothing wrong with leaving room for fan theories and stuff, especially in the short term, but long term, this was a story that needed answers and didn't get them. And it's not this game's fault. A big part of the reason why I feel the urge to defend V3 is because the fact that it's where the franchise was abandoned isn't really its fault, nor was it the intention, I don't think. And it's not really fair to judge it as if it was supposed to be the last word on the series when it really feels like it wasn't supposed to be. Like, just on a basic narrative level, this would be a bizarre way to deliberately end your story. But also, on a meta level, it makes no sense to hype up a new arc and everything and then just suddenly not only abandon that arc, but both of them. Again, they were publishing new stuff pretty consistently prior to V3, and there's really no reason to believe that they were going through all of this for V3 just to abandon it. If that was the plan, presumably V3 would have been written as an actual send-off for the franchise, not just treated like it was yet another entry in the series. Like, in order to believe that this was the send-off that was intentioned, you'd have to believe that Kodaka doesn't like the game, doesn't like its audience, and wanted both to die. And look, I don't know what happened behind the scenes at Spike Chunsoft, nor does really anybody else. Kodaka has kept his reasons for his 2017 departure from the company to form Tokyo Games somewhat close to his chest, but he has stressed that it wasn't because of some big falling out or something. And he's remained amicable enough with them to still put out Master Detective Archive's Raincode with them. From what I can find, it seems like he felt like he couldn't just make a game with Spike Chunsoft anymore. It had to be a hit, and he didn't like that feeling when it came to making his games. To me, this is actually the meaning of the game's ending, and I've saved it for near the end because I felt it was necessary to lay out the flaws with the traditional interpretations before really diving into it. V3 is not a dig at the audience for enjoying killing games. It's a dig at the way that the pressure to keep creating hits and to up the ante and to always produce more turns something that Kodaka loved into something that just felt like a product to produce. The target of Kodaka's commentary in Killing Harmony isn't the audience for enjoying the product, but the production incentives and structures themselves. The narrative that these are all just fictional characters that don't matter and aren't real aren't about trying to shame the audience for reveling in their suffering in the games, but emphasizing how a production system that prioritizes the product over its parts is going to inevitably result in something that shallowly regurgitates what once made it great, rather than trying to be creative and innovative. And while I think Kodaka's understanding of reality television is limited and it undermines the point somewhat, I do think that it makes a lot more sense if you think of Kodaka as someone with a fairly cynical view of reality television. Like, that's a view a lot of people have. If you aren't a fan of reality television and are looking for an analogy that emphasizes shallow, shock value exploitation of real people who are dressed up as if they're fictional characters for entertainment's sake, then reality TV is the natural fit. To me, the narrative of V3 and the twist ending genuinely is not about the audience's moral failings or the cynicism of a world that would enjoy killing game content or anything. My interpretation is that, all things considered, Killing Harmony is a game made to express dissatisfaction with the incentives that Kodaka was up against with this franchise, and express how those incentives undermine not only what he wanted to do, but what made Danganronpa enjoyable to begin with. This is also why I don't think the Zero Escape comparisons hold. Zero Time Dilemma's flaws, in my opinion, and I'm saying that a lot in this bit because I know it's pretty up to interpretation, regardless, in my interpretation, those flaws are the result of severely limited resources. It was a constant battle for resources with a game that had to keep getting rewritten and worked on, and I think that they eventually got to a point where they didn't have enough funding to keep iterating on it until it was the best game it could possibly be. They had to settle on what they had, regardless of whether or not it was the best they could come up with, and do their best to make it the best possible version of itself. Zero Time Dilemma isn't written by someone who writes bad games. Michikoshi made brilliant unhinged games both before and after Zero Time Dilemma. 999, Virtue's Last Reward, and then both the Eye of the Somnium Files games. And the Zero Escape comparisons that do hold are really with the first two games. 999, like Trigger Happy Havoc, is a really solid first entry with some clear rough patches that come with trying something new. Virtue's Last Reward, like Goodbye Despair, is an excellent instance of a sequel that knows how to capitalize on its predecessor, build on its narrative, and take its premise and really run with it. The comparison falters with the third game in each series because the incentives were different. The ending of Zero Time Dilemma has a lot of narrative flaws in terms of retcons and literal moon logic, but it's not like people dislike it because they felt personally attacked. They just felt like it let the series down. They did feel a little bit personally attacked, however, with Killing Harmony, and I think it's because Killing Harmony poorly communicated this actual intention. And to me, this interpretation also really affects how I viewed Tsumugi, because if Team Danganronpa is meant to be kind of an analogy for Spike Chunsoft in this, then I don't think it's a reach to interpret Tsumugi as Kodaka's stand-in. And that is really interesting to me. Does he view himself as just this normal person who's a fan of the thing he's creating, hamstrung by the company that pulls the strings? Is this his way of saying he feels locked into these tropes and conventions because of the pressures to try and recreate the hype around the franchise's fan favorites? That would offer some semblance of an explanation for why Tsumugi transforms into all these characters at the end, but only into the ones from 1 and 2. At the end of the day, they're Kodaka's creations. They are a literal part of him that he created and now carries with him. He clearly cares a lot about them, and has been compelled to portray them on demand for nearly a decade by the time of V3's production and release. He's meant to be Junko, Celestia, Nagito, Gundam, and all these other characters, but he isn't them. He can portray them, he can write them, but how does he write the next Junko, the next Celestia, the next Nagito, or the next Gundam when that is now what's expected of him? Those characters could be written with a blank slate, relatively speaking, but now they can't be. Tsumugi's efforts to try and give her characters the right memories, to coax them into believing her narrative, to get them to comply even when they don't work with the narrative, and to comply with the desires of Team Danganronpa herself even as they seemingly leave her hanging and eventually let her take the fall when the series falls from grace, all take on a new meaning through this lens. It's an expression of Kodaka's desire to create something new, but not being allowed to leave the legacy of the old arc behind. How the original characters got to be original, and how it now feels like their legacy hovers over the rest of the franchise. And of course, this changes the meaning of that final vote. Shuichi, Himiko, and Maki all abstain, representing how the characters themselves are not being served by this production system, how the narrative doesn't benefit them, and how they don't deserve to be treated like just a rotating door of Survivor castaways or Drag Race queens or Big Brother house guests. The Danganronpa characters are, to Kodaka, and to us, people, not just narrative tools, and their abstention is their expression of their autonomy. Kibo abstains as the audience surrogate, representing Kodaka's belief that the audience doesn't want this either. That the fans of Danganronpa demand something better, something more, something that takes this series and this premise and these characters as seriously as the fans do. And that when we're confronted with the reality that these characters are people, our ability to recognize that fact rather than just seeing them as pure fiction is what makes our relationship to them so special. I'd argue that if anything, this is a defense of the fans, not an indictment of us. It's Kodaka's way of saying that the fans recognize that this isn't something they want either. That we don't just want Danganronpa for the sake of Danganronpa, that these aren't just fictional characters that can be used and disposed of. And that forcing a narrative of hope versus despair just to try and recreate the magic of the past isn't going to satisfy people. Truth and reality are big themes of this game, and I think that the reason why they don't get brought up more is because they aren't themes of the in-universe narrative. The in-universe narrative is meant to be forced to be hope versus despair. But the underlying one is this one of fiction versus reality. What does matter to us? What do we care about? What is real? What has an impact on us? It's an acknowledgement that yes, this is fictional, but that doesn't mean it's not real, that it's not true to us, and that treating it as though it's nothing is part of the problem. Treating the characters like they're just fictional and therefore meaningless is the wrong way to go about it. They have to be treated like people. Lastly, Tsumugi abstains, which he explicitly says is a deliberate decision to hand over the choice to the characters and the fans, to remove production from the equation. If Tsumugi and Team Danganronpa are meant to represent Kodaka and Spike Chunsoft in all this, then I think this is his way of saying that the continuation of Danganronpa should not be based on what's best for himself or Spike Chunsoft, but on what's best for the fans and the characters themselves. Spike Chunsoft has the rights to Danganronpa, and while they haven't worked with him to make a new one, they also haven't made one without him either, which is notable. Like, they could have done that. They could have found someone new to write it, new artists, whatever, and just made their own Danganronpa games to keep the legacy going. It's a profitable franchise, it's a popular one, and people don't like where it ended, so it would make sense to create new ones. But instead, there's a recognition that Danganronpa is Kodaka's baby, and it seems like nobody wants to move on without him or push him to move on sooner, even if they do maybe want to move on. And while this is probably what's best for the franchise, a Danganronpa game made as an obligation rather than a passion project isn't really what anyone would want, it wouldn't be good, it also still leaves V3 hanging. This game was clearly meant to be the bridge to a new arc that was never finished, and people tend to not like bridges that don't go anywhere. If Kodaka ever comes back to it and makes a sequel, I think V3 will almost immediately start being seen a bit more positively. If that hypothetical V4 comes out and it's good, then V3 would be picked up a bit because its flaws paid off. If it's bad, then V3 looks better by comparison and now people have a new target. If it's just fine, then hey, it's still more Danganronpa, and V3 is no longer the last game in the franchise for people to have laid all their expectations on. And Kodaka hasn't written off the idea of a sequel. Like I said, he's still on working terms with Spike Chunsoft, and he's still working with a lot of the same people as he did for Danganronpa on his recent games. Master Detective Archive's Raincoat and the upcoming The 100-line Last Defense Academy, very short, simple, right-to-the-point names there, were both written by Kodaka, with soundtracks composed by Masafumi Takada and with art by Rui Komatsuzaki, and they both feel really hard to separate from Danganronpa. Raincoat uses Danganronpa's pink blood as a major plot point, as well as relying heavily on Danganronpa's structure, while Last Defense Academy features 15 talented students trapped in a school with a weird mascot character, and one of them even explicitly references the idea of Danganronpa, this killing game with more elaborate kills each time, in promotional materials. All signs point to the fact that the franchise isn't actually dead, just in hibernation with no estimated time of coming out of it. But the problem with that is that it doesn't actually mean the flaws of V3 don't exist. Just because it wasn't meant to be the end of the franchise doesn't change the fact that, for all intents and purposes, it currently is. And that sucks, because Killing Harmony does have some really good stuff. It has a lot of really good characters, it has some really good ideas, some of its execution and kills are among the best in the series, and in spite of all of its flaws, I really do love this game. Like, even after all of this time spent thinking about it and working on this and playing this game, as much as I hate this video at this fucking point, I still can't make myself hate this game. I think people tend to assume that I'm a hater because, to be fair, I have made some fairly popular hater content before, but I have also talked a lot about the games that I love. And frankly, one of the most difficult ones to square for people isn't Danganronpa. It's always been Overwatch. I wouldn't have talked so much about Overwatch over the years if it wasn't a game that was near and dear to my heart. I owe a shocking amount of good things in my life to the friends I've made because of it and the content I've made around it, and that makes it hard to let go of even when I'm no longer enjoying it as much. And something I recognize about a lot of people who play Overwatch is the fact that, if asked, a lot of them will say that they hate it at this point. You go on Twitter, you go on Blue Sky, you go even to my comment section sometimes, and people will be there calling it a dog shit game, saying it's lost its way, that it's unfixable. But they still play it. And not only that, they engage with it, they want to talk about it. And I think that's notable. The people who genuinely just don't like Overwatch don't play it. They don't talk about it, they don't waste time on it, they're not going out and watching video essays about it and then getting mad that they think someone defended it or that they were too uncritical or whatever. I don't like Call of Duty, and I haven't for a long time. And the most Call of Duty content you'll ever get out of me is an occasional offhand reference as a consequence. Halo was a series that I adored growing up, with 3 and Reach being the ones that were most important to me, and they still hold a special place in my heart. I tried my best to make peace with 4, but eventually the series kinda just stopped mattering to me. I haven't played Halo in a long time, and I don't really have any strong desire to think about it more or talk about it more. It was something I loved, but over time it went away, and I don't feel the need to keep engaging with it. All of this brings me to my second main defense of V3. I think the Danganronpa community is in a complicated relationship with this game that I can't personally relate to because of how I experienced it, but that does honestly resemble my relationship with Overwatch more than anything else I can recognize. I know how it feels to be in this position of like, oh, this game pisses me off, it feels like it ruined something I once loved, I have so many positive memories attached to it, but I can't really recreate them, and regardless of whether it's nostalgia or whatever people want to say, it still doesn't hit the same as it once did. but in the same breath, wanting to keep playing and engaging and sticking around because it still has the potential to be what it once was for me. And when it's good, it's still capable of being great. That's why I don't want to say that a V3 hater is wrong to hate it for what it is, because I also have felt that way about Overwatch for a long time. That's why I kept talking about it. Something I've said about Overwatch for a while is that the sign that it's truly got its claws into people and isn't letting go is the fact that its most ardent haters are usually still clocking in a good number of hours every month. I even made a whole video about why there's no such thing as an Overwatch killer, because as long as Overwatch is being centered in the discussion, then it inherently can't die. It's a hard game to let go of, but it'll also be hard to forgive it for what it got wrong. Like, theoretically, Overwatch 2 could become perfect tomorrow. Like, we can imagine a reality where that happens, or at least do a thought experiment. And even if everything became perfect tomorrow, it would still take a long time for people to actually accept it and come around to it and feel the way they once did about it. I think a lot of people feel similarly to Danganronpa as I feel about Overwatch, only exacerbated by the nature of a non-live service game. This 2017 game still sticks in people's craws because they really cannot let go of what Danganronpa meant to them then and means to them now. For a lot of people, it was their first touch of fandom. Every Ultimate has fans, and those fans found each other online. People wrote fanfic, they wrote fan games, they made OCs, they created their own simulations and roleplayed with their friends and made new friends because of Danganronpa. It is hard to let that go, and it makes you all the more bitter towards the game that you feel you've been saddled with because you can't let go of something you love, but don't want to have to love the specific game because of what it feels like it's done to this franchise you loved. And it's not like others haven't tried to do what these games did. Countless hero shooters have come and gone over Overwatch's lifetime. And honestly, Marvel Rivals feels like the first one that might actually have the legs to become the new supreme in this genre. And even then, I think it's more likely that they just end up coexisting. Countless killing game visual novels have likewise come and gone since Danganronpa came out in 2010, whether they were ones that pulled directly from the formula, tried to rip it off, or ones that just tried to take a different approach. But none of them really have that special sauce that Danganronpa does. The characters, the soundtrack, the setting, the game structure, the tropes even, are all really, really unique aspects of the games that makes it hard to replace them with something similar. Your Turn to Die is a great death game visual novel, but it's no Danganronpa. Marvel Rivals is a great hero shooter, but it's no Overwatch. If I had to identify the specific reason for this sort of thing, I think it comes down to the characters. I've said before that Overwatch was being carried by its characters, and I still think that's true. I also think that Danganronpa is in the same boat. It's the characters who carry the essence of this franchise, and that's part of what makes it so hard to let go of because, unlike a setting or a premise or a prop, a character is something, someone, that you can personally connect with. You can identify with, maybe even see yourself in this fictional representation of a living, breathing person, and imagine yourself in their shoes or what their life would be like. Danganronpa, for all of its flaws, has some excellent characters across the board. And part of why V3 gets so much hate is that it feels like it not only misuses this game's characters, but feels like it smears all the other characters from the other games in the process. Like, Junko is iconic, incredible, people love Junko. But in this game, Junko is turned into this cheap costume for a mediocre fangirl who wants to play dress up and pretend she's on par with one of the most compelling characters in the genre. And unlike games like Inescapable that try and rip Junko off, this one feels like it does some real damage to Junko herself because it can invoke her by name, invoke her by design, really pull her directly in, and drag her through the mud for real. With all of that in mind, I still think V3 deserves to be defended. Not from valid criticisms of quality, but from becoming the lightning rod for all the frustration people feel about this franchise. V3 isn't the reason why you might have been 15 when you first met Junko and then picked up this game in college. Nor is it the reason why you haven't gotten a new story with any of your favorite Danganronpa characters in a decade. Nor is it the reason why there have been no more real Danganronpa games since 2017. Nor is it the reason why Kodaka has made half a dozen games that all feel like they're teasing us with how close they come to Danganronpa. Nor is it the reason why nothing else has been able to scratch that itch ever since. There are a lot of things that people are mad at Killing Harmony for that are less a critique of the game and more just lashing out at it for what it represents. The end of the thing that brought them joy and excitement and maybe even community. I think a big part of why people initially didn't really like the end of Hope's Peak High School was that it also represented the end of an era with the end of the Hope's Peak arc, and it felt like all of everyone's favorite characters were officially being moved on from. And that series very much so has its flaws too. I mentioned it earlier, but I don't think that the forbidden actions thing was done very well, and I think that there are some things that it dropped the ball on. But like with V3, I think it gets outsized hate because of that representation of the end. People love this franchise and these games and these characters. If you've watched up to this point, you presumably do too. Like, few people would sit through 5 or 6 hours of a video about Danganronpa V3 if not for some degree of a genuine love for the franchise. I understand why they're so mad at it. Like, I promise I do. And while I don't feel the same way about V3 because of my unique relationship with it, I do recognize that feeling in my own relationship to Overwatch. And again, it's fair to be critical, and I'm not suggesting otherwise. I feel like a broken record the way I've kept repeating that throughout this video. It could probably be 10 minutes shorter if I cut all the bits where I said that. But while that's fair, I also think you need to be fair to yourself. If you love these games, you do yourself no favors by building up a grudge with it. You aren't responsible for a game being a disappointment, and I'm not saying that you can't be upset about it, but you can control how much you let that ruin your relationship with the entire franchise. You can choose to look at V3 as a game you don't like and just move on, to not let it become this lightning rod for you, and to recognize that your community doesn't benefit from being filled with people who cannot reconcile their anger and frustration with their love and passion. You can choose to find the good in V3, to recognize the flaws, to accept it for what it is rather than what it has come to represent, and be happier for it. You can choose to let your relationship to this media be built on what makes you happy rather than what disappoints you. Optimism is hard. It just is. Like, things suck, and while I don't want to end on some corny note like, just like Makoto, you need to not lose hope even when it all feels hopeless, I do still want to encourage you to focus on the positives. Focus on what you love, what brings you joy, what brings people together to share in something they do care about. Life is pretty hard for everyone right now, and it has been for a good few years at this point. We really aren't in a good place, and I genuinely don't think it's a coincidence that Danganronpa V3, like Overwatch 2, has become such a flashpoint for anger given its release date. The earlier games in both series came from what felt like an easier, simpler, happier time for most people. And I think a lot of people put a lot of weight onto these sequels to make them feel the kind of joy that they felt not just when they were younger, but before things got so fucking heavy. And then both games failed to do that. And again, to reiterate for the millionth time, they're flawed games regardless. But people are so emotionally invested in these franchises and what they mean for them that it's hard not to get your hopes up for a sequel. And it makes it all the worse because it's not like life has been going swimmingly for most of us outside of this stuff if it goes poorly. We aren't in some economic golden age, we're not in some big progressive push towards acceptance and coming together, and we're not in some era of peace and prosperity for all. That context does affect how we perceive fiction. Just like how fiction can affect our interpretation of reality, reality can affect our interpretation of fiction. I'm not trying to say that it just all became bad because the world changed in 2016. I'm not saying that that excuses the game. I am just asking people to please recognize the way that the world we live in affects the things we consume in that world. And yet, I still defend V3. I think it deserves to be evaluated for what it is instead of as a lightning rod for all those frustrations people have about the franchise and their relationship to it. And I don't think that's the way that people have been treating it. It is possible to recognize its many, many flaws and still come out the other side with a lot of affection for it. I mean, this video is proof of that. The last 6 hours of this video have been me doing that, recognizing its many flaws and still coming out the other side with a lot of affection for it. Like I said earlier, it's fair to be critical of this game, but it's important to also be fair to yourself. If Danganronpa as a franchise, as an entity, as a concept is something special to you, then let yourself enjoy it without centering the things that make you unhappy. You can choose to let this game infuriate you for close to a decade and for that to define your relationship to it. Or you can choose to make peace with what you don't like and focus on what brings you joy. And while I can't guarantee that you'll miraculously love this game like I do, in fact I would recommend against any amount of passion for a game that leads you to write a literal novel-length script about it, I do think you deserve to be happy. Things are hard enough as it is, and while there's nothing wrong with media criticism, there's also nothing wrong with recognizing when media criticism crosses into picking at a scab and turning something that brings you joy into something that only makes you miserable. You also have the option of allowing your relationship to this franchise to go into hibernation just like the series itself. To put it to rest, to come back to it if and when it eventually gets revived as a franchise. Pick up your relationship where the franchise picks up. And I do think that that's also a big part of this for any of us. Because if another game is announced, if a sequel comes out, if V4 is announced for a 2026 release date, it's going to be that much harder for it to make you happy if you have spent the last decade thinking about what made you unhappy about it and building up hope and anticipation for something that can maybe fix it. As much as I love this game, part of why I'm making this video, part of why I make videos in general, is because putting my thoughts out there allows me to put it to rest. It allows me to stop trying to think about ways to defend this game. I've said this before, I make videos for my own sake as much as for everyone else's. Like, I'm trying to entertain people, obviously, but I'm also trying to do something for myself. And it usually is so I stop having these arguments with myself in my car. so that I stop having these discussions with people where I feel like I'm just talking myself in circles saying the same thing I've said a million times. I want to be able to let this series hibernate for myself. I want my relationship to V3 to not define my relationship to all of it. I want to be happy with what I have. And I think the way to do that is to allow it to be put to rest, to move on, to not allow this feeling of like needing to defend this game to define my relationship to it any more than people allow their hatred for it to define their relationship to it. Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony is a complicated game, both in terms of what it is and the relationship people have to it. It's a game that does a lot of things wrong, veers wildly out of its lane for no reason, and is an extremely unsatisfying final game for the franchise. It's also a game with some excellent characters, plenty of strong murder mysteries to solve, and a lot to love if it manages to hit you right. It suffers narratively from having to stand alone in its own arc without the support it desperately needed from follow-ups, which I believe is unfair to be angry at it for when it isn't responsible for that. And it suffers more broadly from the perception that it was what killed something that people love, which I also believe is unfair to hold against it because those two factors are unrelated. I do not think that you have to forgive the things it got wrong, only that I think it should be evaluated for what it is, not what it has come to represent. If not for the sake of this game, then for the sake of your own enjoyment, for your own happiness. I hope that, over the course of this video, I've managed to make the defense of V3 that I set out to make. On a personal level, I can say that it achieved what I meant for it to achieve for myself. But it wasn't just for me. So if I've failed, then I'm sorry for wasting your time. If I've succeeded, then I also still apologize for wasting your time. I'm sure there's a way to have done this in under 6 hours, but somewhere around the 20,000 word mark of writing the script, my brain started to melt and I blacked out for like a week, and this is what we got, and my hands are like genuinely in pain from all the typing. My voice hurts because I keep on fucking yapping. I keep having to rewrite things and then re-record them, and I said it's impossible!
For fiction to change the real world!
The impossible is possible. All you gotta do is make it so. You can even change the world. No, we will change the world. For ourselves, and everyone who died. Even if we die, it's not the end. Our friends who died gave us their love, and we changed because of that. If we can inspire change in others, then that love will live on. That love will tear down the wall between fiction and reality, and it will live on forever. That's why I'm gonna change the world. As long as I have their love, I will change it. Even if this whole story is a lie, I will use that lie to change the world.
I'll be honest, it's hard to know where to wrap up a video like this, given how long it's gone on for and how much has been talked about. However, this is the end of the video, so if you enjoyed it, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And also, if you didn't like it, I guess, still like, comment, and subscribe. Engage with it. Boost me in the algorithm. With all the work I put into this one, I really want it to do well. And if you subscribe, you won't miss more stuff like this. I mean, there probably won't be another 6-hour Danganronpa retrospective happening ever again on this channel, purely because the damage it's done to me mentally and physically is something I don't want to recreate, at least not anytime soon. But if you enjoy things that are under 6 hours, you might also enjoy some of the other stuff on this channel. There are videos about other visual novels like Buried Stars, Your Turn to Die, Inescapable if you want to just see me go pure hater, and there's also just stuff about other media. In particular Overwatch, but even movies and things like that. This video was selected by my channel members as a bonus Donathon reward video back in October. Apologies for it taking so long. And if you'd like to support me in making this type of content while also getting a say in the content I make, you can become a channel member on YouTube or Patreon for just $5 a month. Memberships are a really big part of why I'm able to do this and make these kinds of videos and invest so much time in them. The YouTube link is youtube.com/@thevivaros/join, and the Patreon link is patreon.com/thevivaros. They're both linked in the description down below as well. To the members, thanks for putting up with the long wait on this one. I meant to have it out a lot sooner, but hopefully it makes sense why it took this long. Also, given how long it took to make this, I decided to re-record this bit right at the very end so I could properly thank all of my members who've supported me during the production of this video. This includes anyone who was a member back when this video was being voted on, anyone who's currently a member, or anyone who was a member at any point during the 9 months of production on this thing. Not all of them are still members, and some of them have become members more recently, but I really, really do appreciate all of you, and I want to make sure I note that here. Your patience while I've worked on this has meant a lot to me, and I'm really, really lucky that I have the kind of audience that's willing to let me take the time I need to make things like this. So with that said, let me thank all my channel members. At the $25 Elite membership tier, thank you to Jules Coolness. At the $10 Premium membership tier, thank you to Tortoise, Angitenar, Ghostbat, and Bailey Nichols. At the $5 channel membership tier, thank you to Cage the Orc, Fish Toast, Alex Stone, Nemo the Survivor, Destiny, Mini-Q, Yoshi of the Wire, Cadence, CatLover192, Marsh Alice, Gavost, Windex the Great, DeLeathers, Crimson Cyclo, Good Guy Luis, V, Corey, MV, The Only Enigma, Mariah, Amon Dadley, Meep Cubed, Noisy Pitta, Hazmat Baddick Games, Harv, Marcy Gaskill, Deku_, Stefan, Hallucigeno, Junkie McRat, Lala the Bambi, Michaela Ketcherside, Empress Artemis, Monica Linnell, JMD Toaster, Ginkgo, Strogman, and T. Laskin. Whether you're a channel member, a subscriber, or you just clicked on this video out of curiosity, thank you very much for watching, and I hope I'll see you around again soon.